Hey truckers, today we're seeing From Enemies to Lovers, a hidden marriage story. Let's dive into the video. Her body burned hot like lava inside a volcano. The only one who could save her now was the man before her eyes. She clung to his icy, marble-like skin, her desperation to survive leaving her with no other choice but to surrender herself. After the pain ended, pleasure began to fly, like fireworks exploding inside her mind, making her feel as though she was in the middle of a sea of fire. Drifting in and out, there was no escape. Hey, wake up, the air conditioning is cold here. Don't sleep or you'll catch a cold. The weight on her shoulder woke Ningxi, her eyes opening disorientedly to see the nurse standing before her. She felt slightly embarrassed and her small face blushed red. She could not avoid the nurse's gaze. Damn, it happened so long ago already. Flashes of that night when she had gotten drunk and fooled around with Su Yan would often appear in her dreams. Because she had consumed too much alcohol, she couldn't remember much of what had transpired that night. She didn't know how she could face Brother Yan. The nurse saw that she was awake and passed the paper in her hand to her. You forgot to take your pregnancy report with you. Dr. Zhang would have wanted you to come back again next week if you had left it here. Ningxi received the report with a sweet smile and put it away safely in her purse. Su Yan had been studying abroad and would return today. When Ningxi thought about meeting him tonight, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Because Su Yan had gone to a very remote place, she hadn't been able to contact him until their child had become 7 months old. Thinking of the shock Su Yan had received from knowing about her pregnancy, Ningxi was tense. Perhaps her pregnancy was making her rather sensitive and on edge? Ningxi felt that Su Yan was not as happy about the news as she was. Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. The doctors had reassured her that with their first child, men would always appear indifferent and in denial at first. However, the matter of getting married, she couldn't possibly mention it to him first, right? When she left the hospital, the sky was clear and the sun was scorching. Supporting her hip with one hand, Ningxi was about to call for a taxi, when suddenly, a flashy, red sports car sped towards her. Ningxi's heart skipped a beat as she immediately retreated backward. The sound of brakes hurt her ears as the red sports car stopped, brushing the edges of her clothes. Ningxi was so scared, her heart almost stopped beating, and she could barely stand straight. Opening the door in a tight-fitting red dress which revealed a lot of cleavage, Ning Xuelua stepped out of the car. Ning Xuelua, are you crazy? Looking at her, Ning Xuelua laughed with deep meaning. Crossing her arms, she sauntered over to stand in front of Ningxi. In her high heels, she looked down arrogantly at big-bellied Ningxi. What? Are you scared I'll crash into you and kill the bastard inside your stomach? Ningxi immediately protected her belly and took a few more steps backward while worriedly observing her. Ning Xuelua, don't cross the line. She always knew that Ning Xuelua was hostile towards her, but Ningxi had never thought she could say such poisonous things. I crossed the line? I should say you crossed the line. Getting drunk and then getting pregnant with a stranger's child. And yet you still want Su Yan to play the dad. TCH. Ningxi, do you still have any face left? Ningxi froze and asked, what did you say? Do you really believe the person you slept with that night was Su Yan? Ning Xuelua laughed hysterically. You always say you grew up with Su Yan, that you're childhood sweethearts, yet you don't even know what his body is like? Ningxi's face got paler and whiter with every word she said. Standing here on such a blistering hot day, her whole body felt ice cold. That's right, that man that night. She had thought that perhaps because of puberty, his body was bulkier than she had originally imagined. But with Ning Xuelua's reminder, she now suddenly recalled that besides his build, nothing else about that man resembled Su Yan. I'll tell you the truth right now. That night you drank wine which I spiked. You were so lustful and unsatisfied that I found 2 good men for you. Who knew that you wouldn't appreciate my kindness? You even barged into a stranger's room and took advantage of that man. Ning Xuelua said disgustedly. Brother Yan is far too gentle and kind for his own good, because when you woke up, he was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept the truth, so he told you that it was him that night. You. Ning Shi had started trembling as she heard this. She finally couldn't hold it in any longer and grabbed Ning Xuelua by her arm. Why do you treat me this way? Why? Haven't you screwed me over enough? Ning Xuelua furrowed her brow, and just as she was about to push Ning Shi away, she noticed Su Yan approaching them behind Ning Shi. Her voice immediately softened and her expression turned pitiful. Older sister, I know I'm wrong. If you want to hit or yell, do it to me, please don't blame Brother Yan. Ning Shi paused, and in the next second, Ning Xuelua fell to the ground as if Ning Shi had pushed her. Ning Shi! What are you? Someone said accusingly behind her. Ning Shi turned around and saw an unfriendly-looking Su Yan. Su Yan brushed past her and helped Ning Xuelua up. Xuelua, are you all right? Ning Xuelua pressed nearly her entire body against Su Yan. Brother Yan, I didn't mean it, I really know I'm wrong, this only happened because I wronged older sister. That's enough. Don't blame yourself. No matter what happens, you have me. Su Yan patted her shoulder and helped her into the car. I'll explain everything to Ning Shi. Ning Shi's mind was blank as she watched Su Yan stride towards her and open his mouth. He spoke for a long time. He spoke of the past and their happy childhood. He spoke of the struggle he went through when he fell in love with Ning Xuelua. He spoke of his fury and anger when he found out Ning Xuelua had schemed against Ning Shi. He spoke of the fright and regret he felt when he found out about Ning Shi's pregnancy. He spoke about how he accepted Ning Xuelua's apology. In the end, he said, Ning Shi, I'm sorry. I can't marry you, not because of that night nor because of the child that I don't want, but because I cannot wrong Xuelua and because I can't lie to myself about my feelings. He and Ning Xuelua had been traveling outside the country in the past few months, and having been with her morning and night, it was harder to separate from her now more than ever. Although he had initially wanted to ease Ning Shi's pain by pretending that he did indeed have intercourse with her, in his heart, he had already chosen Ning Xuelua. That was why after finding out that Ning Shi was pregnant, he couldn't stop himself from immediately going to the Ning family and explaining everything to the second master. Despite this, he had not told the truth to Ning Shi herself. You mean? Su Yan, from the start, you knew that it was Ning Xuelua who drugged me and ruined my innocence? Just because you wanted to protect her, you told me the person that night was you? Ning Shi finally found her voice, but could only look numbly at Su Yan. Ning Shi, Xuelua didn't mean it. She's still young, so she might be impulsive. Then what about me? Ning Shi looked up at Su Yan hopelessly. Did you never once consider what it would be like for me? Su Yan did not speak, and there was a long moment of silence before he reached out for Ning Shi's hand. The sun is too hot, let's return home. Don't touch me, Ning Shi immediately slapped his hand away and laughed aloud. Ning Shi felt that her whole life until now had been a joke. For Su Yan, she had worked hard to get into B University to come to the city where he lived. For Su Yan, she had abandoned her dream to become an actress. So that their family statuses would match, she had pushed aside her adoptive parents in order to return to the Ning family, and she had stupidly tried to please those so-called upper-class families. And as a result of all her efforts, she only received, I cannot wrong Xuelua. Ning Xuelua had not only stolen her identity and her birth parents, but today, she had even stolen the person she loved most. Ning Xuelua was young, but even so, how could she be forgiven? If she really did forgive her, then who could she blame for her life's misfortune? She didn't even know who the man from that night was. Ningxi covered her face, her body quivering, for she had reached the limit of her despair. Suyen watched as Ningxi mindlessly started to cross the road, and was about to chase after her when from behind, Ning Xuelua tugged on his sleeve. "Brother Yan, where are you going?" In Suyen's moment of hesitation, there was a loud bang. Ningxi was thrown back on the road and she hit the ground hard. "Help! Help! A pregnant lady has been hit." In the piercing light, Ningxi could make out two silhouettes and faces which made her want to throw up. She felt her stomach cramp, and she slowly started to lose consciousness from the intense pain. She blinked, and the blood trickling down her forehead flowed into her eyes. She entered a world of darkness. 5 years later. In Eden Wine Bar, in a corridor on the top floor. Ningxi had accompanied the investors in drinking all night. She was experiencing a splitting headache and was trying to find a quiet place to refresh herself. She didn't think that Chang Li would follow her out, and she could only prepare herself mentally to deal with her. "Sister Chang, do you have something to say?" "Ningxi, let me ask you, did you apply to audition for the female lead in the world?" "Yes, and?" "You cannot go tomorrow." Even though Chang Li was Ningxi's manager, here she was advising her not to go to an audition for such a huge role in the entertainment industry. Ningxi was unsurprised at her words and merely raised an eyebrow as she asked, "Reason?" "First of all, you kept quiet about this and did not tell me, yet you still dare to ask me for a reason? Not to mention, don't you know the company has already arranged for Ning Xuelua to audition for the role? If I audition for the role, that doesn't clash with the company's arrangements." Ningxi smiled at her. "Did Ning Xuelua ask you to speak to me about this? Is she scared a little unknown rookie like me might actually steal her role? Do you even have the talent to compete with her for roles? You're insane to even talk about such an impossible dream. Let me tell you now, don't waste your effort. The Ning family invested 30 million yuan into this drama, so the role will definitely go to Ning Xuelua." "Is that so? Then why do you need to be so nervous? You're my artiste. You have to listen to my arrangements for you," Chang Li said as a matter of course. "Oh, so Sister Chang, you do know I am an artiste under you." "Ningxi, I don't have time to waste with you. Since you don't accept my kindness and want things the hard way, don't blame me for being merciless." As soon as she said the words, Ningxi felt a force hit her, and caught off guard, she was pushed into the bar's storeroom, her cell phone also stolen away. Bang! The door slammed shut. The footsteps outside the door gradually became quieter as they went further away. Knowing that shouting would be useless, Ningxi leaned against the door and slid down to sit on the floor without a word. When Ningxi had just joined the company, Ning Xuelua still knew how to restrain herself, and had ordered Chang Li to arrange various villain roles for her. Lately, it was becoming too much that even such underhanded tricks like locking her in a storeroom were being used. If she couldn't get the role she auditioned for this time, she definitely needed to find a way to leave Starlight Entertainment. As she pondered this, she suddenly heard a small sound. "Don't tell me there's a rat?" Ningxi glanced in the direction the sound had come from and was shocked. Behind a stack of boxes, she could see a little boy. The kid appeared to be around 4 to 5 years old, with features like finely carved jade, and white and soft like a small bun. He was hiding in the corner shivering, his black eyes full of wariness and alarm. "Huh, why is there a kid in this bar's storeroom? No way some customer could be preposterous enough to bring a child to a bar, right? Hey, little bun, who are you? How did you get in here? Did you sneak in? Did someone lock you in here? Do you eat candy?" After asking for what felt like half a day, the child still did not speak, and his trembling only became worse, like frightened prey. Ningxi stopped talking. This didn't have anything to do with her anyway. Thus, an adult and a child each took a corner of their own as they continued to coexist idly. At this time, the ceiling light started to flicker and then went out. In the darkness, Ningxi could hear a chattering sound. After carefully analyzing the sound, she realized it was a noise made by the chattering of teeth. Ups.t from n, 0/v/lbn/.co/m. Ningxi couldn't help but laugh, and faced the little bun. Are you afraid of the dark? The chattering stopped for a second, and then began even louder than before. Oh, how could he be such a coward? Ningxi patted her butt as she got up, and walked towards the kid. The little bun was so scared of Ningxi, his entire face went pale with fright. Meanwhile, she sat down next to the little bun and didn't do anything except close her eyes to sleep. All night, Changli had dragged her around to drink with people. It would have been even more surprising if her head wasn't hurting. After waking up from a short nap, Ningxi felt that her leg was warm. She looked down to see the little bun clinging to her, clutching the hem of what she was wearing. Ningxi couldn't help but laugh. When she had still been living in the countryside, she had raised a cat. It had been especially cowardly and was deeply afraid of people. The moment it saw anyone, the cat would run. However, if you didn't pay the cat any attention, it would slowly lower its guard after understanding you didn't mean it any harm, and the cat would then start to cling to you, and even climb onto your knee to sleep. The little bun noticed her gaze and his small face went red with embarrassment, but he no longer showed any fear like before, and instead was filled with curiosity. He really resembled that cat, so much so that even his facial expression was the same. Ningxi curled her lips and felt her hand itching until she couldn't restrain herself, and tousled the little boy's hair. When she touched him, she frowned. Why was his forehead so hot? Do you have a fever? Changli was going to lock her up in here at least until tomorrow, after the audition was over, and maybe even longer after that. If this child were to continue burning with fever, it could prove to be quite fatal. In her moment of panic, she realized something wasn't right. The light in the storeroom had obviously died earlier, so why was there still light inside this place? Lifting her head, she realized there was a very small skylight overhead which was letting light in. Searching the storeroom, Ningxi found a ladder, which she placed beneath the window. Little bun, come here. I'll help you escape. The little guy showed a reaction for the first time. He shook his little head, and seemed determined not to leave. Looking at him, Ningxi understood what he meant, and smiled while pinching his cheeks. Why do you speak of loyalty? Do you want to stay and suffer with me? Go up, the window's too small for me, so I can't leave with you. But you can head out and find someone to come save me. Read the latest stories novilbin.com. Seeing the kid's hesitation, Ningxi picked him up directly and put him on the ladder. Quick, be a man. Don't waver. I'll be down here guarding you. After finally delivering the child safely outside, Ningxi went down the ladder, but started to feel dizzy. In that moment of sudden lightheadedness, she slipped and fell. Outside the window, the little bun's originally expressionless face contorted in terror as he witnessed the scene. Ningxi forced a word out. Leave. Under the starlight, her face was pale and fragile, but it did not overshadow her ethereal beauty. Her eyes, especially, held a sparkling and spirited elegance that mirrored an ocean brimming with a constellation of stars. She was no longer the same country bumpkin and ugly duckling from the past. However, what use was that? Ningxi smiled bitterly. She hadn't gotten her revenge yet, and here she was, about to die from a fall. At least before dying, she had accomplished a good deed. She had saved the little bun. If her child had not died that year, he would probably have been the same age. 5 years ago, after that car accident, the Ning family, ashamed of her, had sent her to M Country, to a miscellaneous university for profligate, second-generation rich kids. They had left her to fend for herself. She had withdrawn from that school to apply for Nanjia University, where she went crazy learning whatever she could. Because she wanted to defeat Ning Xuelua, to reclaim all of what should have been hers. Most importantly, acting was her ultimate dream. After returning to the country, she had used her looks and talent to gain Chang Li's attention. She then successfully entered one of the biggest entertainment companies, Starlight Entertainment. Originally, the path under Starlight should have been vast with possibilities. But then Ning Xuelua also entered the company, and then bribed Chang Li to constantly suppress Ning Shi. Meanwhile, inside the guest room of the Eden Wine Bar, the atmosphere was very tense. The bar owner, manager, security, and all related staff trembled together in a huddle, as if they were all about to face imminent disaster. This was all because the Lu Corporation's young heir, Lu Tingxiao's precious son, had gone missing in their bar. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Tingxiao's expression was very cold. He was like an ice sculpture, without the slightest trace of emotion, but he exuded such tremendous pressure that everyone standing before him felt their legs shake, and their sweat fall like rain. No one dared to make a sound. At his feet, a young man cried while wiping his snot and tears. "Brother, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have brought Little Treasure to a bar. If anything happens to him, I wouldn't be able to live with myself anymore." After he stopped talking, a kick flew at his chest. The sound of bone crunching caused goosebumps. Everyone who was present trembled a bit. Lu Jingli clutched his chest and coughed, before climbing back up to resume groveling. Right now, his parents were on vacation outside the country, and did not know that Little Treasure was missing. If they knew, they wouldn't do something so simple as a kick like his brother, they would carve him alive. Lu Jingli was feeling hopeless and pathetic, when suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Standing the closest to the door, the bar owner opened it, and found it odd when he saw no one. But then he lowered his head, and was stunned. Young master. Little Treasure. My God! Little Treasure. My darling. Where have you been? Lu Jingli rolled himself up and hugged him tightly. He was so emotional, he cried bitterly while his snot ran freely. Everyone in the room was relieved and felt as though they'd survived a disaster. Lu Tingxiao walked a few steps towards the door. He grabbed Lu Jingli by the collar and threw him aside. He then knelt down to speak to his son. "What is it?" Finally, having escaped his second uncle's monstrous grip, Little Treasure seized Lu Tingxiao's hand and hurriedly pulled him forward. Lu Tingxiao drew closer to his son and could smell not only the scent of wine, but also a faint fragrance. It wasn't heavy like perfume, but more like flowers growing out of a glacier, emitting a light and cool scent. It gave him a sense of vague familiarity, but also a small dose of fear. Noticing that Lu Tingxiao was not moving, Little Treasure pointed in a direction with his small finger with an extremely worried expression. Lu Tingxiao picked his son up in his arms and started in the direction his son wanted him to go. Behind him, the remaining people looked at each other helplessly before following. 5 minutes later, the group was standing before the door to the bar's storeroom on the top floor. Little Treasure twisted his body to get down from his father's arms and started banging anxiously on the storeroom door. "What is it, Little Treasure? What's in there?" Lu Jingli's forehead was covered in sweat. Without expression, Lu Tingxiao ordered, "Open the door." "Yes, yes, yes." The bar owner repeatedly nodded his head, then turned around to look at the female manager beside him. "Manager Yi, why are you still just standing around? Open the door quickly! Where are the keys?" Open the door?" The female manager went rigid. "What bad luck! That woman Ningxi was still in there. She had promised Changli that she would lock her up in there at least until the audition was over. However, with the Lu family's two masters and her boss waiting, she couldn't say no. She could only tremble as she took out the keys to open the door. Once the door was opened, everyone saw a woman lying on the floor unconscious. What is this? Why is there a woman in here? The owner flew into a rage. I don't know. I checked this area earlier and there wasn't anybody here. The female manager hid her guilt as she defended herself. Quick! Let's just save her first and then discuss it. F0 Low New Hapters at nov/el/bin/.com. Just then, someone ran over to Ningxi. Little Treasure threw himself onto Ningxi, his expression fierce, not letting anyone approach her. President Lu, this. The bar owner felt helpless. He didn't understand at all how the situation had come about. Lu Tingxiao glanced coldly at the female manager's guilty expression, then looked at the ladder, which was under the skylight in the ceiling, big enough to allow a child through. He could roughly deduce what had happened here. He waved his hand to dismiss everyone, then walked over and directly picked the woman up in his arms. In his embrace, the soft, cool scent from before returned and was even more distinct. Seeing Lu Tingxiao pick her up, Little Treasure did not stop him, but his expression showed his unwillingness. It appeared as though he was saying that if he wasn't so small, he'd pick her up himself. In the First People's Republic Hospital in B City. By the time Ningxi woke up, it was already the next morning. When she opened her eyes, she could see a man sitting on a chair by the window. His long legs were casually crossed. He wore a slim-fitting tailored suit which emphasized his broad shoulders and slender waist. His white shirt was buttoned all the way up to the collar. He was bathed in sunlight, but his body appeared to be shrouded in an ancient frost. His cool and calm demeanor was like that of an olden-day emperor. The man noticed her observing him and directed a gaze as deep as the ocean at her. His chilling stare seemed to pierce through her. The look he gave her felt intrusive, like a sharp surgery knife dissecting her piece by piece. It made her bones shudder. Ningxi decided to join the battle, unwilling to lose to this stranger and his uncomfortable gaze. She asked impatiently, "Mister, if I may ask, how did I end up here? Did you see a little boy? He's 4 to 5 years old, doesn't like to speak, appears white and soft but also a bit dull." Dull. The man raised an eyebrow at her description, then glanced to her right, his voice as cold as his appearance. "Are you talking about Little Treasure?" Ningxi quickly followed his line of sight and saw a white, soft little bun lying asleep on the small bed by her side. "Right. That's him. His name is Little Treasure?" Ningxi let out a sigh of relief and reached over to feel Little Treasure's forehead. His fever had already subsided. Before, when she had helped the child escape, she had regretted it a bit. He was just a child, and with a fever, in such a rough place like that wine bar, what would she have done if something had happened to him? Ningxi then turned around to face the ice statue. "You are this child's." As soon as these words left her mouth, Ningxi realized she didn't even need to ask. The man and the child seemed to have come from the same mold. It was apparent that they were father and son. Still, the ice statue replied, "Father. Hi beautiful, you're awake. I'm Little Treasure's second uncle." N/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. Abruptly, a large face rushed over towards her, causing her to retreat backward until she saw the man's face and stopped. Lu Jingli? He was the Lu Corporation's second prince, Glory World Entertainment's boss, but leaving his stunning looks and titles aside, he was a playboy. He had made more scandalous appearances in the media than many celebrities and artistes. She could never mistake his face. If the ice statue was Little Treasure's father, and Lu Jingli was Little Treasure's second uncle, then wouldn't the ice statue be Lu Jingli's older brother, Lu Tingxiao? Lu Tingxiao was Jing City's famous god of fortune. His existence was like a king sans a crown. Who would have thought the child she had saved was the mysterious illegitimate son of Lu Tingxiao, the sparkling golden prince? Lu Tingxiao carefully sized up the woman on the hospital bed, scrutinizing her expression to see if it was real or fake. After a long time, he finally believed that she had not known about Little Treasure's identity and circumstances. He calmly said, "State your request." "Ah, what request?" Ningxi did not understand at all what he meant by those 3 words. "My brother means to thank you for saving Little Treasure, so he's asking if you have any requests." Lu Jingli looked at her as though to say, "You've hit the jackpot." Ningxi's brain started to turn, and she said seriously, "Actually, you don't have to thank me. I saved Little Treasure, and in turn he also saved me. If it wasn't for Little Treasure going out to find someone, I would have still been trapped inside, so we're even." Although she had indeed saved the young master, how could she dare ask for a reward? The more money one had, the more likely they would become deluded into thinking others were out to get them, especially since this was the Lu family, one of the wealthiest and most prominent families around. It would be good enough they didn't think she had planned all this. Look at how wary Lu Tingxiao was when he watched her. To avoid potential problems, it was best to end all relations with them here. Ningxi thought her reply was faultless, but Lu Tingxiao still looked dissatisfied. Seeing this, she felt fearful. Geet the L Testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. Did she say something wrong? Why was his face so scary? Brother, your expression is so scary. If I didn't know you were trying to repay her kindness, I would have thought you were here for revenge. Lu Jingli couldn't help saying, as he couldn't bear to see a beauty so frightened. He then turned to Ningxi to say, "My brother doesn't like to owe favors, so please just ask for something. Don't be so courteous." Were there people who would actually force requests out of others? Ningxi curled her lips. "I'm not being courteous, but really, there's no need. I've only said the truth. If you don't believe me, you can check." "No need," Lu Tingxiao said succinctly. His expression became impatient. Lu Jingli opened his mouth. "We've already checked the security camera in the bar storeroom. Little Treasure ran in there himself, and as for you, the manager has already admitted to locking you in there, so don't worry. We don't suspect you of anything, and you did save Little Treasure, so just request something." Amazing, now we're back to where we started. Finally, Ningxi ran out of ideas, and under Lu Tingxiao's chilling gaze, she gave in and said, "How about, you give me money? Don't all rich people like to solve problems immediately with money?" Lu Tingxiao should also be the type to think the same way. If she didn't ask for money, they might think she wanted one of the young masters instead. Right when she believed she had made the right request, Lu Tingxiao's expression turned even uglier. Ningxi was about to cry. Why did he have to be so taciturn? Can't you just say what you want to say? Would a few words kill you? Lu Jingli rubbed his nose as he translated, "My brother believes that giving money insults the other person." Ningxi's heart was howling, "No problem, just insult me." The Lu family was too unique, she really couldn't think of a reasonable request at the moment. It was at this point in their stalemate that Lu Tingxiao opened his mouth. "Marry me." Ningxi froze for a second, then began coughing heavily, almost choking herself to death on her own saliva. "Cough, cough, cough, what did you say?" After finally succeeding in stopping her coughs, she immediately looked at Lu Jingli. "Second master, please translate." But this time, it was not just Ningxi who was stumped, even Lu Jingli was also dazed. Brother, what did you mean? This time, I really cannot translate. Ningxi suddenly had a light bulb moment. She asked in a faltering tone, is it because I saved your son that you've decided to repay me with your body? Lu Tingxiao inclined his head slightly and thought about it before he nodded. You could say that. Ningxi felt like she was dreaming as she stared at the cold, expressionless face on the man before her. She held her forehead weakly. Doctor, where's the doctor? I think I might have hit my head so hard that my brain is not working properly. I'm hallucinating. On the side, Lu Jingli's expression was guileless. I didn't hit my head, did my brain break down too? At this very moment, Ningxi simply could not accept the reality before her. She had saved Little Treasure, so now his father wanted to repay her with his body? If this was anyone else, that would have been fine. If it was someone just a bit handsome, then it could be considered a lucky romantic encounter. But this person was Lu Tingxiao, Lu Tingxiao. When it came to looks, she was not bad, but Lu Tingxiao was the kind of beauty even the most gorgeous of women might have never seen before. If he just fancied her, she wouldn't be so surprised. If Lu Tingxiao only took her looks into consideration and wanted to play around with her, that was understandable. But he had said, marry me, which was the most frightening of all. Most importantly, don't you like men? Ningxi blurted out. Bah ha ha. Lu Jingli was laughing so hard, he fell over. Lu Tingxiao's face became black like the bottom of a pot, instantly filling the whole ward with a dark atmosphere. After a long time, Lu Jingli finally stopped laughing. If my brother likes men, where did Little Treasure come from? Surrogate pregnancy and artificial insemination? If my brother likes men, why would he offer you his body? To cover up his true sexual orientation? Ha 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 ha, brother, I really can't help you anymore. I also heard that the two of you are together. Ningxi's meat gaze shifted between the two brothers. Cough cough cough. Lu Jingli was so startled, he choked. Bullshit, those tastes are too heavy for me. Though, this young master is indeed very handsome, I could be both a lady killer and a man killer. At this time, a stormy person slowly rose from his chair, his long legs striding over towards Ningxi. Jingli, take Little Treasure out. Ah. Brother, what are you going to do? Lu Tingxiao fixed his sleeves languidly. To prove my true sexual orientation to Miss Ning. New N0vel chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/co/M. Seeing his expression darken, with a gaze which looked as though he wanted to devour her whole, Ningxi was so scared, she fell off the bed. She hid behind Little Treasure, and almost wanted to hide under the bed. Mr. Lu, it has nothing to do with me, it's what other people are saying, I'm just repeating it. Also, you really don't have to thank me, but if you really want me to request something from you, then my request is that you don't ask me for a request again. I'm sorry, I have a really important audition right now, so I'll be leaving first. If fate shall have it, let us meet again then. Ningxi hastily finished speaking and was about to escape. But after having only taken a few steps, Lu Tingxiao said in a cold voice behind her, Did I allow you to leave? Ningxi was so scared, her legs began to tremble. My life is over. A few seconds later, under Ningxi's ready-for-death gaze, Lu Tingxiao handed her a sheet of paper and a pen. Could I trouble Miss Ning to write a note for Little Treasure, to prevent him worrying when he wakes up? That's it? She had survived a disaster. Of course, no problem at all. I can even write 10,000 words and that wouldn't be a problem. Ningxi breathed heavily with relief and picked up the pen to begin writing. After she was done writing, she immediately ran off in a frenzy. Watching her back as she left, the man's gaze turned contemplative, as though watching prey that had already been collared. After Ningxu left, Lu Jingli sidled over to his brother and bounced up and down. "Brother, am I dreaming? Do you really like Ningxi? After all these years, even a dull piece of metal like you can be carved into a fine needle. You've never once fancied a girl. Even I, your own brother, was beginning to wonder if you were bent." The moment the word bent came out, his older brother cut him off. "Shut up." Lu Jingli choked. His belly was filled with gossip, and not being able to ask for the truth was really killing him. It was currently rush hour, so there was a traffic jam. Although Ningxi had rushed over, by the time she reached the building hosting the auditions, she was already late. Chang Li walked out of the building with a very happy Ningxu Elua, who was surrounded by people congratulating her. From a distance, seeing Ningxi drenched in sweat as she came running, Ningxu Elua looked at her with the exact same expression from 5 years ago. She looked at her as though she was looking at an ant. Ningxi watched Ningxu Elua get into her van and immediately depart. However, Ningxi did not leave and instead rushed into the building. It was still not too late. Read latest chapters at novel.bin/c/o/m only. About halfway to her intended destination, she ran into a group of people who were chatting happily. They were the casting judges for the drama The World. "I'm sorry I'm late." Ningxi bowed deeply. Noticing Ningxi unexpectedly blocking their path, a few of the judges began to frown, expressing their displeasure. Was there anyone who liked tardy people? The assistant director grimaced. "The auditions are already over. What's the point in rushing over now? Youngsters are getting worse and worse these days. I'm not here to audition for the female lead." Ningxi replied. If you're not here to audition for the female lead, then what did you come here to audition for?" the screenwriter asked curiously. "I want to audition for the second female lead, Meng Changge. From what I know, the last time there were auditions for the second female lead, you still weren't able to find someone suitable." After she finished speaking, she lifted her head. The moment Ningxi lifted her head, there was a 5-second silence, and the unpleasant expressions cleared. They could only notice the girl's red lips and white teeth, her black hair falling down to her waist. She wore a red, collared dress that was very showy. However, it did not overshadow her beauty, but instead complemented her. She stood there quietly with an aura as deep as a forest, like she was a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, with bewitching eyes that could cause people to drown unwittingly in desire. She exuded a mature and seductive aura, yet seemed so innocent. Her eyes had a crystal-clear depth to them. "What's your name?" It wasn't until director Guo Qixing spoke that all the casting judges came back to their senses, as if from a beguiling dream. "Ningxi." Director Guo shared glances with his assistant director, the producer, and the screenwriter before saying, "That sounds familiar. You're an artiste with Starlight Entertainment, correct? Go back and prepare, the role is yours. When we start filming, we'll contact you." "Thank you, director. I will work hard to prepare." Ningxi bowed her thanks. From the start, Ningxi's goal had been to become the second female lead. For this role, she had practiced for 3 months, working hard to understand Meng Changge's feelings and the impression she gave, in order to impress the judges with just one glance. Although she had endured a lot of hardships, it had been worth it. She had succeeded. After Ningxi left, director Guo couldn't help but feel admiration. "We tried so hard to find an actress, but she found us instead. Even though this girl is signed with Starlight, she doesn't have enough work experience, and with such poor qualifications, I never once thought of her for the second female lead. Who knew in real life she would be so much more beautiful than in her photos?" The screenwriter, Yi Ling Long, couldn't resist saying her most admirable qualities were her temperament and manners. Her gaze was absolutely perfect. Meng Chango was a domineering female general before she became the disastrous beauty that she is, and this girl perfectly captured this. She can be seductive without being vulgar and can even maintain a sense of purity and detached intelligence. In the previous auditions for the role, all the actresses acted as though they were playing the queen of a brothel. I almost died of anger. Ha ha ha, don't be angry. Haven't you finally found your long-awaited Chang'e? At the same time, in the First People's Republic Hospital in B City, the VIP patient room which Little Treasure was staying in was in chaos. The kid was crouched atop the windowsill, his emotions extremely volatile. No matter what the doctors or nurses said, he wouldn't come down. Below Little Treasure, Lu Jingli tried to coax and calm him down, but the one being pleaded with didn't give in to his uncle's cajoling. Left with no choice, Lu Jingli could only make a call to the company to ask Lu Tingxiao to come back. Brother, you came back. Your Little Treasure suddenly threw a tantrum. What happened? Lu Tingxiao asked in a low voice. I don't know what happened. When he woke up, he started trying to find someone. I thought maybe he was searching for Ningxi, so I told him that the pretty auntie had left. After saying that, he started going wild. Little Treasure really seems to like Ningxi, he wouldn't listen to anyone and became like this. This was the first time in a while that Little Treasure was this emotionally unstable. After hearing the whole story, Lu Tingxiao went to Little Treasure. The kid became alarmed and shrank back after noticing his approach. His eyes were reserved and cautious. He wouldn't even acknowledge his own father. Lu Tingxiao stopped 3 steps shy of Little Treasure and calmly said, "When your second uncle said auntie left, that's exactly what he meant. She is well physically, and only left the hospital to go home. She did not die and leave this world, not like your grandmother who died and never came back. Do you understand?" Lu Tingxiao could only be this patient and speak so much with his son. Lu Jingli was speechless. Are you kidding me? I only said 2 words she left, and he imagined so much. Actually, it wasn't strange at all for Little Treasure to have an erratic state of mind, since he had been traumatized and frightened by seeing Ningxi fall. After hearing Lu Tingxiao's explanation, Little Treasure stopped screaming and instead remained motionless on the windowsill. Lu Tingxiao then took out a note. She wanted me to give this to you. Do you want to look at it? Little Treasure paused, and like someone flicking on a switch, he raised his head and spread his arms, indicating for Lu Tingxiao to pick him up. Lu Jingli. All the doctors and nurses present. Everyone had worked so hard to the point of near collapse, yet Lu Tingxiao had handled the situation with a single note. Before, when Lu Tingxiao had asked Ningxi to write a note, Lu Jingli had felt his brother's action was meaningless, however, he was now impressed. Lu Tingxiao picked up his son and sat down on the sofa before he handed the note to him. Little Treasure impatiently took the note. He had already long learned how to read and write. Darling, thanks for saving me, you're amazing. Seeing the words on the note and the little drawing of a heart on the back, his eyes glittered, his face flushed red and he couldn't help but smile, puffing his cheeks up. His face was undeniably adorable. Lu Jingli looked like he had seen a ghost. Bullshit, am I going blind, brother? Our Little Treasure actually smiled. I can't remember how long it has been since he last smiled. What did Ningxi write in that note? Lu Jingli tried to take a peek, but Little Treasure hid the note away like it was treasure. But Lu Jingli had already seen it. It was just a simple message, and yet it could bring such happiness to Little Treasure? This Ningxi was really not simple. Lu Tingxiao did not say anything and only looked at his son with a gentle gaze. Now that little treasure was awake, Lu Tingxiao brought him home after canceling all his business matters just so he could accompany his son. Late at night, at the Platinum Residence number 8. In a large, cold and cheerless living room, two people, one big and one small, sat at a dining table facing each other, their expressions just as cold. Lu Tingxiao, eat. Little treasure wouldn't listen. Lu Tingxiao, I'm saying it one last time. Little treasure remained unmoved. Read latest chapters at bin/c/o/m only. Lu Tingxiao, do you think by refusing to eat, you can successfully threaten me? Little treasure, like an old monk sitting in meditation, was completely immersed in his own little world, hardly reacting to anything from outside. The father and son pair continued to face off against each other. 1 hour later. Lu Tingxiao dialed his brother Lu Jingli's number. Send Ningxi's address to me. In the end, starvation proved to really work. Lu Jingli was efficient and immediately sent Ningxi's address to his brother's cell phone, followed by a bunch of questions trying to satisfy his gossipy nature, which Lu Tingxiao of course ignored. This time, without Lu Tingxiao even saying a word, little treasure immediately followed suit after noticing his father pick up a coat and his car keys. Lu Tingxiao glanced down at his son walking next to him and had no choice but to pick him up in his arms. Just this once. After Ningxi returned from the audition, she freshened up before heading out to the supermarket to buy hot pot ingredients, some dishes, and beer. After experiencing such an ordeal, she had to have a hot pot celebration at home. A single person having hot pot by herself was really the ultimate level of loneliness. However, she had always been by herself, so she was used to it. Right after she had started heating up the pot and finished preparing the dishes, the doorbell rang. Who could possibly visit at this hour? Ningxi opened the door curiously, and was shocked. On her doorstep stood Lu Tingxiao in a neat suit under a large, black coat. In his arms, he carried little treasure, who was holding a colorful fruits basket. This was an odd pairing? Mr. Lu? Ningxi felt so frightened. Why did you come here? It's quite late. Is something the matter? To check on your health, Lu Tingxiao replied curtly. Check on my health? Personally coming over to her place late at night, bringing little treasure with him? She had only been hurt slightly, she could still run and jump around. Ah, Mr. Lu, you're too kind. Please come in. I apologize since my home is a little messy. Ningxi couldn't process the situation fast enough. She felt extremely flustered as she invited them in and then hurriedly tidied up what she could, shoving magazines under the sofa and her scattered clothes under the bed. Sit wherever you like. Would you like anything to drink? Will tea and milk do? She tried to guess what Lu Tingxiao would want, but he was too much of a mystery for her to figure out. That's fine. Lu Tingxiao nodded his head, his expression making him seem like a soldier reporting to his superiors. Ningxi boiled some water for Lu Tingxiao's tea and poured a glass of milk for little treasure. Lu Tingxiao's long and lanky figure made him appear a bit squished on the couch with little treasure beside him. Not only did the father and son pair have cool, handsome features, even their expressions appeared the same. They were both expressionless. And wouldn't speak. And created the same cold, silent atmosphere. When Ningxi saw this, she wanted to cry, but had no tears. Really, what did these two come here for? At this moment, the pot started to wheeze, and an enticing spicy smell filled the air. To break the silence, Ningxi casually asked, Have you two eaten dinner yet? I prepared a hot pot. Would you like to eat together? Lu Tingxiao, okay. Little treasure nodded his head. She simply asked out of politeness, what were they implying by agreeing so readily? One was a big CEO and the other was a young master. What treasures and delicacies had they not tried, and yet they would run over to her place to eat a commoner's spicy hot pot with her. Ningxi couldn't bear to bring out the food. But since she had already offered, she could only be thick-skinned by leading them to the table and putting out another 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. The soup base I bought is pretty spicy. Can you handle spicy food? Ningxi asked restlessly. Lu Tingxiao, that's fine. Little Treasure nodded again. Okay. Ningxi brought the prepared ingredients over. Lu Tingxiao didn't eat much and for the most part, he cooked vegetables for them. However, Little Treasure loved spicy food as much as she did, and the two of them couldn't stop eating once they tasted the spiciness in their mouths. After a while, Ningxi felt a little worried. Isn't it bad if children eat too much spicy food? If something happened to the little prince, she wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. He's not that weak, Lu Tingxiao replied. Hearing this, Ningxi didn't say anything else. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. How was the audition? The silent and cold machine Lu Tingxiao had finally taken the initiative to speak first. Ningxi was shocked, but recovered quickly and replied, "It was successful, that's why I prepared this hot pot celebration tonight." Lu Tingxiao raised his cup. Congratulations. Who knew the first one to congratulate her would be Lu Tingxiao? Ningxi smiled genuinely and lightly clanked her beer against his cup. Thanks. The moment she smiled, Lu Tingxiao felt blinded. After Ningxi said her thanks, she looked at Little Treasure. This is also thanks to Little Treasure. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to rush over for my audition. Come darling, let's have a drink too. Little Treasure looked at his glass of milk and then looked at Ningxi and his father's beers. He felt unwilling, but ultimately, he clinked his cup against Ningxi's beer and chugged all his milk. Ningxi found his serious demeanor amusing. Did he know about drinking away his sorrows like adults? Halfway through dinner, Lu Tingxiao went to the patio to receive an incoming call. Ningxi nudged Little Treasure and handed her beer to him. Hee, are you curious about the taste? Quick, while your father isn't here, have a little bit. But only one sip. Little Treasure's eyes lit up like stars in the sky, and he lowered his head to drink a bit. Although the taste wasn't good, he was extremely happy nonetheless. After Lu Tingxiao finished his call and came back, Ningxi was sitting properly and pretending nothing had happened. Little Treasure was even more professional, slowly drinking his milk. Nothing out of the ordinary. Lu Tingxiao looked as though he hadn't noticed anything, but a brief warmth flickered in his eyes. The three of them had pretty good appetites. Ningxi had bought a lot of groceries, but they still managed to finish everything. Ningxi saw the time and realized it was getting pretty late. Just as she thought about whether or not they should head back soon, lightning flashed outside the window, followed by loud booming sounds of thunder. It looked like the onset of a heavy storm. I watched the Weather Channel today, and they announced that tonight there was going to be a storm followed by a typhoon. Ningxi felt a headache coming on as she looked at the rain outside her window. Little Treasure looked at Ningxi, as did Lu Tingxiao. Finally, after being stared at by the father and son pair for a while, she said, "It's late. The weather isn't looking good, so if Mr. Lu were to bring Little Treasure home, it might be dangerous. How about, you two stay the night here with me?" She had said this out of courtesy, and she felt that Lu Tingxiao would definitely not agree to it. In the end, Lu Tingxiao, all right. Little Treasure nodded his little head repeatedly. What, he agreed again. Lu Tingxiao is too unreserved. Why did she feel as though they both had been waiting for her to make the offer? She was about to go crazy. In the end, Lu Tingxiao and Little Treasure would stay the night. Explore Ta Ti stories at no/l/bin.cm. The residence her company had given her was not big, it only had a bedroom and a living room. Deciding where the three of them would sleep was going to be a problem. Tonight, I'll sleep in the living room. Mr. Lu, you and Little Treasure can sleep in my bedroom. I'm going to go change the bedsheets first. No need, I'll sleep in the living room. You can sleep with Little Treasure in the bedroom. Lu Tingxiao's tone allowed no further discussion. Ningxi felt that she had sinned. Not only did she let the big CEO eat a cheap hot pot, she was making him sleep in the living room. If it had only been Lu Tingxiao without his son tonight, even if it was hailing, she wouldn't have allowed him to stay, since a single man and a single woman under one roof would only be trouble, especially after what Lu Tingxiao had said to her during the day. But she had no choice, and there was also Little Treasure. For Lu Tingxiao to bring his son home in such bad weather would be really dangerous. With Little Treasure here, the situation couldn't be so bad, right? Ningxi could only accept her fate. I'll go see if I can find some clothes for you both so that you can wash and change. After rummaging through her closet, she really did find some. Ningxi had some props from one of her part-time jobs, one of which was a pair of Pikachu costume pajamas for children. She had casually packed it away, but now it was perfect for Little Treasure to wear. Finding clothes for Lu Tingxiao was even easier since her younger brother had left some of his clothes at her place. After reuniting with her birth parents, Ningxi had felt guilty towards her adoptive parents. She couldn't bring herself to face them properly, and so she slowly lost touch with them, only keeping in touch with her brother, Tang Luo. After finding all the clothes, Ningxi also found a blanket and pillow for Lu Tingxiao. The sofa in the living room wasn't big enough and could not accommodate Lu Tingxiao's long legs, so she could only add a chair to extend the length. Little Treasure was really good at not letting others worry about him, as he had already showered by himself, put on the pajamas, and climbed into bed. After Ningxi finished showering, she put on some conservative sleepwear and confirmed she wasn't revealing any inappropriate parts of her body. Then, Mr. Lu, I'm going to bed now. If you need anything, just call for me. All right. Seeing a Ningxi who had just showered, Lu Tingxiao was disoriented for a moment. Soon after, his gaze became focused, and his vision was filled with only her. Her hair was tied into a simple bun and she was wearing the most basic design for two-piece pajamas. She wasn't wearing any makeup, but her jade-like skin had a natural flush from the steam of her hot shower. Seeing that Ningxi had purposely dressed conservatively, there should be nothing inappropriate about her appearance. In Lu Tingxiao's heart, however, there was a problem, because he noticed that a certain part of his lower body was slowly rousing itself. Ningxi went into her bedroom, and suddenly noticing the little creature on her bed, she felt intrigued. Since last night, a lot of unexpected things had happened that were beyond her control. Quickly go to sleep. She knelt next to Little Treasure after turning off all the lights except for the small one by the side of the bed. Little Treasure kept his eyes open, indicating his intention to stay awake. Ningxi started to have a headache. A bedtime story was required to lull a child like this to sleep. Ningxi helplessly threw up her hands. I don't know how to tell stories, so how about I sing you a song? Little Treasure nodded his head, his face expectant. And so, Ningxi lightly patted Little Treasure's back and began to sing softly. On a somewhat cold and warm autumn day. Tranquilly by your side. Quietly watching the flickering light dance. The wind carries a few red leaves. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. Stirred up hearts go on and on. Between being half drunk and half awake. I laugh uncontrollably. Let me float like the snowflakes amongst the clouds. using my frigid coldness to kiss others lightly, bringing out waves of their emotions, leaving behind who knows how much love in the world, while welcoming fleeting life and its many changes. Ningxi stopped singing here because the next line was, doing joyous matters with your lover. How was this lyric appropriate for such a young child? Cough, Auntie won't sing the rest of this song, so I'll sing a different one for you. Little Treasure was very cooperative and nodded his head in agreement. Ningxi searched her brain for the safest, most appropriate song for a child. In a happy pond, there was a little frog. It jumped and danced like a prince had possessed its body. With its handsome gaze, no other frog was more beautiful. Then one day, it was awakened by a princess. I believe in miracles, I believe I will one day be your partner, la 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 la. After singing the frog song 3 times, she finally heard the sweet sounds of breathing by her side. Having a child is really not easy. She suddenly felt great admiration towards Lu Tingxiao as a single father. She didn't know who Little Treasure's mother was, but why did she give birth to him and not stay with Lu Tingxiao? Was it because her status was too low and the Lu family wouldn't accept her? Or had she and Lu Tingxiao quarreled over some unknown matter? While thinking of all these possibilities, Ningxi gradually succumbed to the dream realm. Halfway through the night, Ningxi was scared awake by a sound from the living room. Little Treasure slept heavily as Ningxi lightly got off the bed to find out what had happened. Opening her bedroom door, she saw Lu Tingxiao pouring himself a glass of water, one hand clutching his stomach and his face ghastly pale. Ningxi rushed over. Mr. Lu, are you all right? It's nothing. Do you have a stomachache? Lu Tingxiao was silent. Ningxi knew she had guessed right. Lu Tingxiao couldn't handle spicy food. But if he couldn't handle it, why had he still eaten it? Wait a second, I'll get you some medicine. Luckily, her house was well stocked with medical supplies. Ningxi hurriedly brought over the stomach medication. You have to eat both pills. Thanks. Lu Tingxiao took the caplets from her palm, the coolness of his skin lightly grazing hers and giving her a shock which engraved itself into her heart. It was currently very late into the night, and with a beauty standing before her, in such a difficult, dangerous situation, it was very easy to light a fire. Ningxi silently recited math equations in her head to calm her heart. As she watched Lu Tingxiao take his medicine, she felt it wouldn't be appropriate to just leave, and decided to accompany him for a while. Is it better now? Do we need to go to the hospital? I'm sorry, I didn't know you couldn't eat spicy food. Originally, she was worried about Little Treasure eating too much spicy food, but in the end, Little Treasure was fine but Lu Tingxiao was not. What kind of situation was this? It's no big deal. Both of them didn't say anything for a while before Lu Tingxiao finally opened his mouth. Tonight we came to bother you because Little Treasure wanted to see you. Ningxi felt surprised. Little Treasure wanted to see me? Since you saved him after the scare he received in the bar storeroom, Little Treasure is now very reliant on you, Lu Tingxiao explained. Ningxi realized that if Little Treasure was nearby or whenever the topic of Little Treasure came up, Lu Tingxiao's unfathomable cold demeanor would soften. He was not as frightening as he had been at the hospital during the day. So it was this. Ningxi nodded her head. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. The atmosphere created from being up this late at night tended to make people lower their guards and confess their worries, so Ningxi asked a question she'd been thinking about a lot. That, if I may boldly ask, does Little Treasure not know how to speak? She had never heard Little Treasure utter a single word. The little guy only knew how to nod or shake his head. It's not that he doesn't know how, he just doesn't want to speak, Lu Tingxiao replied. So it's a psychological issue? Ningxi furrowed her brow. Yes. Lu Tingxiao didn't intend to hide anything. It was almost as she had guessed. As for the issue of what had happened to trigger the child's trauma like this, Ningxi dared not ask further about such a secret. Miss Ning. Lu Tingxiao suddenly fixed his attention on her. His gaze was cold, yet it gave her a scorching hot feeling which excited and exhausted her. Yes? Ningxi froze under his gaze. Have we met somewhere before? Lu Tingxiao asked. If anyone else had asked this question, Ningxi would assume that the other person was hitting on her using a completely worn-out pickup line. But the person speaking was Lu Tingxiao. Also, there was an entirely serious and honest expression in his eyes. I don't think we have. If I had seen a person like you before, Mr. Lu, it's impossible that I would have no recollection of it whatsoever. Is there a problem? Ningxi's tone was firm. Even if she was the eldest miss of the Ning family, there was absolutely no possibility of having met Lu Tingxiao, who was of a higher and different class. It's nothing. Lu Tingxiao directed his gaze, dark as the night outside, towards the window. He seemed forlorn. If this kind of tete-a-tete continued, the atmosphere would not be good. Mr. Lu, if you're all right now, I'm going to head back to bed, Ningxi said carefully. Lu Tingxiao saw through her and waved his hand. No rush. Sit. No rush. She was really rushed, okay? With a face like she was about to cry, Ningxi sat down obediently, like a student in class. Lu Tingxiao rested his head in one hand. Are you that scared of me? A late-night Lu Tingxiao was much more unreserved than the daytime Lu Tingxiao, so he was even more dangerous. Ningxi shook her head like a rattle, but then nodded her head. You're a king. Who wouldn't be afraid of you? Lu Tingxiao swirled the water in his glass, and said faintly, so because other people are afraid of me, you are afraid of me? Then, all the other women want to marry me, but why don't you? This question nearly scared Ningxi into falling off her chair. She thought she had already dodged this bullet during the day, but she was just too naive. This question made her feel like 1,000 knives were directed at her. How was she supposed to answer it? Ningxi raised a shaking hand. Before I answer this question, can I ask a question first? Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Lu Tingxiao nodded. Sure. Why me? Is it because Little Treasure is reliant on me? I think this is only temporary. Wait until his emotions settle down, and it'll be fine. Even if he is always going to be like this, you don't need to force yourself. Ningxi earnestly advised and persuaded. Lu Tingxiao lowered the glass in his hand and lifted his eyes to meet hers. Miss Ning, I believe that I explained very clearly in the beginning, because you saved Little Treasure, I decided that I would repay you with my body. This kind of explanation is so weird, it blinds me. There's no way I could accept this, all right? Ningxi howled in her heart. Ningxi felt that she couldn't possibly get through to him if they persisted in this vein, so she could only put on an apologetic face and say, Mr. Lu, I really appreciate your intention, but I'm not a person who wants to get married, so... Lu Tingxiao furrowed his brow. So you only want to sleep with me? And you don't want to marry me? That's right, Pa. No. I don't mean it like that. Ningxi was ready to just kneel before him. Can you not say such horrifying things? How regretful, I only accept sexual relationships with marriage as a prerequisite. Who would believe that? Ningxi could not help saying. Didn't you have a child outside of marriage? Lu Tingxiao looked out the window with a slightly absent-minded expression. Little Treasure was an accident. Even I don't know who the mother is. Why did this sound so bad? Is it because you mind that I have a son? Lu Tingxiao abruptly asked. Impossible. Like Lu Tingxiao had said, if you cut open the brain of every woman who lived in the city, you would know they all wanted to be Little Treasure's stepmother. How could she mind such a thing? Then why? Seeing his expression, she knew that Lu Tingxiao would not let her go until she answered the question. She raised her head and let out a deep breath. Mr. Lu, marriage isn't a game. Whether it's to repay me or for any other reason, we should at least get to know each other. Do you know what kind of person I am? Do you know my past? The one I want to marry is the present you. Your past has nothing to do with me. Of course this would be Lu Tingxiao's answer. It was as tyrannical and overbearing as it could possibly be. Ningxi's expression turned frosty. Except to me, my past is a part of me. I can't cut out that part of me to marry you. Mr. Lu, there is no point in being together with someone who follows different principles. I sincerely advise that you take back your ridiculous offer. Her statement was followed by a cold silence. Right when Ningxi thought the other party was so furious from shame he was about to fly into a rage, Lu Tingxiao opened his mouth and calmly said, I understand. Ningxi relaxed, and replied, I'm going to bed then. Good night. Good night. The man stared at her seemingly fragile silhouette, his gaze unfathomable like the ocean. The only thing unchanged was the boiling heat at the bottom of the sea. The next morning, Ningxi was awakened by a low male voice coming from the living room. Hearing footsteps behind him, Lu Tingxiao lowered his phone and asked in a gentle tone, Did I wake you? Ningxi stared at the man in front of her, her eyes wide like copper bells. Lu Tingxiao wasn't wearing a shirt, so when she opened the door, the first thing she saw was his bare skin. The impact was too much. She rubbed her nose. Thankfully, she hadn't embarrassed herself. Lu Tingxiao didn't seem to have noticed her strange behavior and calmly picked his shirt up from the sofa. As he buttoned it on, he said, There's an emergency at work, I have to go. I'll have to trouble you to go wake Little Treasure up. Oh, okay. Ningxi nodded and quickly went to do so. But she didn't have to. When she turned around, she saw a soft and cute little Pikachu standing in the doorway. His eyes were staring intently at his father, Lu Tingxiao, and he appeared displeased. Little Treasure, go change your clothes, Lu Tingxiao ordered the son as he put on his coat. The reply he received was the loud bang of the bedroom door being slammed shut. Ever so merciless. Lu Tingxiao. Ningxi. Lu Tingxiao went to turn the doorknob, but it was locked. He looked at Ningxi. Do you have the key? Ningxi awkwardly shook her head. I do have one, but the key is also inside the room. Lu Tingxiao pinched the skin between his eyebrows, and said in a cold, unfathomable tone, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't come out, don't think you'll ever get to come here again. 3 minutes later, there was still no sound or motion behind the door. Get out here. If you're waiting for me to force you out, I won't be as nice as I am right now. There was still no movement. That Little Treasure was really not giving his father any face. Watching from the sidelines, Ningxi wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. I have work later, but it's no big deal if Little Treasure stays to play for a while. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Lu Tingxiao's expression was irritated and displeased as he took out his phone to make a call. Ningxi took a sneaky peek and saw that he was calling a psychiatrist. She was at a loss for words. Wasn't it too extreme to call a psychiatrist for such a small matter like this? Ningxi coughed as she urged, How about letting me try? Lu Tingxiao hesitated slightly before nodding. Ningxi pressed against the door and used a gentle, soothing voice. Little treasure, Auntie has to go to work so I can't take care of you. Follow your father home first, okay? There was still no sound from inside. How about this, we can exchange phone numbers so we can instantly contact each other? We can even video chat. Sounds of footsteps approached the other side of the door. If Auntie is late, the director will yell at me. Our director is really mean. Auntie is so pitiful, woo. The door unlocked with a catchy sound and then opened. Lu Tingxiao, who was already prepared to fight a long war, felt that he was dreaming. He stared at the woman standing beside him with bewilderment. With just 3 statements, she had managed to coax Little Treasure into obediently coming out by himself. If only he had known her when Little Treasure had locked himself in the attic the last time this happened. His entire family of 4, all the butlers and servants, the psychiatrist, even a negotiation expert who had been hired as a last resort, had all been useless despite spending an entire afternoon trying to talk him out of the attic. In the end, they broke the door down and the little kid ignored everyone for a whole month. Ningxi of course didn't know about any of this, and only thought the child was really obedient despite his tragic air. She picked Little Treasure up. Seeing his depressed expression, she was unwilling to scold him and praised him instead. Little Treasure is so obedient. Thanks, darling. Little Treasure appeared happier with the praise, and he silently gave her a note. On the paper, there was a string of numbers. Ningxi accepted the note. Ah, is this your phone number? All right, I'll save it, and when I'm not busy, I will definitely give you a call. Lu Tingxiao felt it a bit strange. Little Treasure didn't have a cell phone, so what phone number did he give her? Using his height to his advantage, he looked at the note. That was his phone number. You really are my son. Starlight Entertainment. Inside the office, a completely flustered and exasperated Chang Li exclaimed. Ningxi auditioned and was cast as the second female lead. Second female lead? Ning Xuelua creased her forehead at the information. Wasn't she playing some random role in an unknown movie? When did she have time to audition for the second female lead? I originally thought it was strange too, but after asking around, I found out it was after the auditions for the first female lead ended, the casting judges were leaving, and it just so happened that they ran into Ningxi. The moment they saw her, they immediately decided she fit the role of the second female lead. They only gave her one glance and it was decided like that. No wonder you feel threatened by her. What a schemer she is. Who knows who she had to seduce to get this role? There were some things Chang Li didn't dare say. Ningxi's looks were her best weapon. The fact that the casting judges decided on her with just one glance was not strange at all. She thought back to when she had first signed Ningxi as an artiste. She had been prepared to nurture her, but out of nowhere came Ning Xuelua. On one hand, a new artiste with no power or backing, on the other hand, an already famous celebrity with a strong and powerful family background. Anyone would know how to choose. The entertainment industry was not a place where you could survive on beauty alone. Ning Xuelua was displeased. Even if she's not the first female lead, this is still a huge production. Chang Li could hear in her tone that she did not want Ningxi to be cast in this role. She felt conflicted. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to remove her. Our company invested a lot of money into this drama, and the boss is really happy after being able to secure the first and second female leads. If there was someone from our company who could replace her, that would be fine. However, everyone else has already failed the auditions. So there's no good reason to remove her. Ariad updated Estirise at n/vel/bin. Calm. Who knew what Ning Xuelua was thinking, but she suddenly calmed down and began filing her nails. She laughed. Never mind. Since she wants to play the role of a fox demon, then let her. Playing a seductress who brings disaster really suits her. Ningxi soon received a phone call from Changli notifying her that her casting in The World as the second female lead was confirmed. She was also told to properly prepare for the part. In the movie The World, the first female lead was righteous, brilliant and courageous, and would help the male protagonist ascend the throne. Meanwhile, the second female lead brought calamity to the country and the people. She was treacherous and cunning, and was spurned by all. To everyone's satisfaction, she would ultimately meet her end with the first female lead making her jump off a cliff. Because it was such a character, it was unsurprising that Ning Xuelua wasn't bothered to interfere with the casting. Although Ningxi had landed the role of second female lead, she still needed to complete her existing work. Today, she still had a production she needed to run to. Her role was a husband-stealing vixen, and she only needed to film the last 5 minutes. Under the blistering sun, she would be surrounded by angry people and beaten violently for 5 minutes. However, the reality of film was that these 5 minutes actually took a little over 2 hours to complete, because the group of actors was inexperienced. Their expressions were not in sync, so she had to be hit repeatedly. Returning home, Ningxi turned on the television as she lay on the sofa, completely exhausted. A news broadcast was on, and then a familiar person appeared on the screen. Such flourishing beauty, such broad shoulders, a slim butt and long legs, such height and such an ascetic temperament, who else could it be but Little Treasure's father, Lu Tingxiao? Lu Tingxiao appeared to be in the middle of a signing ceremony, and was shaking hands with several foreigners. The host sounded very enthusiastic when introducing the successful collaboration between Lu Corporation and the Italian DR brand. Entering the European market would possibly double the company's stock value. After watching for a while, Ningxi finally realized that she had forgotten to give Little Treasure a call. At the Platinum Palace. The 2 elders of the Lu family had returned from overseas, and the family of 5 were having dinner together. The business deal the Lu Corporation had pursued for 3 years was finally sealed, making the old master very happy. He praised Lu Tingxiao very highly, even Lu Jingli got some compliments. After he was finished, however, he brought up the most crucial issue. That while work was important, his precious grandson took even more priority. Master Lu, Tingxiao, work is very important, but you can't just neglect Little Treasure. Since you will be less busy in the upcoming days, spend more time with Little Treasure. Madam Lu, but if you're really busy, then find someone to help you take care of him. Little Treasure is already so big, you should really consider finding someone. Master Lu, your mother is right. Lu Jingli gave his brother a meaningful glance. Look, our parents are starting again. Lu Tingxiao focused on eating dinner, not uttering a single word. Little Treasure held his father's cell phone, not moving at all. Madam Lu watched the father and son pair, who were both stiff like wood. It really broke her heart. Tingxiao, did you hear what I said? And what's going on with Little Treasure? He hasn't eaten a grain of rice all night. My baby darling is only staring at the cell phone. Lu Jingli was still chewing on the sweet and sour ribs, so when he spoke, it was unclear. Little Treasure is waiting for the pretty auntie's phone call. Madam Lu was confused. What pretty auntie? Lu Jingli waved his hand. Dad and Mom, you don't have to worry. My older brother already found someone he likes. Madam Lu was shocked but still disbelieving. Are you telling the truth? Old two, don't lie to us. Master Lu's expression was serious as he put down his chopsticks to observe Lu Jingli. Why would I lie? This is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask my older brother. Lu Jingli said while looking at his brother. Tingxiao, is what Jingli said true? Master Lu asked gruffly. Ting Xiao, why don't you say something? Madame Lu urged. Lu Ting Xiao, yes. Madame Lu felt as though she was going to die of impatience, like she had waited half a day to only hear a single yes. Her stomach was full of anger. You brat, why can't you say more than one word? Talking to you is such a waste of effort. Lu Tingxiao said, is that so? Great, so he could say more than one word. Madame Lu still wasn't reassured, and asked suspiciously, Tingxiao, the person that you like, is it a he or she? Lu Tingxiao's face went black, his teeth nearly gnashing together, and he spat out, female. Lu Jingli laughed so hard, he nearly fell off the chair. Of course it's a woman, and a very beautiful one. Our little treasure likes her so much that he's even waiting for her call. When Madame Lu heard this, she was ecstatic. The ancestors have blessed us, the ancestors have blessed us. Ting Xiao, which family's young miss is this? How old is she? Where did she come from? What does she do? How big is her household? Why didn't you tell us sooner? Lu Jingli hurriedly cut her off. Mom, calm down. Nothing has even happened between them yet. We didn't tell you because we were afraid you would intervene and ruin everything. If they found out who Ningxu was, about her less than stellar reputation and the fact that she was currently working in the entertainment industry, their plans would surely go sour. At this time, Master Lu said, since Ting Xiao likes this person, then she must be decent. Don't worry so much. What don't worry? Aren't you worried yourself? Who is it that worries so much he can't sleep at night and has to go out to the porch to smoke? Madame Lu mercilessly exposed her own husband. But after hearing what her husband had to say, she relaxed a lot. Tingxiao's standard is so high, the girl he likes must be pretty good. Even Little Treasure likes her. After everyone quieted down, the cell phone Little Treasure had been holding all night suddenly rang. This was Lu Tingxiao's personal cell phone, so not many people knew the number. Lu Jingli rushed over to see. Indeed, it was Ningxi's phone number. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy.com. Is that girl calling? Madame Lu excitedly asked, rushing over as though she was going to meet her daughter-in-law. Lu Jingli nodded his head and then helped Little Treasure answer the phone. Little Treasure didn't know how to use cell phones. Lu Tingxiao had bought him a cell phone before, but he hadn't liked to use it, and who knows where it went. At the same time, the entire table of people were focused completely on the cell phone. Lu Jingli was the most shameless, pressing against the side of the cell phone to eavesdrop. Ningxi had struggled for a long time about whether to call or not, but in the end, she made the call. Due to the incident 5 years ago, she was actually not too fond of children and even avoided getting close to them. It would only cause her to think of unhappy memories and to think of the child she had lost. That child had once carried her warm hopes, but also represented the dirtiest part of her past. For some unknown reason, Little Treasure didn't discomfort her at all. On the contrary, the more she saw him, the more she liked him and couldn't help but want to be closer to him. It was really strange. Hello, hello? The call connected, but there was no sound. Ningxi knew that it had to be Little Treasure, and she laughed lightly. Is it Little Treasure? Sorry, Auntie just finished work and just remembered to call you. Little Treasure wasn't capable of replying, so Ningxi could only talk like she was talking to herself. With no proper topic of conversation, she had to find something to say. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. Darling, have you eaten yet? You're too skinny, so you have to eat a lot, okay? Children shouldn't be picky, only then will you grow quickly. Actually, being chubby would make you even more adorable. Although right now, you are already cute enough. Oh, right, I just saw on TV that your father successfully closed a big business deal. He's really amazing, so help me congratulate him. 10 minutes later, Little Treasure put down the cell phone and took out a tablet that had not been used in a long time. He quickly wrote something down, congratulations. Even if Little Treasure could not speak, he was very fluent in Chinese and English. He felt, though, that Chinese was bothersome to write, so for the most part, he would write in English. However, he had not written anything in a long, long time. Because he had had no desire to communicate. The two elders were completely shocked. Lu Jingli had witnessed this before, so he was rather calm about it. Lu Tingxiao had secretly heard what Ningxi had said on the phone, so when he saw the word on the whiteboard, his usually frozen face displayed a rare smile as he rubbed his son's little head. Thanks. After Little Treasure had finished writing, he started to eat his dinner in a serious manner. He was even eating the carrots he hated most. The two elders remained in stunned silence. Their eldest son had smiled, their good grandson had written a word, their good grandson was taking the initiative to eat dinner, their good grandson was even eating carrots. Madame Lu finally recovered from her incredulity and immediately asked, Jingli, what did the girl on the phone say to Little Treasure just now? Master Lu's face showed that he also wanted to know. Questioned by his parents, Lu Jingli slowly replied, nothing much. She only told Little Treasure not to be so picky with his food and to have Little Treasure pass on her congratulations to my elder brother. Madame Lu's face was filled with disbelief. That's it? Lu Jingli shrugged his shoulders. What else would there be? Master Lu's face was full of gratitude. One phone call from this girl can already do this much. The results are already even better than 1 year of working with the psychiatrist. It really is. Madame Lu was both surprised and delighted. This lady is really not bad. Tingxiao, work hard. Lu Tingxiao, yes. Madame Lu didn't give her eldest son a second glance before turning to her youngest son. Old two, your brother is a piece of wood. He won't know how to woo girls, so you have to help him, do you understand? Now you realize how useful I am. Lu Jingli chortled. Relax, I will definitely use my lifetime of knowledge to help my brother. But we have to make a deal that you two cannot intervene. Parents are always the easiest way to ruin relationships. The two elders agreed. We understand, we were just asking. When the two elders left after dinner, Lu Jingli went to find his brother for a reward, like a dog wagging its tail. Brother, wasn't I great? Wasn't I great? His brother threw something small at him. Lu Jingli caught it with one hand. What plaything is this? Looking at it properly, his eyes widened. It was a car key. The key to the 100th anniversary Bugatti race car he had been eyeing for so long, the only one of its kind ever made. Oh! My beloved little darling. Lu Jingli hugged the car key and kissed it madly. Brother, I love you. Lu Tingxiao had never given in no matter how Lu Jingli had pestered his brother before. Who knew his brother would throw it right at him just for casually saying a few words in front of their parents? That Ningxi held a higher place in his brother's heart than he had expected. The more Lu Jingli thought about it, the more anxious he became. That, big brother, are you sure it's Ningxi? You're not playing and you really want to get married? Married. Lu Tingxiao's voice was firm, leaving no room for doubt or any other possibility. Lu Jingli sighed. Since he had experience, he had to give some advice. Then let me remind you to prepare yourself. Chasing after a woman like this is like playing a video game. There are different levels: easy mode, normal mode, difficult mode, and hell mode. And Ningxi is definitely hell mode. Women usually have weaknesses, but with Ningxi, you want to use money? Even with her looks, she's still doing so poorly in the industry, so she definitely isn't the type to accept a financial sponsor or shady deals. You want to use love? Take a look at the lovers she had when she was overseas. Her exes are everywhere in the entertainment industry, and each and every one of them is extraordinary. When I first saw the list, I was impressed, and I've never been impressed by something like this before. And if you want to get her pregnant? Don't even bother to think that will work. She's completely focused on her career right now, and does not want children. Even if I try for her myself, it'd be an 80% chance of a game over for me. A newbie like you would just be sacrificing yourself to give her experience points. Lu Tingxiao looked coldly at him. 100%. Lu Jingli smirked. Okay, it would 100% be game over for me. Don't sweat the small stuff, alright? The point is, I bet that Ningxi is just like me, someone who never wants to get married or have kids. This kind of person is skeptical of relationships and love. Freedom is their life. If you want to play around, that's easy. If you want to get married, that's really difficult. That's only because you haven't met anyone you want to marry or have children with yet. Lu Tingxiao's usually frigid and cold face seemed gentle in the moonlight from the window. Lu Jingli counted how many words his brother had said with a disbelieving face. Ah, people who are in love really are different. Even someone with no experience is giving me lessons. But what you said makes sense. So, now what? Do you need your beloved younger brother to help with anything? Lu Tingxiao gave him 2 curt words. No need. Lu Jingli was concerned. What do you mean no need? Wooing girls is different from doing business. Think about it carefully. Don't you really need a smart and handsome god-level girl-chasing coach? Lu Jingli was doing his best to promote himself when suddenly, the door to the study room opened with a creak. The 2 brothers turned their heads to look. Little Treasure was standing in the doorway. Surprise flashed in Lu Tingxiao's eyes. Ah, Little Treasure. Lu Jingli was also surprised. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy.com. Little Treasure had actually left his bedroom at this hour? Everyone knew Little Treasure preferred peace and quiet. Normally, he would hide away in his room after dinner. Once the servants finished their duties, they were to return to their rooms and not come out. They were not to make a single sound, lest they provoke Little Treasure into throwing a tantrum or going out of control. Madame Lu had been worried about Little Treasure before, and had entered his room a few times to offer him some food. The result was Little Treasure locking himself in the attic. This was why Little Treasure refused to move in with the 2 elders even though they loved him so much. Yet right now, Little Treasure had actually left his room on his own. Not only that, Little Treasure ran directly to Lu Tingxiao and hugged his leg. Lu Jingli guffawed. What's Little Treasure doing? Does he want something? Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy.com. Already seeing through his son's intentions, Lu Tingxiao rejected the unspoken request without skipping a beat. No, you already went there last night. Little Treasure then looked at Lu Tingxiao's cell phone. You already had 1 phone call at dinner. Lu Tingxiao refused again. Watching from the sidelines, Lu Jingli finally understood. So the little guy was missing Ningxi. Little Treasure saw that he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted from his father, so he ran over to Lu Jingli and also hugged his leg. Lu Jingli was overwhelmed and flattered. No, baby darling, don't use this act on me. You know your second uncle can't win against your cuteness. While Little Treasure was normally nearly always impassive, when he wanted something, his expression and mannerisms would turn so adorable, one could just die and come back to life from it. Once he looked up at you with those big, beautiful, shiny eyes, you couldn't help but want to fly into the sky to bring him the stars. The only person in the entire household who could resist Little Treasure's appeal was Lu Tingxiao. Lu Jingli threw his hands up in the air. Little Treasure, acting like this won't work, I can't defeat your dad. Hearing this, Little Treasure let go of Lu Jingli. A ruthless resolution. The little guy looked as if he had been separated from his lover by cold-hearted parents. Lu Jingli laughed so hard he had to use the wall to support himself. "Ah, Little Treasure, you don't have to be in such a rush. There's a saying that love lasts longer when lovers are separated, since absence makes the heart grow fonder. Wait until your dad marries Auntie Shi, then you can see her every day." His words had no effect. The little guy ran out the door. Lu Jingli shrugged. "What do we do now?" "He ate a lot tonight," Lu Tingxiao said. His words meant that a hunger strike couldn't be used any time soon as the ultimate threat. Lu Jingli relaxed at his brother's words. But they underestimated Little Treasure. He was a child, so he didn't need to scheme big, just one word, havoc, was enough. Right after they were done talking, there was a loud bang from the living room downstairs. Lu Jingli and his brother glanced at each other, and they sprinted downstairs. In such a short time, the entire living room was already a mess. A big vase, originally as tall as a person, lay shattered on the floor. Anything that could be pushed over or broken had shared the same fate. Lu Jingyu. Lu Tingxiao only used Little Treasure's full name when he was truly angry. If even Lu Jingli couldn't handle that frightening pressure, how could Little Treasure? Little Treasure quivered with fear at the sight of his father's enraged face. He became even more agitated and his emotions ran wild. He started screaming at the top of his lungs and ran around to break more things. Lu Jingli immediately chased after him, cautiously aware of how there were so many broken shards on the floor, it would be disastrous if they fell. "Brother, we can't continue like this, why don't we just call Ningxi over?" "We cannot call her," Lu Tingxiao replied coldly. Lu Jingli did his best to persuade him. "Brother, Little Treasure is a child, not a work employee. Don't be too harsh with him, there's nothing wrong with spoiling him a bit. What child doesn't throw a tantrum? It is not your place to teach me how to raise my child." Lu Tingxiao's expression was icy. It appeared that he was determined not to let Little Treasure get used to acting out in order to get his way. It was a real headache for Lu Jingli, caught in between this father and son pair. If the situation got any further out of hand that the two elders heard about it, the fact that he had brought Little Treasure to a wine bar would be exposed once they started looking deeper. God, someone quickly come and save him. Get latest double CHDers on nve.lbj/n.c/m. While Lu Tingxiao went to catch Little Treasure, Lu Jingli sneakily sent a hasty text message to Ningxi's cell phone. That evening, Ningxi was at home reading her script while messaging some people online at the same time. "Evil Fairy King, Little Ningxi, can't you change your old-fashioned QQ name? It irritates my eyes. Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, and Evil Fairy King isn't irritating? You have the nerve to criticize me? Evil Fairy King, cough, I'm back next month, come to the airport to pick me up. Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, not going, busy. Evil Fairy King, come pick me up. Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, I said I'm busy. Evil Fairy King, are you coming or not? Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, the other party doesn't want to speak to you and throws a dog at you. Evil Fairy King, the other party catches your dog and screws it. Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, the dog feels as though it's been pierced by a needle. Evil Fairy King, F*******. How are you dirtier than me? Also, what are you saying is a needle? Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, you started it, I'm not going to banter with you anymore, I still need to take a look at my script. Evil Fairy King, it's just a small role, what's there to look at? We used to date, are you really going to be so unfeeling? Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, I've dated so many, which number were you? Evil Fairy King, little Ningxi. Just you wait. Ningxi turned off her computer to focus on her script. After reading for a while, her cell phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar phone number. She was worried that it might be the production team, so she instantly picked up the call. Hello, Ningxi, help! You are. I'm Lu Jingli, come to the Platinum Palace quickly. Something's happened to Little Treasure. What? What about Little Treasure? Ningxi immediately felt anxious. Just know it's an emergency, please hurry, hurry. Bro, could you calm down, the child is still young. Little Treasure, you can't break that, ah. Lu Jingli sounded so serious, and the sound of things crashing and shattering coming through the phone made Ningxi even more nervous. She hurriedly started to change as she replied, I'm on my way. She herself didn't know what was wrong with her, but she couldn't sit still after hearing that something had happened to Little Treasure. She had only known him for a few days, but in her heart she already couldn't let him go. The Platinum Palace was pretty far away, taking a car would take approximately 40 minutes. Worried that it would take too long, Ningxi got her motorbike out of the garage and sped over. What would have been 40 minutes took just 10. She assumed Lu Jingli would have notified the security guards, and after giving them her name, Ningxi was let in directly. She rushed to Villa number 8, where a maid was already waiting for her. Since she had taken her motorbike, Ningxi had worn a skin-tight black leather top and leather pants. After rushing over, she removed her helmet and gloves, her long hair falling to her shoulders like a waterfall. She looked so graceful and dashing, and was simply too beautiful. Seeing her appearance, Lu Jingli almost couldn't stop himself from whistling. Lu Jingyu, did you really think I wouldn't dare touch you? In a corner of the living room, Lu Tingxiao had caught his son, who had nowhere else to run. In his arms, the little guy was struggling to escape, like a crazed little beast flashing its small claws. Don't! Ningxi hurried over to snatch Little Treasure away. Little Treasure lifted his little head to see who it was, and froze for 1 second before his large eyes turned red and he dove deeper into Ningxi's embrace, clinging tightly and refusing to let go. Seeing the cute and soft little bun from yesterday trembling with so much fear in his eyes, Ningxi's heart twisted painfully. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. So angry that she no longer cared that the other party was a fearsome big boss, she fired words off at him. Mr. Lu, I know I'm an outsider and it's not my place to say anything, but I still need to say this one thing. There's something wrong with the way you raise him. Children this young need warmth and love, especially since Little Treasure's condition is so unique. He's had a huge trauma and doesn't have a mother by his side, you should be more patient and tolerant with him. How can you be so fierce with him? Can't you see how scared he is? And yet you would raise your hand against him. Lu Tingxiao, I was wrong. Lu Jingli. He. Hearing his own big brother so plainly admit his wrongs, Lu Jingli could only laugh to himself. When I told you that there's something wrong with the way you raise children, you chewed me out straight away. And yet when Ningxi tells you the exact same thing, you obediently listen. After Ningxi's arrival, Little Treasure was like a puppy who had seen its owner and obediently listened to every word, completely unlike the wild and fierce little lion from before. He allowed Ningxi to hold his hand and was led back to his room. On the sofa, Ningxi lightly caressed Little Treasure's head. What happened? Everything was still fine in the morning, right? Lu Jingli puffed up. What else could the problem be? Little Treasure missed you and wanted to see you, but my brother wouldn't allow it. He wouldn't let him call you because he was afraid we would be disturbing you. In the end, Little Treasure started throwing a tantrum and running everywhere, and thrashed the living room. My brother didn't want Little Treasure's tantrums to become a habit, so the two of them quarreled. And that's when you got here. Just because Little Treasure couldn't see me and couldn't call me? Ningxi found the explanation a little hard to believe. Even though Lu Tingxiao had said earlier that Little Treasure was now reliant on her, did she really have that much of an impact on him? What do you think? You really underestimate your influence. Seeing that she still just wouldn't understand, he explained, that day in the bar storeroom when you fainted, Little Treasure wouldn't let anyone near you. In the end, my brother had to personally carry you to the hospital. Reflexively, Ningxi looked at Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao personally carried me to the hospital. And then in the hospital, Little Treasure saw that you weren't there and thought you died. He ran riot and nearly jumped out the window. He only calmed down after my brother gave him the note you'd written for him. Last night, Little Treasure wanted to see you, so he starved himself to threaten my brother. As for tonight, because you called and told him to eat, he ate too much, so he couldn't use starvation as a tactic. That's why this happened. Ate too much? Earlier, she had told him to eat a bit more during the phone call, so was this her fault? The impact of Lu Jingli's words was too much. It took Ningxi a long time to digest them. Read lat.stch on n/v/l/b.i.cm. She looked down at the little bun who was clinging to her tightly. Little Treasure, you broke all those things because you wanted to see me? Little Treasure nodded. Ningxi frowned. Don't you know what you did was wrong? Little Treasure shook his head. Ningxi finally understood why Lu Tingxiao was so strict. This child probably had been spoiled so much that he felt everything should go his way. Ningxi's gaze turned serious. Auntie is telling you now, what you did was not right. Only bad children act that way, so don't be like this ever again, all right? Little Treasure nodded. Lu Tingxiao's expression was hard to describe. Little Treasure was unruly, but if he nodded and agreed to do something, he would do it without fail. The psychiatrists had tried everything to stop Little Treasure's habits of using starvation as a scare tactic, locking himself in, and even breaking things, but Little Treasure had remained completely unmoved. As for more forceful methods, the two family elders could never bear to use them and would only persist halfway before giving in and letting their precious grandson have his way. The influence Ningxi had on Little Treasure was greater than he had expected. Of course, he was delighted by this. Ningxi scolded Little Treasure a little more before gently coaxing him into bed. Shall I sing you a song today? Little Treasure nodded obediently. Kiki, what should I sing? I know! Calabash Brothers, 7 flowers on a branch, unafraid of any storm la 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 la. Leaning against the door, Lu Jingli almost fell over. Little Treasure is a very intelligent boy, how can he possibly like such a childish song? But he realized the little guy was actually listening intently. What was even more amusing was that his own brother was doing the same. After Little Treasure finally fell asleep, Ningxi stretched out. I sang almost all of the children's songs that I know. Lu Jingli couldn't help but cry and laugh. Then why did you sing children's songs? You can sing other songs. Those kids' songs nearly killed me. Ningxi used a rubber band around her wrist to tie her hair up, and lifted her bright, phoenix-like eyes. Other songs? Besides children's songs, all the songs I know are inappropriate for children. Lu Tingxiao's mind flashed back to when Ningxi had sung Under the Moonlight. Lu Jingli became excited after hearing this. Ha ha ha, really, really? What songs? Sing them for me. Lu Tingxiao glared at him. Lu Jingli was so scared, he immediately stood up. His brother was actually the jealous type. Were you nearby? Lu Tingxiao asked. Otherwise, how could she have gotten here so quickly? No, I was at my apartment, but I rode my motorbike over. Wasn't it fast? Ningxi felt proud. No wonder she was dressed like that. Her outfit today was even more stunning than yesterday's. Yesterday, she was dressed like a conservative spirit. Today, she was a wild and free demoness. That's very dangerous. Lu Tingxiao's expression was full of disapproval, his gaze becoming even icier as he glanced at Lu Jingli, who had been the one to call her to come. Not at all, I'm very good on my motorbike. Ningxi waved her hands in protest, and then yawned. Since little treasure is fine, I'll be leaving then. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Tingxiao said, Miss Ning, I have an audacious request. Since she had already vented all her anger at him earlier, she was back to her normal self, and replied respectfully, Mr. Lu, please speak freely. I'll comply if it's within my capabilities. The Lu family was very powerful in both respectable and underground circles. Demon King Lu was someone who could attack at a single word he didn't like. Lu Tingxiao glanced at his son, his gaze heavy. What happened when the two of you were locked inside that bar storeroom traumatized little treasure more than I realized. Right now, it seems you are the only one who can console him, so until little treasure recovers, I hope that Miss Ning can live with us temporarily for that period of time. Ningxi froze after hearing Lu Tingxiao's request. Ha! Move here and live together? Yes. Ningxi tugged on her hair nervously. Isn't this too inappropriate? If little treasure wants to see me, I can come any time to visit him. Lu Tingxiao appeared tired as he rubbed his forehead. There are too many unpredictable factors involved here. Especially if at night there was an emergency situation, it would be too dangerous for you to speed over here again. Because of my position, it's not convenient to keep taking little treasure over to see you. I know this is a troublesome request, but I'm still asking this as little treasure's father. I hope you can agree to it. Ningxi's head hurt. If Lu Tingxiao had tried to use his power to forcibly ask this of her, she would have outright rejected him and then left, but he was asking so earnestly, with no thought at all to his own identity and position. Not to mention, faced with such supreme beauty, how was it possible to say no? Standing on the side, Lu Jingli stared intently at his brother. Amazing! Who knew his brother could use such a high-end technique, turning a disadvantage into an advantage that would take out all obstacles on the path to winning Ningxi over. Little treasure's existence was no longer his weakness, but now his biggest advantage. Suddenly there was a loud bang. Little treasure had jumped off the bed in fright, knocking the bedside lamp over. When he saw Ningxi, the fear in the kid's eyes eased, and he shot like an arrow towards her. The intense fear in those eyes would twist the heart of anyone who saw it. Ningxi quickly bent down. Darling, why are you awake? The little guy rested his head against her and his small arms hugged her tightly around the neck, not letting go. It's okay, Auntie is here. Don't be scared, don't be scared. Ningxi lightly patted his back. She could smell a sweet milk scent on him, and her emotions became a little complicated. Read latest chapters at no.vel.bin/c/o/m only. She actually avoided getting close with children, so why couldn't she bring herself to dislike it when it came to little treasure? Ningxi coaxed Little Treasure to sleep once more before closing the bedroom door softly and coming out. She noticed that the mess in the living room downstairs had already been cleaned up by the servants. As expected of servants of the Liu family, not only were they efficient, they were also well-trained. They all knew of and were curious to death about Ningxi's visit. Still, no one gave her a second glance or dared speak a word of gossip. They only went about their business and left quietly. Lu Tingxiao noticed she had come out, but didn't say a word to pressure her. He only silently looked at her. Ningxi was hesitant. She thought of the expression Little Treasure had made when he wouldn't let go of her sleeve, and finally she gave in to her feelings. She breathed in deeply before letting it out. "All right, Mr. Liu. I'll agree to your request. Consider it me paying Little Treasure back for saving me last time." Lu Tingxiao visibly relaxed. "Thank you. Little Treasure could wake up at any time, so it looks like I won't be leaving tonight, but all my things are at my apartment." Ningxi was troubled. "That won't be a problem, I'll have someone go fetch them for you," Lu Tingxiao said, and then ordered the butler to head out. Lu Jingli, who hadn't said a single word throughout, was stunned at how quickly the situation had escalated. So just like that they were now living together? "Did you still need something?" Lu Tingxiao glanced at Lu Jingli. "I'm leaving now." The third wheel, who was discarded by his own brother, quickly left. He had thought that Ningxi was fierce, but his brother was no weakling either. He finally realized that his brother wasn't clueless when it came to chasing girls. It was just that for the past 32 years, he had simply never let himself go. Lu Tingxiao showed Ningxi to a room next to Little Treasure's. "From now on, you can stay in here. I'll find someone to come redecorate it in whatever style you like." Ningxi waved her hands in protest. No need. I'll only be living here for a few days, it's not like it's permanent. Redecorating is too troublesome." "It's not troublesome." Lu Tingxiao took a large set of keys from the butler and handed them to her. "These are the keys to the house. You can come and go as you like. The main entrance uses a passcode, 591414. This is the key to the attic. You should keep it with you since it's Little Treasure's favorite hiding place, so he likes to steal it." "This is..." Seeing that Lu Tingxiao was about to give her the key to the safe in his home, Ningxi cut him off. Wait. "Mr. Liu, you're being a bit too carefree. Aren't you scared I'll rob you? What do you want?" "I'll find someone to help you move it." Lu Tingxiao seemed completely serious. He didn't look like he was joking at all. Cough. Ningxi felt completely defeated by Lu Tingxiao and hurriedly said, "I'm just kidding, it was a joke." It seemed as if Lu Tingxiao was addicted to giving away keys, as he gave her yet another one. "It's not easy to catch cabs in this area, and going to work might be inconvenient for you, so you can drive this car." Ningxi. Why? She was only going to live here for a short time, why did she feel like a mistress? No, that's not right. If she was a mistress, she would be hidden away outside, not given the keys to the main residence, and even responsibility of a child. Wow, this felt like being a newlywed. Suddenly, she thought of the first time she'd met Lu Tingxiao, and how he had abruptly proposed to her. She thought that she understood everything about men, but the one standing before her was like a computer program with a top-notch firewall that she just couldn't hack. She didn't know whether agreeing to his request in a moment of sympathy and weakness was going to be a disaster or good fortune. Little Treasure's frame of mind that night was rather unstable, so as a precaution, Ningxi slept beside him on the same bed. In the middle of the night, the door of the bedroom was pushed open gently and silently. Footsteps drew closer, and a man knelt by the side of the bed. In the soft, yellow light from the bedside lamp, the woman on the bed looked like she had been patting little Treasure before drifting into sleep, her breathing shallow and expression warm. Her soft lips were like summer cherry blossoms, and slightly parted as if an unspoken invitation. After a while, a dark shadow encroached on the faint light as the figure of a man crept closer. He was only a breath away, just a bit more, and their lips would touch. But abruptly he stopped himself, before leaving a cool kiss on the woman's forehead. Ningxi, we have long days ahead of us. The next morning, Ningxi had thought at first that she wouldn't be able to sleep on an unfamiliar bed, but she had slept so well through the night without any dreams. When she woke, she realized that little Treasure was already awake. The little guy was reading a book at her side in a serious manner, not making a single sound. He was clearly such a good child, she really couldn't imagine what the little bun was like when he threw a tantrum. "Darling, good morning." Ningxi sat up and greeted him warmly. Little Treasure looked up happily from his book. Though he didn't say anything and his expression seemed unchanged, Ningxi could tell from his eyes how pleased he was. Amused, Ningxi stretched out a hand to flick an unruly lock of hair away. "Today, Auntie doesn't need to work, so I can keep you company." At her words, the little guy was so visibly happier, he even smiled a little. Ningxi was practically bleeding out from all the cuteness. She couldn't help but squeeze his little cheeks. "Darling, smile more. You are too cute when you smile." After showering, she went downstairs where breakfast had already been prepared. Ningxi didn't see Lu Tingxiao, and none of the servants mentioned anything about waiting for him to eat, so she assumed he had already gone to work. After breakfast, Ningxi was worried that she didn't really know how to take care of a child. What would she do if she didn't care for him properly? In the end, her worries were for nothing. The whole morning, she was on the sofa looking at her script, while little Treasure sat at a table next to her reading books or drawing. They didn't bother each other, but shared a harmonious air. The servants only appeared once the whole time to bring some dim sum and fruit. Their movements were very quiet and light, as if afraid to disturb him. It appeared little Treasure especially liked peace and quiet. Standing in a corner, the old butler silently observed the two people, one big and one small, inside the living room. He realized that Ningxi was not behaving as he had imagined she would. He thought that she would desperately do anything to win the young master over, but instead she spent the entire morning reading her script. Meanwhile, the little young master was reading his books and drawing as usual. Nothing much was different, but if one observed carefully, they would realize he would occasionally glance at Ningxi, and he would then appear vibrant and at ease. Women who are too beautiful easily cause others to feel insecure, which was why when the old butler had first seen Ningxi, he had been worried and afraid that the eldest young master had been deceived. From his observations so far, she wasn't doing anything inappropriate, but she could just be biding her time. So many women in the city were covetously eyeing the position of Mrs. Lu, scheming many ways to become little Treasure's stepmother. 2 years ago, that horrible incident even happened because of this, and little young master. So when he saw for himself that this woman had gained the eldest young master's trust, that the second young master wasn't intervening in their affairs, and that even the little young master seemed to really like this woman, he decided to be on his guard against her. He couldn't help but be cautious. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. Ningxi was pretty much done with her script when little Treasure also finished his drawing, which he brought over to show her. Ningxi lifted her head to look, and was surprised. This drawing is me? Find you chapters on nv/lbi.com. One really couldn't tell that while little Treasure seemed calm and quiet in nature, his preferred drawing style was fauvism. Fauve artists tended to enjoy using bright and heavy colors with straight and heavy strokes, creating vibrant and powerful artworks expressing their emotions and passion. Although the person in the drawing looked a little strange, it captured all her important aspects, so Ningxi could immediately recognize herself. Little Treasure nodded as he gripped the drawing nervously, as if scared she wouldn't like it. It's so beautiful. Can I take a picture of it to use as my phone wallpaper? Ningxi was not trying to purposely flatter Little Treasure, these were her true feelings. She had always particularly loved art in the fauve style for the vibrant contrast in colors. Looking at Little Treasure's drawing with her basic understanding of art, she felt he was already a master in the style. Little Treasure felt shy as he pressed his lips together and gave her the drawing. Ningxi pointed at herself. You're giving it to me? Little Treasure nodded his head. Thank you. I love it so much. Ningxi hugged Little Treasure and kissed him on his soft cheeks. Little Treasure froze briefly before his little face started to blush red. His blank, sullen eyes finally sparkled with some life. During this warm exchange, Ningxi heard footsteps from above. She turned her head to see Lu Tingxiao slowly coming down the stairs. He was wearing casual home clothes and his hair was messy, most likely from having just woke up. Lu Tingxiao's usual appearance was already very mesmerizing, but the gap between his current disheveled look and his usual image was so large that the impact was even more powerful. He was so sexy, there was no cure for it. Ningxi felt dazed for a moment before coming back to reality. Mr. Lu, you didn't go to work today? Wasn't today a Monday? Yes, I took the day off. Lu Tingxiao nodded his head. Ningxi thought it was understandable. He had just signed a major deal which had taken a lot of effort to secure. It was natural to take a break after that. So even Big Boss Lu knew how to sleep in. Suddenly, the distance between them seemed to shrink a bit. This is the first time Little Treasure has drawn a portrait, Lu Tingxiao noted after glancing at the drawing Ningxi was holding. Really? Then I'm honored. Ningxi was pleased. What do you want to eat in the afternoon? Lu Tingxiao asked. It seemed not just her living expenses, her food expenses were also covered. Just when Ningxi was about to reply, her cell phone suddenly rang. Chang Li was calling. Did she arrange another minor role for her? Hello, Sister Chang. Ningxi, the opening ceremony for the world will be held at noon at Pearl Hotel. Don't be late. What? Noon? Today at noon? That's right. Today. Sister Chang, why didn't you tell me earlier? It's already almost 11. What do you mean earlier? Aren't I telling you an hour early now? Visit novelbin.c.m for updates. 1 hour might not be enough time for me to get there, not to mention I still have to dress and do my makeup. That's your problem, not mine. I'm busy, so I'm hanging up now. As soon as she finished speaking, the line was cut off. Chang Li. F*** your grandpa. Ningxi threw her phone. In the silence that followed, Ningxi froze. Little Treasure froze. Lu Tingxiao also froze. Ningxi wiped her face, hating herself and wanting to dig a hole to hide in. She had been too impulsive, forgetting that she was in the Lu residence and there was even a precious child present. She didn't care about acting like a well-bred lady in front of Lu Tingxiao, but it wouldn't be good if Little Treasure learned anything bad from her. Cough cough, Little Treasure, let's pretend you didn't hear anything just now. You can't copy Auntie and scold people like that, because the one Auntie was scolding isn't even a person. Ningxi explained seriously. Little Treasure blinked a few times, and then nodded like he understood. A flash of amusement flickered in Lu Tingxiao's eyes. What happened? Ningxi clenched her jaw. The opening ceremony for the world is at noon. It's nearly 11 and my manager only told me about it just now. It takes at least 50 minutes to get to Pearl Hotel from here. Am I supposed to appear on camera barefaced? Why not? You're pretty enough as it is. Ningxi was stunned for a moment. She never thought Lu Tingxiao would say such words, and she shook her head embarrassedly. Cough, I thank Master Xiao for his praise, but for these sort of events, it's only polite to be dressed properly. Most importantly, I don't have anything appropriate to wear, and there will be a lot of paparazzi there. Ah, so frustrating. Wait a moment. Lu Tingxiao raised his hand to let her know not to worry, and then carried his cell phone to the courtyard to make a call. 10 minutes later, a person rushed over, gasping for breath. CEO Lu, the things you wanted are all here. Do we start now? The person who had arrived was wearing ripped jeans and a gray cotton top. There was a very striking dark blue piercing in his left ear. Ningxi was startled to find that this person looked very familiar. Of course, what Ningxi meant by familiar was that she knew him, but he did not know her. This was Arthur, the person under Glory World Entertainment known as the Godly Hand, and personal stylist to the Queen of Films, Su Yimo. This was someone so famous, a small fry like her could only admire him from afar. This is? Ningxi's face was filled with suspicion. You don't recognize him? Lu Tingxiao asked. This is the famous Arthur, of course I recognize him. I meant why did you call him over? Naturally, he's here to style you, Lu Tingxiao said matter-of-factly. Dark lines appeared on Ningxi's forehead as she moved closer to whisper in his ear, You would actually make Glory World's people style me? Are you kidding? Don't you know I'm an artiste under Starlight Entertainment? Glory World Entertainment and Starlight Entertainment are practically enemies. So what? Lu Tingxiao wore an overbearing CEO's expression. So what? Ningxi was choked with speechlessness. Big Boss Lu, do your employees know you are asking them to help artists from another company? From the looks of it, they didn't have any idea. Right now she was an unknown. How could this god possibly recognize her? She really felt defeated by Lu Tingxiao. Glory World Entertainment is a subsidiary of your Lu Corporation. Though Lu Jingli managed Glory World, the ultimate boss behind the scenes was Lu Tingxiao. 5 years ago, Lu Corporation stepped into the entertainment industry when they took over Glory World Entertainment and created an entertainment empire which was able to compete against the oldest and most established entertainment company, Starlight Entertainment. The current rivalry between the two companies was very intense. Employees in the different companies, from the artistes and managers to the stylists and assistants, never got along. Clashes were inevitable when both companies had employees on the same set. Lu Tingxiao glanced down at his watch. The minivan is in the front outside. You can do your makeup on the road. You should have enough time to get there. Whether you go or not is up to you. Ningxi's stomach tightened painfully, and she clenched her jaw. I'm going! Since Lu Tingxiao didn't seem to care, then she wouldn't care either. She was surprised when Lu Tingxiao followed her. You're going too? Who else is going to drive? Also, Little Treasure wants to be with you a bit longer. He made it sound so natural and logical, like she had asked a silly question. Next to him, Little Treasure nodded his head enthusiastically. All right. In the end, 4 people, including the stylist, Arthur, got into the minivan. Lu Tingxiao, who hadn't even changed out of his home clothes, was in the front driving, while Ningxi and Arthur were in the back, with Little Treasure climbing slightly over his seat to observe them. Arthur's gaze was approving as he assessed Ningxi. This lady has near-perfect features and very good skin, light makeup will do. If I may ask, what event are you headed to? It would help me pick out the best outfit. It's an opening ceremony for a movie. Ning Shu was afraid she'd be beaten up if the other party found out she was an artiste with Starlight. Thankfully, Arthur didn't ask too much, only nodded to show he understood and continued to help her do her makeup. The timing was perfect. Ning Shu's makeup was done just as they reached their destination. Lu Tingxiao parked the car and turned off the engine. He turned around, arm on the back of his seat, and looked at the woman who had just finished dressing up. "How is it?" Ning Shi asked, a little nervous. "Not bad." For a harsh man like Lu Tingxiao to say not bad was really not simple. Little Treasure, moreover, was looking at her with an expression of wonder. That gave Ning Shi more confidence, and she hugged Little Treasure apologetically. "Darling, I'm sorry I have to break my promise, but Auntie promises once work is over, I'll rush over to accompany you." Little Treasure was reluctant to let go, but he knew she was in a hurry, so he released her and waved goodbye. Seeing the two people behind her, one big and one small, Ning Shi's heart felt full. After being alone for so long, it was the first time she experienced such warm feelings. After Ning Shi left, the position of driver naturally switched to Arthur. Arthur couldn't resist the gossip in his heart, and as he drove, he carefully asked, "Boss, who was that lady just now? Is she a new artiste at our company? How come I've never seen her before?" "Mother!" Their big boss actually had a woman. This was huge news. Lu Tingxiao dropped his chin in his hand as he casually replied, "Starlight Entertainment's artiste." "Arthur." In that instant, Arthur felt he had been unjustly used. "Big boss. You actually had me style an artiste from Starlight. How could the boss actually help an enemy and betray his own company?" Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. Even the second young master does not date anyone from Starlight, okay? If it were the second young master sitting here, Arthur would definitely curse him unreservedly. But the person sitting here was Demon King Lu Tingxiao. He could only bite his tongue and feel wronged. What made his heart go cold was that he couldn't help but suspect that this no-name artiste from Starlight might possibly become their boss's future wife. After all, this was a woman who got along well with the little prince. It was truly not simple. The opening ceremony of the world. The cast and crew were all there, lights flashed repeatedly, the paparazzi amassed like clouds, and a large group of fans hovered on the fringes. The majority of the fans were around the main female lead actress, Ning Xuelua, and the main male lead actor, Zhao Xizhou. One was Starlight's precious leading lady, the other was an Academy Award winner. Such a good-looking and striking pair was bound to attract a lot of attention. "Xuelua, we all know that this is the second time that you and Xizhou will be playing a couple on screen. Do you think you could fall for him in real life?" "Haha, Xizhou is very attractive, but it's not possible, because I don't have any more space in my heart for him." All the reporters went into a frenzy at her words. A year ago, Ning Xuelua had publicly announced that she had a boyfriend, and everyone had scrambled to find more information. In the end, they found out that the other party was the son of Su Hongguang, the CEO of Yifeng Corporation. He had status, money, and looks. He was practically perfect, and everyone else couldn't help but feel envious. The fans felt sad, but the fans of today were no longer like those in the past who would get upset over their idols dating and getting married. The majority nowadays wished for their idol to find a good partner. Ning Xuelua's popularity hadn't suffered even after she revealed her relationship status. On the contrary, she maintained her fame through topics like handsome rich boyfriend and a winner at life. Beside her, Zhao Xizhou also knew how to respond. He immediately clutched his chest, acting like his heart was in pain. "Miss Shangguang, you are truly ruthless. This prince has already given his heart only to you." For the movie, Ning Xuelua was going to play the female lead Shangguang Yingrong while Zhao Xizhou had been cast in the role of the prince. The reporters loudly laughed as they teased Zhao Xizhou. The atmosphere was very lively. After the leading actor and actress, the next person everyone looked forward to seeing the most was the actress for the supporting female lead. A group of people surrounded Guo Qixing. Director Guo, how come we don't see the actress for Meng Chang'e? Will she come today? Of course she will. According to some rumors, Jia Qingqing's audition wasn't successful because you felt that she wasn't beautiful enough. Is that true? They were clearly trying to stir up trouble with such a question. The/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. But director Guo wasn't new to this game, and his reply was flawless. It's true that physical beauty is a very high requirement for the role of Meng Chang'e, but it's definitely not the only standard we were looking at. Jia Qingqing's appearance wasn't the issue, she just unfortunately didn't have the aura we were looking for. I heard that the actress for Meng Chang'e is a rookie, is that correct? Your standards for the role of Meng Chang'e are so high, can this rookie completely meet all expectations? What was going on today? Were there not enough red packets? The reporters' questions were becoming more pointed, all of them targeted at the second female lead. This question can wait until the movie is out, everyone please look forward to it. But the reporters wouldn't let go of the issue, and asked aggressively, Director Guo, is the actress for Meng Chang'e prettier than Jia Qingqing? When was it going to end? Yes. She was far prettier than Jia Qingqing. So what if Jia Qingqing is the kind of beauty that comes once every 100 years, once you see Ningxi, let's see if you still dare bring up Jia Qingqing again. Everyone is unique in their own way, wait till she gets here, then you'll know. Director Guo was getting impatient with the questioning when at that moment, a figure appeared at the start of the red carpet. His gaze was frozen for 3 seconds, before he came out of his reverie, and laughed. Speak of the devil! Director Guo had an expectant look on his face after he finished speaking. Naturally, the reporters turned to look in the direction Director Guo indicated, and were all stunned silly. Ningxi was wearing a magenta dress made of lace today. The cut of the dress perfectly emphasized her mesmerizing waistline, and the neckline exposed her elegant collarbone. The color was even harder to pull off than pure red. Although the design was exquisite, the dress would only look tacky or even scary on most people. But the dress looked as if it had been made just for Ningxi, it made her so beautiful, she dazzled everyone. Ningxi had personally felt that she couldn't pull off the dress when the stylist had picked it out for her, and she had only been convinced after she put it on. As expected of Glory World's godly hand, his eyes were just too keen. Just one look at her and he already knew her better than she knew herself. Although it was Ningxi's first time at this type of event, she was, after all, an actress. She had taken on various roles and personas, which naturally included celebrities, so walking the red carpet was not difficult at all. Each step, each smile, and her every action was just right. She found the best camera angles, and gave the perfect expression. The reporters froze for a far longer time than Director Guo had before they came back to their senses. This was the actress for Meng Chang'e, Ningxi? A no-name rookie with no experience worth mentioning? Isn't she too beautiful? There were no words that could describe her, she was simply stunning. Just a moment ago, they had actually tried to push Director Guo into declaring who was the bigger beauty between Jia Qingqing and Ningxi. No wonder Director Guo's expression hadn't seemed right, they now realized how ridiculous their question was. Before an unparalleled beauty like Ningxi, even an attractive celebrity like Jia Qingqing was practically just another face in the crowd. Ningxi posed for the cameras in the middle of the red carpet, before turning around to pick up a pen from the tray to sign her name on the wall. Her turning around caused another wave of gasps and the sound of camera shutters. The dress was designed to be backless, when the stylist had chosen it, the aspect had factored heavily into his decision. Ningxi's shoulder blades were too perfect. One could say that they were the sexiest part of her body, and it would be a real waste to cover them. Female celebrities who walked the red carpet tended to especially reveal cleavage to attract attention, but Ningxi had taken an alternate route, elevating her far above the rest. After burning through countless rolls of film, it was time for the interview. The reporters today were very pitiful. They had initially prepared questions like, "Do you think your looks are good enough for the role of a vixen like Meng Chang'e? Who do you think is prettier, you or Jia Qingqing? Rumor has it that you received the role through unofficial channels. What was the reason for it?" Now they couldn't use any of those questions. Anyone who wasn't blind could tell that nothing had happened behind the scenes. Her face was convincing enough. She was the most suitable person for the role of Meng Chang'e. The reporters started asking questions. "Miss Ning, if I may ask, the dress you're wearing is a Karl Lagerfeld design. Is it a custom piece?" Ningxi froze. This dress was designed by Karl Lagerfeld? She had actually casually put on a dress worth millions? Demon King Lu, can you not be so devious? But what was even more terrifying was still to come, when the same reporter then asked, "Miss Ning, was this outfit styled by Arthur?" Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. You can even see that? You really have sharp eyes. That's not right, I must be seeing it wrong. Luckily, without waiting for Ningxi to respond, the reporter took back his question. It was probably because he remembered that Ningxi was an artiste under starlight, so how could the personal stylist to Su Yimou from Glory World Entertainment possibly style her? Ningxi let out a sigh of relief. Afraid they would continue asking similar questions, she opened her mouth first to say, "Today is the opening ceremony for the world, everyone should ask questions related to the drama." "That, Miss Ning, if I may ask, is this your first drama?" someone from the crowd asked. "Of course not, I already started acting when I was in university, but I didn't have many scenes, so no one recognizes me," Ningxi answered honestly, not at all minding that her resume was rather lacking. Any reporter could dig out her past if they tried, so why not respond humbly? "What kind of roles has Miss Ning played in the past?" It was a very normal question, but a bit awkward for Ningxi. However, since it had already been asked, she couldn't not reply. "Some of the roles I've done." Ningxi began listing all the roles she played since returning to the country from overseas. When she had been studying overseas for the past 4 years, she had spent nearly all her free time acting. She had had a few roles in quite a number of well-known dramas and films. Considering that countries abroad usually dislike using Chinese actors, for her to have such a resume was really not easy. The reason she avoided bringing up her overseas acting experiences was because of her relationship history from that time. Although it had been nothing immoral and had just been normal dating, the identities of her ex-boyfriends stood out too much. Right now, what she needed most was a role that she could publicly lay claim to. If her debut was shrouded by gossip about her previous relationships, the public focus on her personal life might give her a moment's popularity, but would stunt the potential growth of her career. Ningxi tried hard to recall all the roles she had done since her return to the country, but the reporters were speechless at the list. These roles were rather, a mistress, fox spirit, demoness, country bumpkin, brain-dead eldest miss, even an evil old woman. For such a beauty, why did she have this kind of preferences? Why did she like these sorts of roles? Phi DDEU up TS on NOV/E/LN.com. In the end, someone finally asked, "Why are all your roles of villains?" Ningxi obviously couldn't point her finger at Changli in an event like this, so she replied blandly, "I never really noticed. Acting is what I love doing most, and every character, every role has its own charm, whether they're small roles or big ones." The reporters asked several more decent questions, and even without the guidance of a manager, Ningxi answered all of them perfectly. Guo Qixing nodded his head as he watched. This girl is not bad. With such quality and intelligence, why has she only come this far after being in this industry for a year? Old Wang, what do you think? The producer, Wang Taihe, said heavily, either the upper echelons of Starlight Entertainment are blind, or... Trailing off, he gave director Guo a knowing look. Clearly, someone in Starlight was purposely suppressing her exposure. Director Guo looked sympathetic. What a pity for such a promising seedling. If it's gold, it'll shine eventually. If not, doesn't she have you? Wang Taihe laughed. At that moment, Ning Xuelua's nails were digging into her palms, her face twisted at this intolerable scene. When she had Changli deliberately notify Ningxi of the ceremony just an hour before it would start, she'd never imagined that not only was she not late and did not make a fool out of herself, she had even arrived looking flawless enough to stun everyone. Damn it, the outfit Ningxi was wearing was worth several millions. Where did she get that much money? Clothes could be rented, but then who had styled her? I actually underestimated that country bumpkin. Xuelua, Ningxi is your junior. What are your thoughts towards her acting as Meng Changge? A reporter asked Ning Xuelua. Ning Xuelua immediately switched back to an easygoing and elegant expression as she replied, my junior sister has a lot of talent. I believe she won't disappoint everyone. When asked about Ningxi, Ning Xuelua was all praises and compliments. Anyone who didn't know would assume she was only promoting her junior, but Ningxi knew very well what a schemer Ning Xuelua was. She wasn't really helping her, but setting her up for a fall instead. The opening ceremony hadn't begun yet, but Ning Xuelua was already complimenting her to high heaven. With such high expectations for her, even the smallest mistake would cause severe disappointment. Find PT Tez on n/VLN. cm. Unfortunately for Ning Xuelua, Ningxi wasn't going to allow her nasty plan to work. After training hard these past 5 years when it came to acting, she had confidence that she could sincerely convince everyone. Want to trip me? Just you wait and see. After the interview segment was over, Ningxi let out a breath of relief, only to be confronted by Changli. Ningxi, where did you get this outfit? Don't think the company will cover the costs. You're only a second female lead, how can you steal the spotlight like this? Don't you know the rules? Changli berated her as soon as she saw her. Ningxi played with a loose strand of her raven black hair as she casually said, I didn't want to either, but who told Sister Chang to make me late for the event? You. Because there were a lot of people around them, Changli could only forcibly hold her tongue. You better behave at dinner later. Don't spout nonsense that will embarrass the company. Xuelua can't hold her liquor, so remember to drink on her behalf. Do you hear me? Ningxi couldn't help but laugh. You want me to drink for her? Miss Chang, are you dreaming? You should be glad already that I don't pour wine over her. Changli was on Ning Xuelua's side, so even if she groveled and begged, Ningxi wouldn't fall for it. Ningxi could become more resolute in her refusals and Changli wouldn't dare overstep in retaliation. Changli was enraged. Ningxi, you're really too much, it's just a minor second female lead role and you've already completely forgotten your place. Ningxi lacked the patience to deal with her, and turned around to leave. Changli watched Ningxi as she left, even though it was just a silhouette, she was still mesmerizing. She suddenly felt anxious. Even before, she already had a sense of foreboding, and she was scared they couldn't rein Ningxi in any longer. This woman was born to be an actress. Once her star started to rise, there was no way Ning Xuelua would be able to compete with her. Since things had come to this point, she could only continue to suppress her as much as possible and deny her any chance to grow. After the opening ceremony was the evening dinner. All the cast members were gathered in the banquet hall, eating and drinking and getting to know one another. The atmosphere was very relaxed and lively. Noticing Ningxi's arrival, the screenwriter, Yi Linglong, was the first to stand up and pull her over to sit beside her. One could tell how pleased she was with her. Speaking of coincidences, our two cast beauties come from the same company with the same last name. The assistant director Zhang Rui expressed enthusiastically. Ningxi smiled coldly. Haha, really a coincidence. The same company under the same manager, however, their situations were completely different. One was the star of Starlight while the other was clawing her way up from the very bottom. As they were speaking, the producer and director suddenly stood up and headed towards the door. The reason was because their biggest sponsor, the chairman of the board of directors of Ning International, Ning Yaohua, had arrived. I never thought Chairman Ning would take time out of his busy schedule to come to our opening ceremony. It really is such an honor. Director Guo exclaimed. Come, Chairman Ning, sit over here. Producer Wang offered his seat so that Ning Yaohua could sit next to his daughter. Ning Yaohua's expression was filled with fatherly love when he looked at Ning Xuelua. You're too polite, Director Guo. My daughter is under your care. Chairman Ning, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and your daughter is already so outstanding, she doesn't need my care at all. This child is usually so busy, I rarely see her. If it wasn't for my trip here today, this father would never see her at all. While Ning Yaohua might sound annoyed, the expression on his face was indulgent. Ha ha ha, Xuelua is so hardworking, you should be happy. But Xuelua, you're also in the wrong, no matter how busy you are, you should still go home to visit. Director Guo scolded. Yes, Director, I'm wrong. Dad, don't be mad. Tomorrow night, I'll come home for dinner. Ning Xuelua cajoled as she hugged Ning Yaohua's arm, acting like an obedient daughter. See, even I need the director to say some words on my behalf for her to find time to visit. Dad, there's so many people here, give me some face. Yes, you're a big star now, I can't say anything anymore. Ningxi thought she had already steeled her heart, but seeing this good show put on by this benevolent father and filial daughter, her chest felt so stuffy that she wanted to run away. While her emotions were in turmoil, she thankfully was able to maintain a serene expression. She breezily engaged the screenwriter sitting beside her in conversation, as though she had not noticed the commotion. She could pretend not to have noticed, but some people didn't feel the same. Ning Yaohua's gaze was like a knife stabbing through her. Her appearance at the opening ceremony was an embarrassment to him. In the end, Ningxi escaped the room by excusing herself to the restroom. She walked to an open window at the end of a hallway for some fresh air. She grabbed some cigarettes and a lighter from her bag, but contemplated for a while before putting them back. She was trying to quit smoking. Today was the first time in a while she felt the urge to smoke. The night breeze blew on her face and made her feel a bit better. At that moment, there were footsteps behind her. Ningxi's back stiffened, but when she turned around, her expression was impenetrable, like a mask. Chairman Ning came looking for me? Ning Yaohua looked at her with a severe expression, extremely unhappy with the way she was dressed. Ningxi looked down with a small smile. Ah, Chairman Ning, back in the other room, you kept staring at me. Aren't you afraid others will misunderstand that gaze? After all, to outsiders, he was a sponsor and she was a beautiful, small-bit celebrity. It was very easy to develop false impressions about their relationship. You bastard, what do you think you're saying? Ning Yaohua was immediately enraged. Ningxi furrowed her brow. Obviously I'm speaking in a human language. Does Chairman Ning not understand human language? You. Ning Yaohua lifted his hand. Before it could fall, a delicate hand grabbed and held it in place. There was no way she would let Ning Yaohua hit her again. He had no right. Ning Yaohua was almost angered to death and snatched his hand away. You better quit this role right now. You would just be an embarrassment to me if you continue like this in public. Ning Shi's expression went cold. I got this role honorably, how is that an embarrassment? You always have to copy whatever Shuelua wants to do. Look at you, you can't possibly compete with her. Rushing into the entertainment industry, are you just waiting for someone to find out about that incident to shame my Ning family? Ning Yaohua glared at her, his eyes filled with extreme disdain. Read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. To this day, there were still people who would joke about how Ning Yaohua's daughter had drunk the lemon water meant for washing hands, and how she had worn counterfeit clothes to a banquet. If people were to find out about the incident from back then, would he still have any pride left? At Ning Yaohua's words, Ning Shi went pale. That night, that stranger, that dead baby. This was her weakness. That year, the Ning family had hushed up everything for fear of the shame, and Ning Shuelua kept quiet for fear of being exposed herself, but that was still Ning Shi's darkest nightmare. I'm giving you face letting you leave on your own terms, but if you refuse to, then don't blame me for not acknowledging our father-daughter relationship. Oh, so there's actually still a father-daughter relationship between us. Dad, Xiao Shi, what's going on? Ning Shuelua's astonished voice came from behind them. Noticing Ning Shuelua, Ning Yaohua immediately switched to a loving expression. Nothing for you to worry about. When you go back later, ask your company if they can find a better second female lead. The meaning behind his words being that Ning Shi should be replaced. Ning Shuelua was pleased, but put on a nervous face. Dad, why? The role of second female lead has already been given to Xiao Xia. It's good enough if she can do small roles and cameos, but how can she possibly play such an important role? I didn't invest 30 million yuan into this drama for her to fool around. But Dad, Xiao Xi put in a lot of effort to get the role. Shuelua, don't defend her anymore. I've told you before not to help her, but you never listen. You still actually complimented her in front of the reporters. Does she even deserve all that praise? But Xiao Xi is still your. Be quiet, such things must never ever be mentioned. I've already said it before, you are my only daughter. Dad, don't be mad. I won't say anything else, all right? I still have business to attend to, so I'm leaving first. When you have time, help me persuade her to stop being stubborn. Ning Yaohua gave Ning Shi one last cold look that told her to behave herself before turning around to leave. After Ning Yaohua left, Ning Shuelua's sweet and obedient expression changed, as she said innocently, Ning Shi, don't say this time that I wanted to make things hard for you. Originally, I was going to give you a chance. What a pity! Ha! Ning Shi couldn't help but laugh, but it was a sorrowful sound. Who could possibly have guessed that in the end, the person to destroy all her efforts and throw her back into the dust would be her own father? She had worked hard for so long, devoted herself to preparing for the role, but for what? Just like that, everything was gone. When the opening ceremony ended, it was a little past 11. Looks like it's true that it's easy to get drunk when you're upset. Ning Shi felt that she hadn't drunk that much that night, but when she got up, she was unsteady and her head throbbed painfully. So of course it was right at this moment that she saw the one person who would make her feel even worse. Su Yan. Beside her, the cast and crew, especially the ladies, were loudly expressing their surprise when they saw the person approaching. Ah! It's young Master Su. He's so handsome. He's actually 100 times better looking in person than what rumors say. He must be here to pick Ning Shuelua up. I'm so jealous, she has a great acting career, comes from such a good family, and her boyfriend is so handsome. As expected of the winner at life. These types of people were already winners since they were born, we don't even have the right to be envious. Ningxi used the wall as support, her gaze frozen on the man walking towards Ningxuelua. The Su family had done well in recent years. Su Yan's status was like a boat on a high tidal wave, while Ningxi was a faded shadow of his past. The boy back then who had been convalescing in the countryside due to his lung illness, who had become her warm and gentle brother Yan who had always read to her, that boy had already died with the passing of time. Brother Yan, why did you come? Didn't I say you didn't have to pick me up? Ningxuelua was like a little bird as she fluttered happily over to her man. I was worried. It's raining outside. Su Yan took off his jacket to drape over her, his gaze unhappy. Why are you wearing so little? Read latest chapters at bin/o/m only. Ningxuelua's expression was as sweet as honey. Oh you, how old do you think I am? You still treat me like a child. Ningxi was unsteady as she pressed against the icy cold wall, and felt that she was really unlucky. All night, if she wasn't witnessing the parental love directed at Ningxuelua, then she was a spectator to Ningxuelua's love life. As if this wasn't enough, Ningxuelua purposely grabbed onto Su Yan's arm and led him towards her, saying warmly, Junior sister, I can tell you've drunk a little too much. How about we leave together? I'll have my boyfriend drive you back. Ningxuelua intentionally emphasized the word boyfriend. Only then did Su Yan notice Ningxi. The moment he saw her, his pupils contracted. Ningxi. It had already been a long time. They hadn't met even once during those years that she was gone overseas, and after her return, he had only seen her from afar when he picked Xuelua up from the company a few times. He was not prepared for what he saw, she had changed so much that he almost couldn't recognize her. That girl who had always worn braids and floral dresses in the past had somehow become a woman who could capture the hearts of all men. Noticing Su Yan's gaze on Ningxi, a trace of hostility flashed through Ningxuelua's eyes as she tugged on his arm. Brother Yan, what do you say? Su Yan then came out of his reverie and immediately nodded his head. Yes, let's go together. Junior sister Ning. Junior sister Ning? Are you all right? Ningxuelua pretended to be worried. Ningxi waved her hand and shook her head. Because of the alcohol, her mind was growing more muddled, her heart was beating faster and her blood was rushing backwards. It felt as though there was a beast roaring inside her body, wanting to break out and tear the two fake faces before her to shreds. No need. Ningxi stumbled in the direction of the bathroom before she lost control. Ningxuelua smirked at Ningxi's sorry-looking escape, but when she turned around to face Su Yan, her expression was one of hurt. Brother Yan, Xiaoxi doesn't seem like she wants to forgive me. I already worked so hard to make it up to her. In the company, I tried to take care of her, and yet she shows me a face like that. I really don't know what else I can do. Don't worry, Xiaoxi is always like this. Give her time and she'll eventually forgive you. Su Yan consoled her in a soft voice. Outside the hotel, ladies from the crew were excitedly admiring Su Yan's high-end car. I just checked, this Maserati is worth at least 10 million, it's so expensive. I also want to find a rich boyfriend, just how many years will it take me? More importantly, he's so handsome. So many celebrities marry rich, but they're all too fat, middle-aged men, seeing that really turns my stomach. While everyone was gossiping, they all saw Su Yan and Ningxuelua leave the hotel together. A good-looking couple standing together really drew the eye. Everyone watched enviously as Ningxuelua, with Su Yan's jacket draped over her, stepped into the luxurious car, and only after the car was out of sight did they release longing sighs. But not long after the car had left, there was a sudden piercing sound as a silver-white silhouette appeared and drew closer. It was a sports car speeding over, stopping right at the entrance of the hotel. More importantly, this car. This car was too dazzling. Such a handsome, low chassis, a smooth body and cool scissor doors, it was a work of art. Even more importantly, the price. Me, that's the Bugatti Veyron Supersport, the world's most expensive sports car. It costs approximately over 1 billion yuan, mother, which god of fortune is this? In the car, Little Treasure was staring at the cell phone with a heavy expression. Lu Tingxiao released his safety belt. I'll go in to look, wait here for me. Little Treasure immediately tugged on his father's sleeve, indicating he wanted to go as well. Lu Tingxiao glanced at his son. If by chance she is drunk, do I carry you or do I carry her? Little Treasure puffed up his cheeks, expressing his disagreement. He didn't need anyone to carry him. Lu Tingxiao's expression darkened. How unfortunate, after what happened last time, my trust in you has hit rock bottom. I don't believe that you can take care of yourself. If it happens again, even I cannot handle the consequences. Do you understand? Little Treasure drooped his head, looking dejected. Realizing that he had been too harsh, he tousled his son's hair. I'll be back soon. Old Zhang, drive the car to the underground parking. Yes, young master. Under the gazes of the crowd standing at the hotel entrance, a car door opened and a man stepped out. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy.com. He was wearing a whole suit of steel gray and his body was like that of a jade statue, exuding tremendous pressure. Ah, it's Lu. Lu Tingxiao ah. Just now we were wondering which god of fortune it was going to be, who knew it was really the god of fortune. I say, besides the god of fortune, who else can drive such a luxurious car? Compared with Master Xiao, the Su family is practically nothing. My God, hold me. I'm so shocked, I'm about to faint. I only saw him once in a magazine, who knew that by coming here, I would see the real thing. I really want to get a signature. Sign my panties. Those famous, good-looking actors can only kneel down before our Master Xiao. If he ever entered the entertainment circle, who would even bother with those small fry? Dream on, just encountering him like this from afar is already worth a person's entire lifetime of luck. You even want him to enter the entertainment circle so you can admire him every day? Even after that person had entered the hotel, the crowd standing outside the entrance still did not disperse and was still gossiping like before. Big Boss Lu has never gone anywhere without prior announcement. I wonder why he came alone to the hotel so late at night. What did he come here for? Who knows, it's not like he came here to find a woman. What a pity. He's such an outstanding man but doesn't get close with women. Why do you think he doesn't get close with women? He likes men. That's nonsense. If he liked men, where did his son come from? I think Master Xiao is a sentimental person and is still hung up on his child's mother. He must have loved her so deeply that he remained celibate all these years. When Lu Tingxiao reached the top floor of the hotel, he realized that the cast and crew had already left. The crowd just then must have been the last batch of people, but he still did not see Ningxi. He continued down the hallway trying to find her as he called Ningxi's number once more. She was still not picking up the phone. As he passed by a restroom, he suddenly stopped walking. From the restroom, he could hear the faint sound of her ringtone. He stood there and listened for a moment and realized the sound came from the women's restroom. Lu Tingxiao hung up his phone and the sound from the women's restroom also cut off. After finally finding the person he was looking for, he let out a breath of relief, before creasing his eyebrows. He had no choice but to enter the women's restroom to find her. Her cell phone had rung so loudly, yet she had no reacted. It seemed she must be quite drunk. Ning Shi? He tested by calling out, but there was no reply. He stood between the men's and the women's restroom and pinched the skin between his eyebrows. His expression was the same one he wore when working on a 10 billion yuan deal. A few seconds later, his long legs stretched forward as he headed towards the women's restroom. CEO Lu was lucky, because it was very late at night, there was no one else in the women's restroom. He immediately saw that Ning Shi was extremely drunk as she sat on the floor, leaning against a cubicle door. She had kicked her high heels off into different directions, and the contents of her bag were spilled across the floor. Her hair was hanging messily all over her face. She was a completely different person from when she had left, looking flawless. A flash of affection flickered in Lu Tingxiao's gaze as he went over to pick up her bag, and one by one, collected the things that lay on the floor. He then picked up her shoes and put his arm around her waist to support her up. Just as he was about to carry her, Ning Shi suddenly grabbed the cubicle door, refusing to let go. She looked alarmed and entirely drunk as she stared at him. "You are Lu Tingxiao." Lu Tingxiao. Ning Shi was entranced at first, and then she abruptly bellowed, "You're a liar. Do you think I'm stupid? This is the women's restroom." Was this girl really drunk or pretending to be drunk? She seemed to still have retained some common sense. "I'm not lying to you." "Liar. I won't go. I won't go with you." Drunk Ning Shi was like a little hedgehog that had been scared by something, fully on guard. Ning Shi utterly refused to leave, so Lu Tingxiao could only put down her things and try to coax her. "What do I need to do for you to believe me? Show me some ID." Ning Shi looked like a cop inspecting a drunk driver. Lu Tingxiao's lips curved into a smile, and like a good civilian, he took out his leather wallet to retrieve his ID and give it to her. Ning Shi held the small card shakily, her eyes practically touching the words as she read, "Lu Ting Xiao, you are Lu Tingxiao." Lu Tingxiao nodded his head. "Now can we leave?" "I'm not leaving. I won't go with you. You're the big demon king, won't go, won't go, won't go." Ning Shi became even more agitated. "Big demon king." Lu Tingxiao's face turned black. So that was how she thought of him. He thought that he had treated her quite warmly. The two of them were at a stalemate, when suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps outside. "Ning Shi. Ning Shi, are you inside there?" Lu Tingxiao froze. If someone were to see him inside the women's restroom, he would never be able to show his face in the capital again. The footsteps drew closer and closer, to the point they would soon be able to see the other person's clothes. Lu Tingxiao cursed under his breath, then quickly grabbed Ning Shi's bag and shoes and pulled her past the door she was clinging to. The person outside the restroom was the screenwriter, Yi Ling Long. Ning Shi was a rookie and didn't know anyone in the film crew. Only Yi Ling Long noticed that she had gone to the restroom and had never come back, so she came looking for her. Shocked after being suddenly hustled into the cubicle, Ning Shi tried to struggle out of Lu Tingxiao's embrace. Yi Ling Long obviously noticed the ruckus inside. "Ning Shi, is that you?" Hearing the person draw closer, Lu Tingxiao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Just at that moment, Ning Shi bit the hand he had over her mouth. It hurt so much that his eyebrows creased together. Lu Tingxiao's expression showed that he was on the verge of collapse. Had he ever been in a more difficult situation? After taking a deep breath, Lu Tingxiao spoke in a rough, hoarse voice, "Don't rush. I'll give it to you now." Yi Ling Long was about to knock on the door when she suddenly heard a man's voice. She froze for a moment before understanding the situation, then her face went red as she quickly hurried out. Who would have guessed she would run into a couple doing business there? This was a hotel, so why didn't they get a room if they wanted to do it? It was really impossible to understand some people's preferences. Apart from that, the women's restroom was empty. This Ningxi, just where did she run off to? Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. Yi Linglong never imagined that the female doing business in the restroom cubicle was the Ningxi she was trying to find. Hearing the footsteps retreat, Lu Tingxiao breathed out in relief. He was sitting on the toilet, and he loosened his tie as the little woman throwing a tantrum sat on his knee. He said coldly, "Stop being so noisy. Or else the act will become real." The man's tone was so terrifying that it stunned Ningxi, and she started hiccuping, her small face revealing an expression of being wronged. After scaring her, Lu Tingxiao helplessly started patting her back as he tried to console her. "Sorry, I shouldn't have scared you." But the person in his arms became even sadder, and tears began to fall from her eyes. He felt helpless. Why was this girl even harder to take care of than Little Treasure? Screw him! Who do they think they are? All of a sudden, Ningxi threw a violent punch. If Lu Tingxiao hadn't reacted fast enough, based on the strength of that punch, he would have ended up with a broken jaw. Girls shouldn't say vulgar things. Lu Tingxiao frowned. Although, she was also very cute when she was swearing. Ningxi was incredibly drunk, but she still had some awareness left. She felt that the person hugging her meant her no harm and was incredibly gentle, so she slowly let her guard down. She remained in his lap and no longer struggled in his embrace, only continuing to speak in her drunken stupor. "This old woman doesn't think it's worth doing, otherwise based on this old woman's face. I can find an even bigger, the biggest and thickest thigh to hug. You all think you can suppress me, then I'll go out and find. I'll go now." Hearing this, Lu Tingxiao raised his eyebrows, then roughly took hold of her hands and placed them between his thighs. "The one with the thickest thighs in the capital is right here. Do you still want to go and look for one?" Ningxi randomly squeezed the muscles in his thigh and felt around before exclaiming loudly, "Not thick. Not thick at all." Lu Tingxiao. He was actually given the cold shoulder because his was not thick enough. There was no way that any man would accept this. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy.com. What was worse was that her hand had touched a place that shouldn't have been touched, and she had even patted him there. What is this? So annoying, it poked me." Her tone was filled with disdain. Lu Tingxiao's expression turned ugly. If he let her continue on like this, he might do something that would go against his morals. The person who had been outside was already long gone, so Lu Tingxiao immediately opened the door and carried Ningxi out. They reached the underground parking. The one who smugly opened the door for them was Lu Jingli. "Why is it you?" Lu Tingxiao frowned. "I went over to your place to find you, but both you and Little Treasure weren't there, so I came over to look for you too." "Brother, you really don't know the bro code. When did you even buy this car? It's even cooler than the one you gave me. I feel like I don't know anything." Lu Jingli looked like he had been wronged. Lu Tingxiao ignored him and carried Ningxi into the back seat. Lu Jingli was sitting in the front and turned his head to scrutinize Lu Tingxiao and Ningxi's disheveled clothing, his face that of a gossip monger. "Where did you pick her up? Why did you take so long? Look at Little Treasure, he almost became the Amarok." Little Treasure had pressed himself against the glass window as soon as he had seen Ningxi. Lu Tingxiao was originally worried that Ningxi would be a rowdy drunk, but who knew that when Little Treasure approached her, she didn't react in any extreme way, only looked at him and then hugged him like a comfortable pillow. Lu Tingxiao was not the type to feed gossip, and he slowly took off his tie and jacket. What happened today? At the mention of what he was best at, investigation, Lu Jingli immediately lit up. According to my sources, everything went well. You even used Arthur, so of course Ningxi successfully wowed the whole crowd, and the media responded positively towards her. Who did she see tonight? Lu Tingxiao asked another question. Lu Jingli tried to remember. Besides the cast and crew, there was Ning Yaohua, and there was. Lu Jingli glanced at his brother's expression, and gulped before continuing. Su Yan, my guess is that she got drunk like this because she saw her ex-boyfriend, who is now with her arch-nemesis, Ning Xuelua, so she probably didn't feel good. Although Lu Jingli had deliberately taken care to speak carefully, Lu Tingxiao's face still darkened in a flash. He was really terrifying. To hug a big/thick thigh is to curry favor with someone, usually a person with more power or status. Ama Rock is a natural rock formation in Hong Kong. The Chinese name means keeping watch for her husband. Cough, it's really hard not to put the blame on him. When Ningxi was overseas, all the people she was with were only flings. After she was done with them, she threw them away. She's really so cool, but this Su Yan should be the only man she'd ever truly loved. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. After his explanation, Lu Tingxiao's expression was even more unsightly. Lu Jingli felt a bit speechless. You two haven't even started dating. What gives you the right to look like you want to massacre all her exes? Brother, even if you plan to wait for her to fall for you, you should bring her over to Glory World first. It's inconvenient that she's still with our competitor Starlight. From what I know, she's miserable working over there with Ning Xuelua, Lu Jingli grumbled. Lu Tingxiao glanced at the quiet girl hugging little treasure. It's not the right time yet. After the trouble of bringing this person back to his place, another problem came up after they got out of the car. When Ningxi saw the silver-white sports car, she stopped with a bright glitter in her eyes, then threw herself on it as if she would rather die than leave the car, her expression like that of a teenage girl who had found her dream man. Oh! Little White! My darling! Lu Tingxiao's expression went through several transformations as many emotions flickered over his face. He had suffered so much, going into the women's restroom to pick her up, and she hadn't even treated him nicely. She even called him a big demon king, and now she was hugging his car and calling it darling? Ha ha ha, brother, you can't possibly be jealous of a car. Who told you to drive this car out? When Xiao Shishi was overseas, she was practically on the level of professional race car drivers, and she especially loves sports cars. Obviously, she'd be powerless against the allure of the world's top sports car. Lu Jingli said on the side, delighting in his brother's misfortune. And then he realized that there was someone who was even more jealous than Lu Tingxiao. And that was Little Treasure. Watching his nickname Darling used on a car, the little guy was about to cry. As for the one responsible for all of this, Ningxi was still running her hands all over the car with a besotted expression. Darling, you're so handsome, really too dreamy. I really want to marry you. Lu Tingxiao's knuckles cracked, itching for some violence. When he proposed to her, she treated him like she had encountered a beast, and now she was actually proposing to a car? Lu Tingxiao rolled up his sleeves. Old Zhang, bring me a hammer. Lu Jingli immediately stopped laughing. Don't. Brother, calm down. This car is worth nearly 2 billion. If you don't want it, then give it to me. I'll take it away and I promise you won't ever see it again. After he spoke, Lu Jingli's world spun as delicate-looking Ningxi threw him over her shoulder. Who dares touch my little white? Ningxi's face was filled with killing intent, as if she would go so far as to slaughter gods. Lu Jingli held his hip. Good warrior, please spare me, I was wrong. This girl seemed to be a veteran practitioner of judo. He felt like he had lost half of his life after that one flip. New estirise at n/vel/b/i/n. Co. Ningxi then climbed into the driver's seat, hugging the steering wheel tightly. Little White, don't be afraid. Eldest young master, this. Old Zhang, who had been chased away from the car, was bewildered. Lu Tingxiao could not help but feel a headache coming on as he waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. He then looked at his son. Little treasure, it's late, go to sleep first. Little treasure, who was in a daze from losing Ningxi's favor, shook his head like a rattle. Lu Tingxiao didn't get angry, only replied blandly, you should know, girls don't like it when the people they care most about see them in their worst state. The people they care most about. Little treasure thought about it deeply for a few seconds before obediently turning around to leave. Lu Jingli widened his eyes. Brother, aren't you going overboard? You would even lie to a small child. Is there anything else? Of course there is something else. I want you to feel the blazing warmth of this incredibly huge light bulb. He could feel the piercing frost coming from his brother. Fine, I'll leave. Lu Jingli walked forward before glancing back. A man, a woman, and a car. Don't tell me something might happen. It was time for the record-breaking 63x optical zoom range camera that he had bought to shine. In Chinese, to be a light bulb is to be the third wheel. What do you want? Seeing Lu Tingxiao slip into the passenger seat all of a sudden, Ningxi gripped the steering wheel tightly, as if he was protecting what belonged to her. Lu Tingxiao sat back, his eyes darkening. What did he want? It was better for her not to know. Lu Tingxiao was now only wearing a white shirt, his collar was too tight, so he violently ripped the first button open, then the second, then the third. Ningxi watched Lu Tingxiao next to her keenly, lost in seeing a handsome man rip his own shirt off to reveal his firm chest, to the point even her beloved Little White was forgotten. Lu Tingxiao didn't notice her looking at him. Trying hard to suppress his ridiculous, unreasonable jealousy over a car, he lit a cigarette and took a long, deep drag before releasing a breath of smoke. The moment that Lu Tingxiao pulled out the cigarette, Ningxi could no longer stand it. She stared unblinkingly at this man, the slight movement of his Adam's apple, that white cigarette held loosely between his thin lips, and the smoke coming out of his mouth. Lu Tingxiao felt the burning stare on him, and when he turned his head, he saw the look of hunger on Ningxi's face. For a moment, Lu Tingxiao was almost tricked by that look, then he realized it was not him she was craving for. She was hungry for the cigarette between his lips. If nothing else, Lu Jingli was good at gathering information. His background check on Ningxi had been extremely detailed, from her upbringing to hobbies, even the fact that she was trying to quit smoking. Lu Tingxiao understood immediately that Ningxi was having smoke cravings. It wasn't just an ex-lover and a car he had lost to, now even a cigarette was more attractive than he was. Lu Tingxiao had never felt more frustrated or more insecure in his entire life. From the very first moment Lu Tingxiao saw Ningxi, he wanted her for his own. However, he decided to take it slow to protect her feelings. Ningxi, on the other hand, had never really been interested in him, and was always setting boundaries. Up to TED chapters nnvelben.com. She would rather hug someone else's thigh than be his wife. People say that if an ex cannot be forgotten, it means the new lover is not good enough. Does that mean he really wasn't good enough? She had even gotten ridiculously drunk over someone who had dumped her. He clearly knew that the best approach was to take it slow, and had always followed this rule. He had never imagined he would lose reason to this extent, that something this insignificant could blow all his senses away. Lu Tingxiao smoked the cigarette as his thoughts chased themselves all over the place. The red glow of the cigarette tip was reflected in his eyes, and he asked in a deep, low voice, "Want some?" Ningxi nodded without hesitation. It wasn't clear if she was attracted to the cigarette or to the man beside her. Lu Tingxiao flicked cigarette ash away, and took one more drag on the cigarette under Ningxi's naked stare, and the next moment before she knew it, his cigarette-flavored lips were firmly pressed against hers. Ningxi's eyes shot wide open. She was surrounded by the strong scent of tobacco accompanied by the man's cool breath. A second later, her lips were gently pried open, and smoke breathed into her mouth. Distracted and unprepared, Ningxi started coughing severely from the smoke. The cigarette was now half gone. With a gloomy look on his face, Lu Tingxiao took another drag. With tears in her eyes from coughing, the person next to him was more attractive than ever, and Lu Tingxiao asked, "Want more?" Coughing, Ningxi stared at Lu Tingxiao angrily like he was a huge bastard. Heh. Ningxi's cute look made Lu Tingxiao laugh, humor rippling in his eyes. He stubbed out the cigarette and breathed out all the smoke before turning his head and leaning in again to cover her lips. Ningxi's first instinct was to escape, but a hand on her waist held her still, and that low, hoarse voice was in her ear again. "I'll do it slowly this time." And then before she knew it, her senses were overwhelmed by fierce, almost violent, tobacco-flavored kisses. Ningxi was kissed until she was completely addled and dizzy, as if she was floating on a cloud. 5ddeu upts on NOV/E/LN.com. The only thing she was still aware enough to be sure of was that this man was more dangerous than cigarettes. Bang! The seat back was lowered, and a man's burning hot body followed her down. Ningxi could hardly breathe. She felt her whole body start to fall, deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper, until she hit the bottom of the ocean. When the person under him stopped moving around, Lu Tingxiao lifted his head to see that she had heartlessly fallen dead asleep, and was even snoring slightly. Lu Tingxiao's red eyes turned back into their usual black, and the flaming rage in his heart disappeared completely. Heh, was he insane? Getting all serious with a drunk? It had only been 3 days. They'd only known each other for 3 days. What was he rushing for? His attraction to this little girl made no sense. The first time he had laid his eyes on her, he had the crazy feeling that he had been brought back to life. Even though they'd never met before, it felt like she was someone he knew from the past. The moment he picked her up in his arms in the bar storeroom, he had felt complete, as if she had been the one thing that had been missing before in his world. He wanted her, all of her, for his own, and did not want to wait 1 second more. He couldn't afford to lose her, so waiting was his only option. Lu Tingxiao grabbed a blanket and a pillow from the back and adjusted the temperature of the air conditioning before lying down next to her, kissing her gently on the forehead. "Good night, my girl." Early next morning, Ningxi woke up wrapped in warm arms. She rubbed her eyes a bit, and through the window above her head, she saw green leaves, bright sunshine streaming in between their gaps to warm her body, the sound of birds singing in her ears. Where was she? She looked around and was surprised to find herself sleeping in a car, or more precisely, in Lu Tingxiao's arms. Oh my freaking god! Ningxi scrambled up, hitting her head on the roof of the car roof hard. Lu Tingxiao, in a car. Damn it, what the hell happened last night? Why did she have to deal with all this crap right after waking up? It was hard not to misunderstand what she was seeing. What are you thinking? Ningxi bit her finger nervously, her brain spinning, and answered without thinking, I'm wondering if I really had car sex with the Big Demon King last night. That would be horrifying. Big Demon King, car sex. If that was really the case, you think you would still have the energy to jump around and imagine ridiculous things the next morning? The man sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. Only now did Ningxi realize that Lu Tingxiao was awake. She jumped in surprise, and almost hit her head again. Luckily, Lu Tingxiao anticipated it, and covered her head with his big, strong hand. Mr. Mr. Lu. Use my name. Lu Tingxiao sounded a bit cold. She called him Mr. Lu when she was hiding things from him and Master Xiao when she didn't want to piss him off, and he despised both. Maybe she was imagining things, but after one night, she felt that Lu Tingxiao somehow seemed different. Or maybe it wasn't that he had changed, but that he had hidden it too well, so she never really knew him at all. Ningxi noticed bloodstains on Lu Tingxiao's hand, and asked without thinking, Lu Tingxiao, what happened to your hand? Lu Tingxiao looked at the delicate little teeth marks, then looked at her with a smile. What do you think? Ningxi swallowed. Well, these teeth marks look familiar. There was praise in Lu Tingxiao's expression. Good eye. Cough, thanks. Ningxi smiled awkwardly, and then asked more carefully, was it me? You think I'm trying to frame you? You can take another bite and see if they look the same, Lu Tingxiao suggested, and held out his hand. Ningxi waved her hands in embarrassment. No need, it was me. I did it! Then again, what on earth happened last night? Everything's in pieces, I only remember going to the bathroom, the rest after that is a blur. How did I end up here? You blacked out in the girl's room, I went in to get you, you didn't want to come with me and you bit me, Lu Tingxiao answered succinctly. Ningxi was confused. You went into the girl's room? She had really committed such an unforgivable sin. The big demon king had sacrificed too much for her. Then why was I sleeping in the car? Ningxi gathered the courage to ask. Because you refused to leave your little darling. Lu Tingxiao deliberately emphasized your little darling. Ningxi looked at the car she had worshipped for so long, and understood Lu Tingxiao's words immediately. I'm so sorry, I've caused you so much trouble. Ningxi apologized weakly. It was only the second night since she'd moved in, and already so much had happened, she truly felt bad about it. Lu Tingxiao didn't respond to her words, and instead asked something unrelated, why did you get so drunk last night? Ningxi's face suddenly saddened. Looking at how her face changed, Lu Tingxiao's inner beast started to raise its head. Ningxi wasn't used to sharing her worries with others, but this weight was too much to bear. She sank listlessly into the car seat, looking at the greenery above her head, and murmured, I didn't get the Mengchanga role. Lu Tingxiao was surprised. What? It's just a small second female lead role. I know a big CEO like you can't possibly understand, but you don't know how hard I worked for this day. You have no idea how happy I was when I got it. None of you understand. Ningxi covered her eyes with her hands as she spoke. All this time, Lu Tingxiao thought that she had gotten so drunk because of Su Yan. He never thought this would be the real reason. She was not sad about losing Su Yan, but about losing the role. Lu Tingxiao's brightened after the gloom he had felt all night, but seeing Ningxi's sad face, his heart clenched. How could he not know how important her dream was to her? She wouldn't be so stubborn otherwise, choosing to climb up step by step even though there were shortcuts she could have taken. New estirais at n/vel/b/i/n. Co. Don't be sad, you are already doing well. Lu Tingxiao lifted her head to rest it on his chest. So Su Yan wasn't the culprit, it was Ning Yaohua. Ning Yaohua was the biggest investor for the world, so he had a large say in whom to cast in the movie. No one was allowed to bully his girl, not even her own father. Only after Ningxi calmed down did she realize she had cried in Lu Tingxiao's arms for almost half an hour. Damn it, what the hell? Except when it had been necessary when acting, it had been 5 years since she last cried. I'm sorry I dirtied your clothes. She was very embarrassed when she saw the mess she had made of his shirt with her tears. Lu Tingxiao said with a hint of a smile, it was an honor for my shirt. Ningxi was stunned, and her heart went crazy. She had always thought that Lu Tingxiao was the kind of genius who had a high IQ but low EQ. She could never have imagined that the big demon king could flirt so smoothly. She was jealous. He was better at it than she was. Lu Tingxiao reached out to smooth her hair in a natural gesture. What will you do next? Look for a big thigh? Ningxi blinked, not understanding. Huh? Look for what thigh? Last night, you said you were going to look for a big and thick thigh. You even rejected mine as not thick enough. Lu Tingxiao gave her a deep and meaningful look. Cough, cough, cough. Ningxi almost died choking on her own saliva. Damn it, was there no end to the ridiculous things that had happened last night? Master Xiao, don't listen to my rubbish, I was very drunk last night. There's no way your thighs aren't thick enough, yours are the thickest in the capital. Ningxi said obsequiously, but then she realized her words might be a little ambiguous. Her flattery put Lu Tingxiao in a good mood, and humor danced in his eyes. Then why don't you hug mine? I. Ningxi stumbled over her words. Lu Tingxiao rubbed her head and finally decided to stop teasing her. Enough, I won't tease you anymore. Get out of the car and go sleep inside the house. Then you will have more energy to face your problems. Or do you want to stay a little longer with your little darling? No, let's go back to the house. Ningxi was naturally anxious to get out of the car. When Lu Tingxiao got out of the car, he stood by the door and suddenly paused. Ningxi scratched her head. What is it? Lu Tingxiao walked with long strides towards a patch of foliage. Ningxi followed curiously and then saw second young Master Lu, sleeping sprawled in the underbrush with a camera in his arms. She knew that Glory World owned not just one management company, but also more than 300 media outlets, and second young Master Lu was also the boss of the paparazzi. But this guy was going a bit overboard, going so far as to collect gossip on his own brother. Ningxi's lips twitched slightly. This second young master, should we wake him up? Won't he catch a cold sleeping like this? Lu Tingxiao nodded, and then kicked him hard. Lu Jingli woke up with an ouch, new rise at n/vel/b/i/n.co. As soon as he was awake, he started to cry. You're too much, why are the windows of the car so impenetrable? No matter what I did, I couldn't see anything inside. Lu Tingxiao looked down his nose at his ridiculous brother. Come to my study later. I have something to discuss with you. Oh. Lu Jingli rubbed his eyes and stood up, and then looked back and forth between them, muttering. Why didn't the car shake? Did I miss it? No way. With my brother's stamina, it should have been rocking all night. Ningxi, why do you know what your brother's stamina is like and how long he can go for? It's easy for people to misunderstand, okay? Lu Jingli scratched his head. Because he can beat me up all night. Ningxi. Fine, you win. After returning to the room Lu Tingxiao had arranged for her, she was completely speechless. In just half a day and a night, he actually managed to get the guest room completely redecorated. The original cool and minimalist style of the room had been replaced by warm tones. Not just that, there was a full range of clothes in the closet all in her size, from pajamas to casual wear to evening dresses with matching accessories and handbags, all of which were top limited editions. This was inhuman wealth. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Lu Tingxiao stood behind her. Ningxi facepalmed. This is not a question of satisfaction. Then what's the problem? President Lu. Use my name. Fine, Lu Tingxiao, don't you think you're being a little too good to me? He was being so good that it was easy for her to get the wrong idea. You finally realize I'm good to you. Lu Tingxiao looked on her as if she was a student worth teaching. Ning Shi. Noticing her subdued mood, Lu Tingxiao's eyes dimmed for a second, but he quickly recovered. You saved little treasure, and he may need your help for a long time. Is there any problem, then, if I'm good to you? He paused, and then looked at her. Otherwise, do you want me to repay you in other ways? It turned out that she had been thinking too much. Feeling that a weight had been taken off her mind, she hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's fine like this, it's quite all right. Forget it, I don't need to be repaid in other ways. She and Lu Tingxiao were from completely different worlds. If he ever knew about her sordid past, he might forbid her from seeing little treasure ever again. It's still early, have a rest. We'll have breakfast downstairs later. All right. After Lu Tingxiao left, Ning Shi lay down on the comfortable large bed, but was unable to sleep. How could a person sleep when waiting for bad news? Even if the director and his team were satisfied with her, in the end, could they withstand the pressure from the investors? I can't just sit around waiting for it to end. She sat up and turned on her computer to log into MSN. Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, are you online? Evil Fairy King, wow, is Superstar Ning actually free to look for Shitizens like me? Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, do you have any money? Can you lend me 8 million yuan? Evil Fairy King, what happened? Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, can you not ask me for the reason? Evil Fairy King, I just invested in a winery, it may take me some time to get the money. Visit Envelben. CM for EU ovals. Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, how long? Evil Fairy King, 3 days. Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, thank you. Evil Fairy King, hee, darling, this is the first time you've asked me for help. Loneliness like never-ending arrows in the void, when will you be back? I'll pick you up. Evil Fairy King, Ning Shi, you're heartless. Seeing that Evil Fairy King had gone offline, Ning Shi felt suffocated in her heart. Unless she was forced to, she didn't want to owe anyone any favors, especially an ex. She knew that her doing this type of equivalent exchange had hurt his feelings, but she had no choice. She had stopped having feelings long ago, and she didn't want them ever again. She didn't want to borrow money from Lu Tingxiao because she had involved the Lu family enough already, and she really didn't want to become even more involved with them, especially when it came to money. An hour later, she finally got the call she had been dreading. It was Chang Li. Ning Shi's hand curled into a fist, and she took a deep breath. Hello? Don't forget that filming starts at 9. Find your own way there, I have to look after Shuelua, so I have no time for you. But since you're so capable, you don't need me anyway. Chang Li was sharp-tongued as ever, but today her tone was particularly biting, as if Ning Shi owed her a lot of money. What? Filming? Ning was stunned. Are you still asleep? Hurry up, don't be late on the first day. Chang Li said impatiently before hanging up. Holding her phone, it took Ning Shi some time to come back to earth. What was going on? Hadn't she been replaced? Ning Shi rolled out of bed and paced for a bit before finally calling the director. Hello, Director Gua, sorry to bother you so early, but I have something to ask you. Is this about Chairman Ning wanting you replaced? Yes. Ning Shi immediately felt anxious. Ning Yaohua had really gone and done it. Ning Shi, producer Wang, writer Yi and I are very pleased with you, but reality is cruel. We can't make films on feelings alone, the most important thing is funds. Sometimes we have no say when it comes to casting. Who does? The one who puts in the most money. As Ningxi listened, her heart sank like a stone falling to the bottom of the ocean. Had she been replaced after all? Then why had Chang Li told her to go to the filming? Chairman Ning did look for me last night. He felt you were too new, and was not in favor of using you. However, Gui Qixing paused. Ningxi wanted to pull the director out of the phone and shake him. Can't you just say it all at once? But you were lucky, Ningxi. Another investor was very impressed with you, so make sure you do your best. Really? Ningxi's fallen heart was suddenly lifted. Don't be too excited. She felt that she had been played by the director. Director Gui, you did that on purpose. You almost gave me a heart attack. Ha ha ha, how can youngsters be so weak-spirited? Can you please tell me clearly, have I been replaced or not? You haven't. That investor put in 50 million, which is the sum of the Ning family and Starlight Entertainment's investments combined, so he has the final say. Aren't the investors of the movie just the Ning family and Starlight Entertainment? Where did a third one come from? Ningxi felt it was a little strange. The investment came in at the last minute, you'll find out later. Gui Qixing was in high spirits. An investment of 50 million yuan out of nowhere, added to the existing funds, amounted to a total of 100 million. What was more, Ningxi, whose casting he was the most satisfied with, wouldn't be carelessly replaced on the whims of an ignorant investor. How could he not be happy? Okay. Thank you, director. The moment Ningxi hung up, the door was opened by a little, sleepy-eyed Bun. She was so happy she screamed, then rushed to hug him and kiss him fervently. Darling! You are indeed my lucky star. You save the day for me every time. Outside, the big demon king was gloomy as he watched Ningxi kiss his son warmly. When it was actually because of his efforts. Well, forget it. As long as he could see her bright smile, nothing else mattered. Lu Tingxiao strolled over to them. Why so happy? Ningxi cuddled the little Bun, who was giddy from her sudden affection. The director just told me I haven't been replaced, and that the drama's largest investor is very impressed with me. Really? Congratulations. Lu Tingxiao told her in a deliberately serious manner. Ningxi stroked her chin thoughtfully. But the director didn't tell me who the investor is. It has to be someone with exceptional taste, and an extraordinarily good eye, and also extraordinarily handsome. Lu Tingxiao smiled. Do you really think so? La test novls on n.velby/.co. Of course! Ningxi defended, but then something occurred to her. But I'll be filming probably throughout the day, and sometimes in the evening. What do we do about little treasure? Lu Tingxiao didn't reply, and just stared at his son. Ningxi's hugs and kisses had absolutely delighted the little Bun, and even with this piece of bad news, he still looked happy. He ran to his room. Ningxi was nervous at the thought that he might lock himself in again. Unexpectedly, he quickly returned, a tablet in his hands. On the tablet, fighting. Ningxi was almost moved to tears. Thank you, darling. You are indeed my angel. Lu Tingxiao looked at them embracing each other with unprecedented gentleness in his eyes. Filming started today in a studio backlit on the outskirts of the city. The first scene to be shot was the palace banquet, where the emperor was receiving visiting envoys. 7th Prince Chu Beichen and his consort Shang Wangingrong were engaged in a battle of wits with the envoys. Ningxi's character Princess De only had a minor role in the scene, she only needed to act as an enchanting ornament sitting beside the emperor. Even so, for just a small role, wearing so many layers of the traditional dress on such a hot day was a real pain. It didn't help that Ningxi's costume was extremely complicated. Her clothes weren't just the thickest, her headpiece itself also weighed several kilograms. After one shot, she was drenched in sweat inside her costume, though no one could tell. The director yelled, "Cut!" Ning Xueluo's 2 assistants came up to her straight away. One gave her a hand fan and the other a bottle of water. A cooling mat had already been arranged for her on her chair. Ningxi didn't even have one assistant, she didn't even get to drink any water after filming. She had another scene later, so she couldn't take the costume off yet. She could only undo her collar to cool off. Everyone was praising Ning Xueluo's acting, and the director also complimented her performance. However, he turned back to the camera to review Ningxi's scenes. Although she had no lines and only appeared a few times, her expression was on point. She looked idle and bored, yet also carried an air of contempt for the people around her, since she was preparing to destroy the country with her own 2 hands. Good, he wasn't concerned anymore. At this time, the production assistant Xiao Li shouted excitedly, "Teacher Ning, your boyfriend is here to visit you." Of course, by Teacher Ning he meant Ning Xueluo. Dressed in a refreshingly casual style, Suyen walked over, and behind him 2 of his men followed with a large box filled with ice cream for everyone. Get the latest chapters on n/velben.com. Wow! It's Häagen-Dazs! Thank you for the treat, Master Su. Teacher Ning is so blessed, her boyfriend came to visit on the first day. Oh my god! They are so lovey-dovey. Why are your mouths still flapping when you're eating? Ning Xueluo pouted. She then took some ice cream over to Ningxi. Junior sister Ning, have some. Thank you. Ningxi accepted it politely. This woman never got tired of pretending to be an angel in front of other people, especially when Su Yan was around, whereas Ningxi was tired just watching her. It was a good thing her specialty was acting, so she didn't mind playing along. After she returned to her seat, Ning Xueluo looked at Su Yan. It seemed like she had something to say, but was unsure whether to say it or not. She eventually said hesitantly, "Brother Yan, I'm a little worried about Xiaoxi." Why? What's wrong with Xiaoxi? Su Yan asked immediately. You know how last night was the opening ceremony? My dad also came, and he saw Xiaoxi there. I don't know what Xiaoxi said to him that made him so angry. He even talked about switching out the actress for her role. How did it turn out like that? Su Yan frowned. I don't know either. When I went over, all I saw was Dad's angry face. Then what happened? It seems that Xiaoxi was not switched out. Su Yan glanced at Ningxi. Despite the sweat running down her face, she was reading the script attentively. Her small face looked pitiful under the sun, but it was still eye-catching. Ning Xueluo seemed reluctant to continue speaking. Dad called the production team last night, and they promised they would use someone else, but this morning, someone anonymous suddenly invested 50 million yuan into the movie, with the only condition being that the second female lead has to be Ningxi. I'm worried that... Su Yan's face had grown darker as he listened, and eventually he said heavily, I know Xiaoxi. She would never do that kind of thing. Brother Yan, you are too naive. What kind of place is the entertainment industry? Who wouldn't change after entering this industry? I am so lucky that I have Dad and you to support me, but Ningxi does not have a good relationship with the family and refuses to accept our help. Don't tell me you don't know what happens to a pretty girl with no power or influence in the entertainment industry? Su Yan's face grew more blank as he listened, and he looked lost in thought. Ningxi, someone is looking for you. The production assistant yelled then, his voice sounding very excited. In that moment, everyone turned to look. Because it was too eye-catching. Red roses. Hundreds of red roses were being slowly brought in. Before anyone could react, the whole filming site had become a red ocean. Ningxi was holding a card, and her face was black. There was one sentence on the card: "Remember to pick me up, evil fairy king. Miss Ning, please sign for the delivery." This, can I not sign? Leaving it all here would be a nuisance for work. Ningxi tried to politely refuse the delivery. Unfortunately no, we promised the customer that we would only leave after you signed for it. The flower boy looked troubled. Beside her, the props manager hastily said, "Ningxi, accept it, accept it. It just so happens that we need to use roses later for one scene. Thanks to you, we won't need to spend so much effort preparing them later." Since the props manager had said so, and Ningxi didn't want to make things difficult for the delivery boy, she could only rub the skin between her eyebrows and sign for the flowers. At this time nearby, everyone was gossiping with admiring faces. Read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. Oh my god! So many roses! So romantic! Who sent them? Still need to ask? It must be an admirer. Beauties are really treated differently. Someone already sent flowers on the first day. And hundreds of them. Ning Xuelua's assistant, Cui Kaijing, then said in a seemingly casual way, "It looks like a lot, but actually doesn't cost that much." Right after she spoke, yet another person suddenly came over looking for Ningxi. It wasn't anything elaborate this time. The person carefully handed her a small box. Everyone was insanely curious as they stole looks at the box, trying to figure out what it was. Ningxi opened the box with a suspicious expression. Inside was a large, sparkling diamond, with a note that had 4 words on it: "Long time no see." It was signed, YS. Seeing these 2 initials, Ningxi's face grew blacker. F********. Did these 2 arrange this together? She just wanted to keep her head down. Why did it have to be so hard? Ningxi had received both the flowers and the diamond before half the day was over. The drama crew was already gossiping like mad. Oh my god! That diamond is crazy big. It's so bright, I'm going to go blind. Ningxi's admirers are crazy. This time, Cui Kaijing had nothing to say, but still whispered waspishly, "Who knows whether the diamond is real or not anyway?" Ningxi sat down heavily in a chair, and looked as if her life was ending. What was supposed to come, would come. There was nowhere to hide. There was no helping it. Ningxi could only apologize to the director. "I'm sorry, Director Gua, I didn't mean to trouble the crew." Gui Qixing did not mind, and smiled as he waved his hands. It's natural for a fair lady to have admirers. It's all right, we're going to use your flowers after all." Not far away, Ning Xuelua looked calm, but was in fact gnashing her teeth so hard in hatred she almost broke them. How could she not be jealous? This country bumpkin who had been like dirt then could now make men mad for her, and could easily obtain the things that Xuelua had to scheme so much for. Before filming for the next scene started, Ningxi found a corner to make a quick phone call. "Hey honey, did you receive my delivery yet?" The voice on the phone was easygoing. "Jiang Mai. F******, your uncle. You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Compared with the voice, Ningxi sounded much angrier. "Tut tut, you are the first one to receive my roses, yet you don't want to me but my uncle instead. You have such bad taste. Don't try to change the topic. What do you really want?" "I don't want anything, I'm just reminding you to pick me up at the airport." You promised me already. You still dare ask me to pick you up? You're not afraid I'll bring a 40-meter-long knife with me to chop you to death? Ningxi suppressed her desire to kill this person. Are you backing out on your promise? The voice on the phone turned cold. The condition for picking you up was that you would lend me 8 million, but now I don't need it anymore. Didn't I already send a message to tell you? I don't care, you already promised me. Even though you don't need the money anymore, I agreed to help as soon as you asked, and it was for such a big amount. I was sincere. You hate to owe people favors, right? Doesn't this count as a favor? Ningxi clutched her forehead and paced back and forth. I won't talk about how you sent flowers to trap me now, but you know that the news about you coming back next month has already been leaked. Your fans and the media will all be at the airport. You want me to pick you up? You want them to tear me apart? Jiang Mai, I dumped you once and you want to take revenge just for that? Do I? I'm giving you a free pass to become famous. So many small stars pray for this kind of opportunity and can't get it. No. Need. Fine. If you don't come, I'm going to let the whole world know that you dumped me. I don't care that I'll lose face, I want everyone to carry out justice for me. The man on the line said, like he couldn't care less anymore. Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. You. Ningxi was so angry that she felt her lungs would explode. The most stupid thing she had ever done in her life was to provoke the disaster known as Jiang Mai. Small one, you think I don't know how to deal with you? Ningxi smiled with contempt. Fine, pick you up, right? I'll be there. Don't regret it then. Actually, it wasn't difficult to deal with Jiang Mai. He was just unhappy about being dumped by a girl for the first time, so he just wanted to make some trouble for her. He would stop once he was satisfied. Her biggest headache was the devil who had sent the diamond. Forget it, she didn't care anymore. There is always a solution to a problem. Ningxi, someone's looking for you. As soon as she was done, Ningxi heard the production assistant Xiaoli calling for her, which made her really want to run away. Who was it this time? It still wasn't over. Everyone in the crew was excited. Was it going to be something even more elaborate this time? In one corner, Cui Kaijing's expression was one of disdain. These tacky old men only know how to waste money. So low. Miss Xiao hello. It was a timid girl this time. She looked unhappy and nervous, as if she had done something wrong. In front of a girl like this, Ningxi couldn't be angry even if she wanted to. It's okay. You were looking for me? I'm here to give you something. The girl opened what looked like a white cooler box. As cool vapor poured out of the box, Ningxi saw 3 bottles that looked like they contained red, yellow and green fruit juices. This is... Ningxi's lips twitched a little. She had watched a lot of palace dramas, and her first reaction was that someone wanted to poison her. This was personally made by our little young master. This is watermelon juice, orange juice and green bean juice, the girl replied. Who is your little young master? Ningxi asked suspiciously, trying to recall whether she had offended a little young master who likes to make fruit juice. The girl indicated she should read the note on the bottle. Taking the note off, Ningxi saw just one English word written on it, fighting, followed by a drawing of a heart. Ningxi could imagine how the other party must have blushed and pursed his lips when drawing the heart. It's little treasure. In an instant, the look in Ningxi's eyes turned soft, and her turbulent mood immediately calmed. At first, she had been most worried about having too high a profile when starting her career, which could stir up unnecessary trouble and gossip. But now, when she thought about it, why should she care so much about the opinions of people who cared nothing for her? If she constantly worried about what people thought of her in this industry, wouldn't that just be too exhausting? Back then, it was because she cared too much about what those contemptuous class elites thought of her, about her parents' attitude and Su Yan's thoughts, that she gradually lost her confidence and her own identity. She already understood this, yet had let one instance like this shake her. She just needed to be herself and keep a clear conscience, and one day, she would prove herself using her own strength. She was fighting only for the people who cared about her. "You can put it down, help me thank your little young master," Ningxi said. She took out her cell phone to send a text message to Little Treasure. While the people in the production crew looked like they were busy doing their jobs, all of them were actually staring in Ningxi's direction, very curious about what had been sent to her this time. La test novls on n vel/.co. In the end, it seemed to be 3 bottles of juice. The first time, Ningxi had looked troubled by the roses. The second time, she hadn't seemed very surprised or pleased with the diamond. But now, she had a happy expression on her face, and was texting cheerfully. Everyone exclaimed. "Ah, sure enough, money doesn't work on beauties these days, it's the heart that matters the most." "That's right, didn't you hear the girls say just now that the juice was personally handmade?" "That's so sweet!" "I bet the one who sent the juice will be the one to win the heart of the beauty in the end." "Then I bet it's the one who sent the diamond." "Why is no one betting on the person who sent the flowers?" After drinking the fruit juice and green bean soup, Ningxi was fully revived as they continued filming. At the same time, Lu Tingxiao was at home, having taken the time off to accompany his son, when his cell phone sounded with a ding. It indicated that there was a new text message from Ningxi. Lu Tingxiao opened it, and then the corners of his mouth tilted upward slightly. "Darling, thank you for your juice and green bean soup. They were super delicious. Serengio." Lu Tingxiao looked at it for a long while before beckoning to his son, who was motionless as he looked blankly out the window. "Little Treasure, come here." Little Treasure ignored him. Lu Tingxiao sighed slightly. "It's a message from your Auntie Xiao Shi." Little Treasure ran at him like a rocket and jumped up to reach for the cell phone. Lu Tingxiao raised it out of his reach. "I can show it to you, if you call me Dad. Little Bun's face was full of protest as he refused to cooperate. It was only until his son was so fitful that he almost cried that Lu Tingxiao finally relented and handed him the phone. Looking at his son read the text message with pure satisfaction on his face, Lu Tingxiao's expression was worried. It was probably because there was very little in the world that could distress him, that God had sent Little Treasure to test him. Little Treasure was very clever, he had only been 6 months old when he started speaking. Although he had a quiet character and didn't speak much to begin with, ever since that accident, he had not spoken ever again. He had missed too many parts of Little Treasure's childhood, and when he wanted to make up for it, he found that it was too late. He wondered if the day would ever come that he could hear him call him Dad again. Little Treasure stared at the phone for a long time, as if there was something that he didn't understand. Then he went over to his father, and pointed at the phrase Serengio with his little finger, probably asking him what it meant. "Modal particle, it doesn't have any special meaning," Lu Tingxiao replied seriously. "Pooh Appa, you're not cultured, don't misguide Little Treasure. Serengio means I love you in Korean, okay?" Lu Jingli skipped over, making the shape of a heart with his hands. When Little Treasure heard this, he gave his father a disdainful look, then ran off to continue juicing fruit. Lu Tingxiao was fluent in 12 languages. If Ningxi had written in Korean, he would have definitely known it, but written this way, he didn't understand it at all. "You don't have to work." Lu Tingxiao looked askance at Lu Jingli with the expression of a boss managing his employee. Lu Jingli immediately moved a chair over to sit in front of him, a thrilled expression on his face. "Boss, I have something very important to report to you." Lu Tingxiao couldn't be bothered to speak, his expression indicating that if Lu Jingli wanted to fart, he should just do so. Lu Jingli waved his hands with extreme excitement. "Do you know what I just heard? Today, Xiao Shishi's admirers sent her gifts on set. The fruit juice and green bean soup that Little Treasure sent her," Lu Tingxiao answered calmly. "I know, but before those, other people had also sent her gifts. Furthermore, it was two of them. One sent red roses which covered the whole film site, and the other sent a big diamond." Lu Tingxiao slowly started to grow cold. On such a hot summer day, it helped immensely to relieve the heat. While oppa means brother in Korea, it's only used by women to address men older than them. Ning Shi used the transliteration of the word Serengio into Chinese pinyin. "Did you find out who they are?" Lu Tingxiao's expression implied that once he knew who they were, he would kill them on sight. Lu Jingli knocked on the table. "That is what I wanted to tell you. Even with my intelligence network, I'm actually drawing blanks at finding out who they are. It looks like we can only wait for them to make another move before we can try again." But the big demon king looked like he could kill someone now. Could he actually wait until they made another move? Lu Tingxiao immediately made a phone call and said in a tone as cold as the wind coming off a glacier, "Qing Feng, help me investigate two people." Lu Jingli's face was extremely surprised. "Wow, you're even using your genie way." His gossip network couldn't be compared with his brother's intelligence network, which could dig up a person's secret past as long as there was even the smallest clue to work with. "Brother, I told you before, Ning Shi's past isn't simple. Do you believe me now? I think you should tell Qing Feng in passing to also investigate Ning Shi properly." Lu Jingli suggested meaningfully. "That isn't necessary. Everyone had a past that they didn't want to tell others about. He wouldn't touch what she didn't want to be touched. If she wanted to tell him, then she would tell him." Filming finally wrapped up at 6 o'clock in the evening. The main scenes today were all of the male and female leads. There weren't many shots of Ning Shi, but she still had to appear in the scene, acting like a vase for the whole day. Being a vase was also very tiring. She felt like her neck was about to break from wearing such a heavy costume, and her body was also breaking out into a rash. After changing her clothes and getting her makeup removed, she put on a mask as she prepared to take the subway. She wasn't famous yet, so nobody knew her. It was very convenient to take the subway, plus she didn't have to deal with traffic jams. She was about to walk towards the station when a black Maserati pulled up beside her. "You updates tnvel/buy.com." The car window rolled down, and Su Yan smiled at her. "Xiao Shi, let me drive you home." Ning Shi. Ex-boyfriend. Why was it yet another ex-boyfriend? Couldn't they just let her have some peace and quiet? No need. Ning Shi walked away directly, as she didn't want to see his disgusting face. However, Su Yan refused to leave and drove slowly after her. "Xiao Shi, can we talk?" Ning Shi sneered. "What is there to talk about? Do you hate the fact that there aren't enough scandals about me today? Do you want someone to take a photograph of us and send them an even bigger scandal?" Su Yan frowned, a little unused to these cold words and attitude from a girl who before had listened to and done everything he said. "Xiao Shi, that's not what I meant. I do have something important to talk to you about." Ning Shi was afraid they really would be photographed if she continued tangling with him on the street. This guy's car was too eye-catching. Ning Shi looked left and right to make sure there was nobody around, then quickly opened the door and got in the car. Half an hour later, in a room at some restaurant. Suyen called the waiter over and ordered a number of dishes, most of which were Ningxi's favorites. Xiaoxi, I haven't seen you in a long time, so I don't know whether your taste has changed. How have you been all these years overseas? I sent you some money, but you returned it all to me, and in the end changed your bank account number. Say what you want to say. Ningxi put her hand against her head and buried herself in texting little treasure, letting him know that she would be back a little late. Resignedly, Suyen pushed a check at her. Out of the corner of her eye, Ningxi gave the check for 8 million yuan a quick glance before narrowing her eyes. What is the meaning of this? Suyen's eyes became stern. Xiaoxi, don't do anything that you will regret. Ningxi put down her phone and looked at him with a disingenuous smile. Oh. Tell me, what did I do? Then tell me, how did you get this role? Suyen said abruptly with heavy emphasis. Jin Yiwei were imperial guards in the Ming dynasty, which eventually became something like a secret service. How do you think I got it? Ningxi crossed her arms over her chest and leaned back in the chair as she asked casually. It seemed that Suyen was worn out of patience, and he slapped his hand down on the table. Ningxi! You know better than me what a girl like you will encounter in the entertainment industry. Why do you have to be so stubborn about wading into these waters? Heh, a girl like me. Ningxi smiled slightly. What kind of identity is young Master Su wearing to say such a thing to me? If she had been who she was back then, hearing this, she probably would have become hysterical. Back then, Suyen had told her repeatedly that he didn't want his future wife to enter the entertainment industry, yet when it came to Ning Xuelua, he fully supported her. Even now, he still dared to criticize Ningxi for the way she lived her life. Xiaoxi, even if we broke up, I've always treated you as my little sister, and I just want to help you. Can't you be less stubborn? Take this money, cancel your contract with Starlight, and leave the entertainment industry. Suyen advised her earnestly. Heh, help me? Ningxi's lazy eyes suddenly became very cold. Now that I think about it, I actually do need young Master Su to help me with something. I hope that young Master Su can help me tell the Ning family the truth and testify in court that Ning Xuelua bribed 2 men to rape me. Will you help me with this? Xiaoxi, I. Suyen paled. If I do that, it will be over for Xuelua. At the most, her actions back then can only be considered an attempted crime. You were the one who entered the wrong room and slept with someone else. Though it was the answer Ningxi had expected, her heart still throbbed painfully. She sneered. So what you're saying is, back then, the 2 of you did nothing wrong? It was my fault she got me drunk, my fault I was drugged, my fault I was raped, my fault that I got pregnant with someone's bastard and gave birth to a dead baby. Suyen frowned. Xiaoxi, I didn't mean it like that. Xuelua and I have already apologized to you for this matter, and have been trying to make it up to you for so many years. Why can't you just let it go? Ningxi picked up her bag and stood up. Heh, you ask me to let it go? When your Xuelua is raped by someone and has his bastard, you can shake hands with him and happily become a cuckold, then you can ask me again. Suyen's face instantly changed. Ningxi! How can you say such a thing? Huh, I'm just talking about it, and your heart already hurts this much. You won't know how much it hurts unless it happens to you, right? Expect me to forgive the 2 of you? I'm not that saintly. Ningxi stalked away after saying her piece. What bad luck! She shouldn't have bothered with Suyen, it had made her so sick that she didn't feel like having dinner tonight. She should hurriedly go back and cuddle little Bun to heal herself. As soon as Ningxi reached the door of the Liu residence, she saw a soft, white little Bun running towards her. See check out LTS TVL on NOVL/bin, cm. It appeared that he had been at the window waiting for her. Ningxi really was instantly healed, and she gave Little Bun a super big kiss as usual. "Darling, have you eaten yet? I sent a message saying that you didn't have to wait for me, and you should be good and eat first. Did you do it?" Little Bun nodded. "Good boy." Ningxi kissed Little Bun again as a reward. "You go play first, Auntie is going upstairs to change clothes and take a bath." Little Bun nodded. The two people walked inside hand in hand. Standing by a window on the second floor, Lu Tingxiao looked at the scene below him and felt rather melancholy. He had never known he was such a jealous person. He was even starting to envy his son. As soon as Ningxi came back, she had kissed his son, not just once, but twice. While he could only look at her from a distance. The first thing that Ningxi did when she returned to her bedroom was to take off her bra. It simply was torture to wear this thing on a hot summer day, all right? She reached behind her to unclasp the back, then started to pull the bra out. When she had pulled it out halfway, the door behind her creaked open. "Ning!" Lu Tingxiao barely said one word before he froze, his hand still on the door where he had pushed it open, and a startled look on his face at the situation inside the room. Ningxi froze in an awkward position, her bra half out, she couldn't pull it fully out or put it back on. It was the most miserable situation ever. The worst thing was that the bra she was wearing today was custom-made, with the triangular Superman logo printed conspicuously on each side. Lu Tingxiao obviously noticed the Superman print and raised his eyebrows slightly. But being the gentleman he was, he didn't make a big deal out of it, just coughed and said, "Sorry, the door was open, so." He started backing out of the room. "No worries, my fault, I didn't close the door." Ningxi pulled her bra out as she answered, like nothing had happened, and hid it under the covers. She fanned herself with her hands. It's steaming today, you men would never understand this kind of girl trouble." Did you need something? Why are you back so late? Had a date?" Lu Tingxiao asked casually. "What date?" "I ran into a real jerk and talked trash for a bit," Ningxi grumbled, like she had been very unlucky. Lu Tingxiao relaxed after hearing her absolute denial about going on a date. "I saved some food for you, take a shower and come eat. I can look after my own meals." Ningxi felt a bit embarrassed. "It's just one more person." All right." As soon as Lu Tingxiao left, Ningxi locked the door. The one time she forgot she wasn't in her own home, Ningxi actually made such an embarrassing mistake, she needed to pay more attention from now on. After a shower and dinner, Ningxi made herself comfortable in bed and started to browse the news online, while Little Bun was at the table with a thick book. Ningxi Elua expressed her affection for her handsome, rich boyfriend in public. Award-winning actor Zhao couldn't hide his jealousy. Ningxi Elua praised Ningxi as the perfect combination of beauty and talent. Ningxi #1 beauty in the entertainment industry. Meng Chang'e looking stunning at the opening ceremony of The World, Images. First day of filming for The World, Ningxi Elua's handsome rich boyfriend paid her a loving visit. Breaking down the number of upcoming actress Ningxi's wealthy admirers, red roses piled up on set on the first day of filming, photos. It was all normal headlines, but they gradually turned strange, like, Ningxi a secret mistress, who's the money guy behind Ningxi, Ningxi and her multiple men, Ningxi's personal life is a mess. Ningxi had already been prepared back at the film studio, so she wasn't too upset at seeing these. She knew that even if the incidents with Chiang Mai and YS hadn't happened, sooner or later there would have been gossip about her public image anyway. These tabloids used ambiguous wording and had no supporting evidence, but when repeated enough, people might buy into them eventually, regardless of whether they were true or not. Need help? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ningxi sat up with the laptop in her arms, cradled her jaw and laughed. Big Boss Lu, you want to make this go away for me? Can't I? Lu Tingxiao handed her and Little Treasure each a cup of milk. Yours is low fat. Thanks. Flattered, Ningxi accepted the cup, and then said, Thank you for your consideration, but it's unnecessary. I believe time will prove everything. I believe you, Lu Tingxiao said. His words stunned Ningxi, and she touched her forehead helplessly. Lu Tingxiao, has anyone ever told you that you are really good at Liao Mei? Liao Mei? Lu Tingxiao looked suspicious. Obviously he didn't know what this internet term meant. It means that you know how to hit on girls. Ningxi explained. There was a smile in Lu Tingxiao's eyes. Thank you for the compliment. So does this mean that I actually pleased you? With that, the atmosphere turned intimate. T/his chapter is updated by NVEL, bin.co/m. Ningxi blushed, regretting what she had said. Watch what you say. It's led to such a dangerous topic. Luckily, Lu Tingxiao knew when to stop. I'm going to go through some documents in my study. You two rest well. Good night. Ningxi, good night. Little Treasure. Though Little Bun didn't say anything, hurry up and leave, don't disturb my time with Auntie Xiaoxu was written all over his face. Liao Mei is a Chinese slang that literally means to tease a girl. The next morning, after Ningxi left, an uneasy Lu Tingxiao gave Lu Jingli a call. Send someone on set. Bro, are you worried someone's bullying sister-in-law? This is something anyone who wants to become a star has to go through. It'll make her tougher. If she doesn't experience this for herself, she'll never be able to stand on her own. Lu Jingli used the same tone Lu Tingxiao would take when he was lecturing someone. Lu Tingxiao, she doesn't need those. Meaning, he would be the one to protect her. Lu Jingli. Hee hee. Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. Lu Jingli's heart was desolate at his brother's biased treatment. Last year, without saying a word, you threw me into the mess that was Glory World and wouldn't even let anyone help me. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to be on set to make sure not even a single strand of her hair is harmed. You can take a week off next month, Lu Tingxiao suddenly said. Huh, bro, what did you say? Lu Jingli couldn't believe his ears. You're letting me take time off, and it's even a whole week? You haven't let me take leave in 3 years. Don't want it? Want. Of course I want it. But, why are you suddenly treating me so well? Lu Jingli didn't understand and tried to recall their earlier conversation. Finally, he realized it was all because of that word, sister-in-law. Just because he had called Ningxi's sister-in-law? This break was making him both happy and sad. Eldest young master, Dr. Qin is here. The maid's voice came from outside the study. A slim man in a simple suit was standing next to the maid. He had a gentle look and a warm smile, and seemed a very pleasant person. Lu Tingxiao hung up the phone and turned to the visitor. You're here, have a seat. Qin Mufeng put his bag down and sat on the sofa. What is it? Is Little Treasure not feeling well? You can see for yourself, he's in the kitchen, Lu Tingxiao answered. Kitchen? Qin Mufeng lifted an eyebrow, and then headed to the kitchen. A moment later, Qin Mufeng came back smiling. When did Little Treasure pick up juicing as a hobby? Also, he seems happy, and NBSP, did something happen? Something did happen recently. A few days ago, I was too busy to look after Little Treasure, and then Jingli took him to a bar without my knowing. Lu Tingxiao explained the situation to the doctor simply. Qin Mufeng's face changed as he listened to Lu Tingxiao, and in the end, he said happily, something good came out of a bad situation for little treasure. I've mentioned before, he's too uninterested in everything, something that interests or motivates him is good for his recovery. What's more, this is a living person. You didn't have that girl stay on as little treasure's nanny or tutor? Lu Tingxiao, because she is little treasure's future mother. Cough cough cough. Seeing Lu Tingxiao's expressionless face, Qin Mufeng was astonished. What did you say? Are you doing this for little Tror, or for yourself? The cold expression on Lu Tingxiao's face melted slightly. He looked out the window and said, Dr. Qin, I think your previous conclusions were correct. You've fallen in love with this girl? Qin Mufeng got very excited. I knew I was right. How could you be an asexual? Tell me more, when you see her, does your heart speed up and your blood boil? Does it make you want to get closer to her and make love to her? Lu Tingxiao thought about it for a bit and said, that's basically correct. He had once asked Qin Mufeng how it felt to really like someone. Qin Mufeng had told him that he would know when he met that person. Back then, he had thought it was such rubbish. After meeting Ningxi, he realized it was all true. Congrats! So many asexuals may their entire lives never meet the one for them. Qin Mufeng congratulated his old friend wholeheartedly. Aside from heterosexuals and homosexuals, in this world, there are also asexuals. Asexuality is not an illness and does not mean an unclear sexual orientation or fear of intimacy. To put it simply, it was a lack of interest in sex. Because of this affliction, his mother had even urged Lu Jingli 5 years ago to drug his own brother. This must be what they call a double blessing. So when do I get to drink your wedding wine? Qin Mufeng teased. I'm working on it. Lu Tingxiao, who always seemed invincible, had rare uncertainty on his face. Qin Mufeng was shocked. It actually still hasn't happened? I thought big CEO Lu would have had it in the bag by now. Well, a girl able to catch your interest must be quite something. So, is the reason you asked me to come over this time to teach you how to chase girls? While I can't compare with second master in practice, I'm pretty good with theory. Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. Why did everyone want to teach him how to chase girls? Lu Tingxiao's face darkened. Don't bother with that, I wanted to confirm the effect of her appearance on little treasure, that's all. Qin Mufeng returned to the real issue after joking around. It's like this, there are two sides to everything. It could be good for him, but you told me little treasure thrashed the house in order to see her, so most of it depends on your guidance. Whether it was out of selfishness or not, having her stay in the house for the time being was the right thing to do. I would suggest the next step to take is to ask that girl if she can take little treasure out more, perhaps even take him to school when the time is right, and slowly ease him into a normal life. She might be able to do what I couldn't even after 2 years. I understand, I'll try. Studio backlit. All the whispering stopped as soon as Ningxi walked onto the set. Everybody was looking at her. Obviously, the gossip had spread. In one corner, someone spoke in a weird tone. Who does she think she is, a rookie like her arriving late? Doesn't she see how teacher Ning was early to arrive? Actually, Ningxi wasn't late at all, it was Ning Xuelua who was early. Teacher Ning, you and Ningxi are in the same company, is the gossip online true? People say that she slept her way up through the production team to get this role. Shameless! Doesn't Starlight Entertainment care about this kind of unfair competition? Faced with the crew's barrage of questions, Ning Xuelua put on a helpless face and sighed. Everyone has his or her own way, the company won't say anything. After saying that, she appeared to suddenly realize she had said something wrong, and quickly continued, I'm not saying junior sister really did those things, online gossip is not creditable. The way she said it made it sound like she was trying to cover up something, which made the crew think it had to be real. It was only after Director Gluck came over and urged everyone to hurry up and start work that the gossipy crowd finally left. The helpless look on Ning Xueluo's face also disappeared, and she called her assistant to her side and asked in a low tone, "How did it go?" "Don't worry, Sister Xueluo, it's all set. You told me she's allergic to metallic things, right? I put metallic power in the makeup artist's kit without anyone noticing. When she puts it on, her whole face will be ruined." Ning Xu was going to shoot in a dance scene today, so her costume would be lighter than the palace costume from yesterday, which was a relief. When she entered the dressing room, she was surprised to see Jia Qingqing. She had thought Jia Qingqing would no longer be coming. Jia Qingqing had failed the audition for the second female lead, but the director had invited her to play the third female lead, Princess Yan. While the third female lead would also bring disaster to the country, it was a smaller role than Ning Shi's. Furthermore, she would be tortured terribly by Ning Shi in the movie. Although her manager had accepted the invitation on Jia Qingqing's behalf, she was very unsatisfied and had not attended the opening ceremony. It had even been rumored that she would refuse the role. Ning Shi guessed that she had come obediently after hearing that the movie had received a large additional investment. It was a huge project of 100 million after all. Jia Qingqing was getting her makeup done when she saw Ning Shi in the mirror. She stared at her with cold contempt and undisguised hatred. Like Ning Xueluo, she had a rich father, so she always behaved arrogantly and was unpopular on set. But her water army was very skilled and had remade her image into an outspoken and straightforward person. They even gave her the title of #1 beauty in the entertainment industry. So of course she deeply hated Ning Shi, who had robbed both her role and fame. Isn't this our #1 beauty in the entertainment industry? With so many rich sponsors supporting you, you still hang out in the dressing room with small fry like us? Jia Qingqing sneered. Ning Shi leisurely found a chair to sit on and began to read her script, completely unaffected. She was the type of person who would wholeheartedly focus on work as soon as she arrived on set, and wouldn't be affected by anything or anyone. "Ning Shi, are you ignoring me?" Jia Qingqing dropped her comb with a clatter. Ning Shi continued reading her script as if she hadn't heard. At that moment, the makeup artist next to her couldn't hold it in any longer, and coughed. "Ning Shi is wearing earphones, so she may not have heard you." Only then did Jia Qingqing see the two little white earbuds in Ning Shi's ears. She felt like she had just been punching cotton. B**********. Who knew whether she was doing it on purpose? Of course Ning Shi was doing it on purpose. The moment she saw Jia Qingqing, she had taken out her earphones and put them in so that she could pretend she couldn't hear her. Because in this case, no matter who was right or wrong, as long as there was conflict, it wouldn't be good for her. It was better to just avoid trouble altogether. "Miss Jia, it's done. Are you happy with it?" The makeup artist spoke cautiously, obviously aware that she was dealing with a difficult client. "No. Do it again," Jia Qingqing said without even one look. "Which part are you dissatisfied with?" the makeup artist asked. "Everything." The makeup artist's face was stiff with anger, but she could only remove the makeup and start again. Seeing how Ning Shi completely ignored her, Jia Qingqing became angrier and continued to find fault with everything the makeup artist did. The makeup artist dared not show her attitude, so she could only glare resentfully at Ning Shi sitting in the corner. She also knew that Jia Qingqing's aim was Ning Shi and she had just been dragged into it. Apart from the male lead and female lead who had their own dressing rooms, everyone else shared one room, so if Jia Qingqing wasn't finished with her makeup, Ning Shi would have to wait interminably. At last, it was only when Jia Qingqing's manager came in to get her that she left reluctantly, not forgetting to throw Ning Shi another angry glare as she did. Literal translation of, which is internet slang for individuals or groups who are paid to post online comments to help shape or sway public opinion on an issue. In this context, to punch cotton is to do something that is a useless gesture, i.e. doesn't have any real effect. When it was time for Ningxi to get her makeup done, the makeup artist banged things around and called in a loud and cold voice. "Ningxi, come and do your makeup." Ningxi put her script down and walked over. "I appreciate it." The makeup artist was reluctant to do her makeup for her. Ningxi glanced at the makeup tools and suddenly stopped her with one hand. "What are you doing?" Ningxi said humbly, "Sister Amy, can I use my own makeup? My skin is rather sensitive and I might be allergic to other brands." "No way, that's not what we do. Will you take responsibility if the makeup turns out badly? Weren't you fine with it yesterday?" Amy was very impatient and gave her a look that said she was being a bother. Ningxi took out a red packet from her bag and surreptitiously placed it in Amy's palm. "Sister Amy, I hope you will kindly make an exception for me. After all, people doing this sort of work rely on their faces, and for me, too, this is just in case." Amy felt the thickness of the red packet, coughed slightly, and then said reluctantly, "Fine. But in return, if the director says there's something wrong with your makeup, you must take responsibility." "Of course. I definitely won't get Sister Amy involved." In this circle, enemies didn't last forever. Amy's mood improved a lot after receiving a big red packet, and she took care with Ningxi's makeup. In the end, she looked better than she did yesterday. After the makeup artist left, Ningxi crossed her arms looking at the costume she would wear today from head to toe. Then she took a big magnet out of her bag, and like a security inspector, she ran it over the clothes and then the shoes. Fortunately, there were no problems with either. Ningxi put the magnet away, tooted, and thought, "How unprofessional. A needle should have been sewn into the clothes to prick and hurt you everywhere, and you wouldn't be able to discover the problem, no matter how hard you looked. Small thumbtacks should have been embedded into the soles of the shoes, so you would feel nothing when walking normally, but with more robust movements, things would definitely become more exciting." Unlike Ningxi, who had been protected her whole life and didn't truly understand what suffering meant, Ningxi had been fumbling around at the bottom of the industry for so many years, she had seen so much, there was no way she wouldn't see through the small tricks played on her. Although she couldn't check the makeup kit earlier, Ningxi knew that her skin was allergic to metal, and it was very likely that she had tampered with the makeup. By the time she had finished changing, the dance instructor whom the director had arranged for her was already waiting outside. While the other actors were acting, Ningxi followed behind the instructor and learned her dance moves. After the rest were done filming, the director came to check on the results. "Ningxi, how is it? I saw in your profile that you'd learned dance before, so I felt half a day should be fine for you. If it's not enough, I can give you a few more days. I think I'm ready." Ningxi didn't want to be overconfident. Gui Qisheng looked at the dance instructor. "What do you think, Miss Jing?" The instructor laughed. "You can see for yourself later." Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. In that case, let's begin. Scene 13, Princess Da's intoxicated dance. Characters: the Emperor, Princess Da, Princess Xian, some concubines, eunuchs, and servants. Recently, a large number of new girls had been selected to enter the palace. The Emperor had various concubines and princesses convene in his chamber for drinks and entertainment. The Emperor was so besotted with the newly selected girls that he even ignored his favorite Princess Da. Before Princess Da, Princess Xian had been his favorite, so when she saw how Princess Da was being ignored, Princess Xian gloated. In this palace, the new always laugh and the old always cry. Did she think her looks were good enough for her to keep the Emperor's heart forever? Let's see how long she can take it for. Perhaps it was because Princess Da was played by Ningxu that Jia Qingqing, whose acting skills had never been that outstanding, performed well as Princess Xian this time. Seeing this, the director was very satisfied. Surrounded by lively noise, Ningxu reclined on a chaise lounge and drank as if she was in a different world. The wine slipped past her red lips and down her long, elegant neck, sliding seductively into her collar. The scene was so beautiful that all the men on set stared dazedly. The cameraman deliberately zoomed in for a close-up. The strong wind carries the rain over the rivers to the dark village. The downpour on the mountains around us is like waves raging hard. As Ningxu recited the poem in a drunken haze, she stood up unsteadily. In the next second, she threw the cup away with a clatter, and then started to dance with messy steps. The wood is burning and my felt is warm, my cute cat and I stay inside. That slender waist was like a willow branch, bending softly as far as it could go before springing back up fiercely. Light gauze danced as if on the wind, her seductive gaze flowed over you like silk. Lying stiffly in bed in a desolate village, I don't feel sad for myself, I still want to go to war and do my duty for my country. She picked up a flagon from the table and drank it all in one go. While it might be called a dance, those captivating movements looked more like a war dance on the battlefield. She instantly transformed from an enchanting spirit into a general who led troops into war, and the difference was amazing. Princess Da's true identity was the female general Meng Changge. For generations, the Meng family had fought for the nation, but in the end, the entire family had been executed, except for her. Because of that, she had infiltrated the palace, not just to kill her enemy, but to also overturn the world. Not far away, completely unaware of the danger, the emperor had been pulled in by the beauty before him. He clutched a cup and stared, and did not move for a long time. Seeing the rekindled frenzy and obsession in the emperor's eyes, Princess Xian, the new girls and the other princesses were full of envy and hatred. Lying down in the depths of the night and listening to the wind and the rain, I dream of riding an armored horse to cross a frozen river. I dream of riding an armored horse to cross a frozen river. I dream of riding an armored horse to cross a frozen river. Ningxu recited the last sentence 3 times, once vaguely, once sorrowfully, and the last time resolutely. With that, she leaned alluringly into the emperor's embrace, bewitching him. She was determined to continue on her road to vengeance. Once the scene was over, the director almost forgot to yell cut. Cut! Fantastic! Gui Qisheng was the first to clap his hands. Ningxu danced well and was very professional. The hardest was expressing what I wanted. Everyone's expressions were also very good. Old Foam, I don't need to mention you, and the rare one was Qingqing, your expression just now was perfectly on point. Jia Qingqing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. That was her real envy and hatred, of course it would be on point. The emperor was played by Feng Yiba, a veteran actor who always played emperors and had worked with countless beauties. He couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Director Gui, that wasn't an act, I really was stunned." Just as I said, junior sister is very capable. Next to them, Ningxu Elua joined in the praise, but was actually about to grind her teeth down to nothing. When it was over, Ningxu Elua drew her assistant aside to question her. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. What's going on? It's the afternoon already, there's been no reaction at all. The assistant looked frightened. I put it in myself, in the blush, the eyeshadow, the highlight powder, I put a bit in all of them. Maybe it's a late reaction? Ningxu Elua stared at her. Impossible, if she had touched any of it, red dots would have started appearing on her skin within half an hour. She had used this method before to disgrace Ningxi at her birthday dinner. Then the only explanation is that she didn't use any of them at all. The assistant said feebly. You're useless. Why didn't you have a backup plan, and put something into her clothes? I didn't expect it. Don't be angry, Sister Shuelua, I won't fail next time. Ning Shuelua suppressed her anger. This time had just been a miscalculation. There would still be plenty of chances anyway. It was possible that she didn't have to do anything. Earlier, Jia Qingqing had looked at Ningxi with enough hatred to swallow her up. Ha, Ningxi, did you think landing this role would be a good thing for you? I'll lift you up even higher so that you'll fall harder. Although Ningxi had proven her acting skills this time, her reputation hadn't improved in the slightest, because she had performed too well, making people see her as a vixen. They even thought she wasn't acting, but just portraying herself. Director Guo was afraid that her mood would be unstable, and went to console her before she left. Ningxi, take it easy. Your second male lead will join us next month, there is more to come. Ningxi smiled bitterly. Director Guo, who on earth is my second male lead? You have been very secretive from the beginning, no hint of it at all. I can understand if you're keeping it from the media as a gimmick, but can't you tell even us? I can't say it, what if someone spilled the beans? Anyway, what I can tell you is that the second male lead is a big star. Gui Qixing said mysteriously. Jia Qingqing was passing by when she heard this, and she muttered with a disdainful expression, it's just a second male lead, how big can he be? Can he be as famous as king of the movies Zhao Xizhou? Sister Shuelua, don't you think so? Ning Shuelua smiled and didn't say anything, but it was clear that she also felt that Director Guo was exaggerating. Ningxi ignored Jia Qingqing's taunt and stuck closely behind Gui Qixing as she started asking questions. Then is he handsome? You can tell me this, right? In the script, the second male lead is supposed to be so handsome that all the young ladies in the capital pretend to be sick in order to see him. She would have quite a number of intimate scenes with the second male lead. Not only would she have to flirt with him, there were also several sex scenes. What was more, they would always be cuddling and kissing, so it was hard for her not to care about this. Of course he's handsome, I'm sure you'll be very satisfied. When the time comes, if you don't pass out from the excitement, that would be a surprise. No way, Director Guo, don't trick me. I'll take it for real. Time passed in a flash, and it was now August. She had been living at the Liu residence for 2 weeks, and her relationship with Little Treasure was getting better and better. Her work on set at the moment was also going pretty smoothly. Ning Shuelua and Jia Qingqing had formed an alliance, and now and then would play tricks on her. Though she had seen through all of them, it was too tiring being wary of them every day, so she was looking for the right opportunity to defeat them once and for all. Talking about this, it was strange, but she had the feeling that there was someone on the production team who was helping her behind the scenes. There had been several times when she had missed something, but was given very subtle hints. It was likely that there were people who disliked Jia Qingqing's arrogant and domineering way of doing things. Ningxi didn't think too much about it. Right now, the biggest headache for her was going to the airport tonight to meet a certain annoying guy. The whole of today, while she was on set, that guy had continued calling her to death to remind her. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. After finishing work, Ningxi went back to the Liu residence first because she wanted to get her equipment. You're back. A nice hot pot restaurant opened recently, shall we take Little Treasure out to eat tonight? Liu Tingxiao was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Seeing she had come back, he asked her the question in a very natural manner, as if he was asking a wife. Ningxi was surprised by her thoughts. It was only just over half a month, but she was already used to the way she and Liu Tingxiao got along. The two of them, along with Little Treasure, it really did feel like they were living as a family of 3. Ningxi shook her head to get rid of those strange thoughts, and said awkwardly, I'm afraid I can't tonight. I'm just about to go to the airport to meet someone, and I'll probably be back very late. Does little treasure want to have hot pot? Why don't you take him out to eat? If you're not here, he won't go out with me. Cough, all right. Then let's have it next time. Lu Tingxiao put down the newspaper and looked at her with dark, deep eyes. Meeting a friend? Well, kind of. Ningxi nodded a little reluctantly. Man or woman? Wasn't this question overstepping a boundary? It wasn't that Ningxi hadn't noticed that Lu Tingxiao's attitude towards her was unusual, but Lu Tingxiao always stopped at the right point. If she overreacted, it would unavoidably seem like she was assuming he had feelings that might not actually exist. So as if she was hearing a normal question, Ningxi gave a normal reply, male. Lu Tingxiao narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. Are you coming back tonight? This question, hearing it sounded more and more like. Ningxi brought out her acting skills, and pretending this question wasn't ambiguous at all, she said nonchalantly, I'm not so sure about that, when the time comes, I'll call you. I'm running late, I'm going upstairs first. Tonight, many unexpected things were bound to happen. What if she couldn't take it anymore, and wound up beating up Jiang Mai, that guy, the whole night? Ningxi quickly ran upstairs to grab a big black satchel before hugging little Bun and kissing him goodbye at lightning speed. Looking at the back of the girl as she swiftly ran off, Lu Tingxiao's expression instantly changed, becoming like snow in August. Apart from Ningxi, little Bun cared for nothing else, including his own dad. But looking at his father's oppressively dark face just then, he bent his head and wrote something on a board. Then he reached out to poke him with his little finger. Feeling the slight pressure on his arm, Lu Tingxiao looked down, then saw the question mark his son had drawn on the board. Are you asking me why I'm unhappy? Lu Tingxiao lifted an eyebrow, paused to think, then said slowly, if the day comes that your Auntie Xiaoxi becomes someone else's, calls him darling and kisses him good morning, good night, and goodbye, has hot pot with someone else, and you are no one special to her, without even the right to ask how she is, would you be happy? Little Bun looked blank for a bit, before his expression instantly shattered, as if the world was ending. And so, a certain father finally found some equilibrium. Little Treasure started sobbing and grabbed his evil father's cell phone to complain to Auntie Xiaoxi. He sent Ningxi a crying emoticon. Ningxi, who was on her way to the airport, saw the text and thought that little Bun was upset about not having hot pot, and she hurriedly gathered sweet words together to coax little Bun. Aya, what's the matter, darling, not happy? Don't be sad, if you're sad then Auntie is sad too. Today Auntie really has something on, tomorrow night we'll definitely go out for hot pot, okay? Mwah mwah. Love you for 10,000 years. I love darling smiles the most. Seeing her reply, Little Treasure's tears instantly turned to smiles, and he proudly gave the phone back to his dad to take a look. Lu Tingxiao saw the sweet words that Ningxi texted. And his heart was struck a blow. 2 hours later, at B City's airport. Even though Ningxi had been prepared before arriving, she was still shocked by the scene. Read latest chapters at no.vel.bin/.c/o/m only. Ah! Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai. Hubby, look over here. Hubby, I love you. Hubby, I want to have babies with you. My, you are the most handsome. I'll support you forever. My, you are the best. I'll protect you forever. Most of them at the scene were young female fans. She even saw quite a number of anti-fans and some male fans. All of them were screaming their hearts out. All the airport security personnel had come out, but the situation was still out of control. My dear wives, quiet down, okay? Don't disturb other people. Shoo! In the crowd, a sexy voice made itself known. The fans went dead silent for 1 second, before they broke out into wild screams that almost broke the roof. Far from quieting down, the scene became even more explosive. Ningxi hid behind a pillar some distance away to watch, her head covered in black lines. This man really still held a grudge, he really wanted to get her killed. If she went out now to meet him, could she live through the night? Luckily she had come prepared. Ningxi ran in a smoking trail to the restroom behind her. Entering a cubicle, she opened that big, black satchel and pulled out some tools, then started to apply her makeup. When Ningxi emerged from the restroom, she was already an old granny with a head full of gray hair. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL-bin.cm. Her phone beeped. Ningxi took it out to take a look. As she had expected, it was from Jiang Mai. Evil Fairy King, Ning Shaoxi. I give you 5 minutes to show up in front of me, or I will instantly expose our relationship to the public. F*******. Ningxi checked her makeup one last time and hurriedly ran to where the crowd was the thickest. Ningxi looked helpless and anxious. Cough cough, let me through, cough cough, kind-hearted young girls, can you allow this old granny to look at Ai? Ah. Guys, don't push. There's an old granny here. Granny, why do you want to see our Mai? Are you his fan, too? Holy moly! Our Mai really gets them all, the young and the old. He even has a granny fan. Guys, let the granny through. How old are you, Granny? Ningxi bent and thumped her back, thanking them repeatedly. Young girls, thank you, I thank all of you. I'm 80 years old, and I especially like this young man, because he looks so much like my own grandson. My grandson is working in a really far-off place, and I only see him a few times a year. Saying this, she started to wipe her tears. My. There's a granny fan of yours here. Come and see her. Yes, please see her. Poor granny. With warm help from all the fans, Ningxi quickly and smoothly squeezed her way inside. In the center of the crowd, Jiang Mai ran fingers through his wild blonde hair and took off his sunglasses. A faint trace of suspicion flashed across his handsome face. Granny fan? Yes. She's already 80 years old. She came especially to see you at the airport in such hot weather. She said she really likes you and NBSP, because you look like her grandson, who's working overseas. Once the fans stopped speaking, Jiang Mai followed the path that the crowd had made for him and saw an old granny with a wrinkled face, wearing dusty, rough clothes, and leaning on a walking stick. Jiang Mai's expression instantly became twisted. Foo. He had enough sense left to swallow the rest of that F-word, and stared hard at that granny with an expression of wanting to strangle her. Of course, all this happened within a short second, and the fans didn't notice anything unusual. Ah, grandson, my good grandson, Granny missed you so much. Ningxi flew at Jiang Mai like an arrow, messing up his blonde hair with her hands and crying so broken-heartedly. The young girls around them all started weeping when they saw this heartwarming scene, and there was a wave of shutter clicks from the media cameras. Ning Shaoxi. Just you wait till tonight. Jiang Mai gritted his teeth and said angrily in a low voice next to her ear. Ah, grandson. Why do you look so skinny? Granny's heart aches. Ningxi was fully into her character, and Jiang Mai's hair, which he valued the most, had already turned into a chicken nest. Seeing that Jiang Mai was about to explode, his manager Lei Ming hurried over to save the situation. Cough, make way, this granny's very emotional, and her body is quite weak, we'll help send her home. Jiang Mai maintained his gentle, caring expression, but he secretly pinched a certain someone's hand hard as they swiftly left the airport. Inside the black RV. Good grandson, you know where Granny lives? Ningxi, try calling me grandson one more time. Son. I just did, so what? I'm going to kill you. Do it. I thought you'd never do it. Ah. You damn woman, you actually hit me for real. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. The back of the car rocked with banging sounds. Lei Ming, who was driving, was lost for words. I already told you, you can't outweed her, but you didn't believe me, and now? Tomorrow's headline is not going to be about getting picked up by beautiful ladies at the airport, but by an old granny. His arm pinned behind his back by Ningxi, Jiang Mai said angrily, "Shut up." Lei Ming watched the progress of the battle in the rearview mirror. Though there were black lines all over his head, the corner of his mouth twitched. Ningxi, can you be a little gentler with him? I'm begging you. He still has a film, a commercial and a magazine cover to shoot this month. Got it, Brother Ming, I won't hit his face, be still. The handsome confidence and high spirits that Jiang Mai had had at the airport were long gone. Now he was pressed into the back seat with his hands handcuffed, looking remarkably like he had just been ravaged. Ningxi, you forced me to do this. Ningxi was happily hitting him when Jiang Mai suddenly caught her off guard by locking his handcuffed hands behind her neck, then pulling her down. Seeing his face suddenly so close, Ningxi backed away subconsciously and put on a careless smile. What, you can't beat me in a fight, so you're using a beauty trap now? Just before their lips met, Jiang Mai suddenly turned his head. Erg. Ha ha ha. Ningxi laughed so hard that she had gripped her stomach and rolled around. Come. Dearest, kiss me here. Isn't Granny's makeup pretty today? Looking at the wrinkles and pockmarks on Ningxi's face, Jiang Mai lay there like a dead fish and didn't have any will to live. Ningxi finally finished laughing, and she gasped for breath as she sat up. What, are you really angry? Who asked you to set me up first? Am I not allowed to take revenge? Asshole, we haven't seen each other for so long, didn't you miss me even a little bit? The first thing you actually did was to beat me up. Jiang Mai stared at her angrily, but there was a trace of hurt in his eyes. Ningxi laughed. Of course I missed you. I told you at the airport, Granny missed you a lot. In order not to die from anger, Jiang Mai finally stopped trying to communicate with her and raised his handcuffed hands as he said furiously, "Hurry up and get these off. Where the hell did you get these handcuffs?" They're forbidden in China. Ningxi touched her chin. I got them from a sex shop on Taobao. 20% off, it was only $9.90. Jiang Mai. Lei Ming. Worried they would start fighting again, Lei Ming hurriedly switched the topic. I've gotten rid of the reporters and fans, where to next? Jiang Mai took out a small mirror and started fixing his hair. He didn't even raise his head as he answered, to my villa in the outskirts. Ningxi instantly lifted herself up. Then drop me off on the roadside, I'll take a cab back myself. Heh, you think you can run away tonight? Let's see where you can run. Jiang Mai gritted his teeth with an evil expression and locked the car doors. Ningxi's head was covered in black lines. She knew this would happen. On their way, the further they traveled, the more Ningxi felt something was not right. Why was this direction so familiar? Tycoon Jiang, you have property in B City? Might it be at the Platinum Palace, by any chance? Ningxi tested by asking. Jiang Mai humphed. It is, so what? It's too late for you to hug my thigh now. Unless you call me Grandpa. At this moment, Ningxi was feeling a little despondent. What was this coincidence that Jiang Mai's villa was at Platinum Palace too? For some reason, the do-do-do sound of an alarm started to play in her head, giving her a bad feeling that something terrible was going to happen. The car drove through the main gate, and Ningxi asked casually, "Jiang Mai, what number is your villa?" "Number 6. Ningxi's expression was slightly stunned. It was actually number 6. Villas at the Platinum Palace were divided into different classes. The best was undoubtedly Big Demon King Lu's number 8 castle. It covered the most territory, with a big lake and flower garden behind it and a personal golf course. The next was Lu Jingli's number 7 villa. Number 6 was of the same standard as number 7. Nobody knew who the owner of villa number 6 was. She hadn't expected that it would actually be Jiang Mai, this guy. Seeing Lei Ming about to go right, Ningxi instinctively reminded him, "Brother Ming, don't go this way, it's blocked." "How do you know it's blocked?" Jiang Mai asked instantly. Ningxi's heart thumped, but on the surface, she calmly gave him a haughty look. "Didn't you see the warning sign on the side?" Actually, some drunk rich heir had had an accident on that road. She had seen it with her own eyes when she passed through there yesterday. Jiang Mai saw the construction ahead sign by the side of the road, and said, "Oh." Ningxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even though she had a proper reason to stay at Lu Tingxiao's, it was still too troublesome and too complicated to explain. She might as well save herself the trouble. When they arrived, Ningxi was feeling bitter, how she wanted to sneak home directly and hug little treasure. Lei Ming got out of the car and said to Jiang Mai, "You can move in directly since someone has been keeping it clean while you were gone. Do you want to stay here or at the apartment that the company arranged for you? If you stay here, it might be a little inconvenient for you to get around." Nearby, Ningxi was thinking privately, "Don't stay here. What if one day they ran into each other? I'll see, let's decide later." Jiang Mai waved his hand impatiently and looked at Lei Ming as if urging him to get on with it. Lei Ming sighed as he looked at both of them and gave a worried reminder, "Don't stay up too late, the both of you. Mai, don't forget tomorrow, you have." "Got it, got it." Jiang Mai didn't pay much attention to him and dragged Ningxi inside the house, like a bandit vanishing in a wisp of smoke. Lei Ming. He already knew the two of them wouldn't be able to get up early the next morning. After entering, Jiang Mai pulled his fingers one by one, with the face of someone preparing for battle. "Don't listen to Brother Ming, Ning Shaoxi, you have to fight 300 rounds with me tonight. See if I don't torture you to death." Ningxi looked at him disdainfully. "Hee, as you wish. You've already suffered defeat at my hands, you still dare say such big words. I'll make you beg to call me Granny." Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. "You wish. You are the one who's going to call me Grandpa." Jiang Mai buried his head in his huge travel case as he searched it. "I brought back the latest equipment from overseas, no need to thank me." Saying this, he looked at her in pain. "Can you go and freaking wash your makeup off, it's killing my eyes. You want to use this to lower my fighting strength? Shameless. I'm telling you now, if I lose, I won't admit it. Lower my butt, I'm the one who had to lower myself, you think I enjoy being like this?" Ningxi took the heavy wig off with a harsh pull and unbuttoned her collar. This was a lose-lose situation for both her and him equally. Jiang Mai turned on the mega-screen TV in the living room and started to hook up the cables. "I have clothes in my room, go and look for something to wear yourself. Hurry, hurry! My battle soul can't endure the thirst and hunger anymore." Ningxi looked speechlessly at his excited appearance. Other people would look for a hot girl to hook up with after returning from abroad, but this guy had dragged her here by all means necessary to play games with him and even wanted to play through the night. What a maniac! Chiang Mai expertly set up all the game equipment, grabbed a few bags of jelly, chips and dried fish from who knows where, and took out a bottle of good wine from the wine cellar while he hummed a happy tune. Everything was ready, and he sat on the floor with his legs crossed and rubbed his hands together. Just as he was about to familiarize himself with the game, the doorbell outside suddenly rang. Chiang Mai's face immediately turned black. He didn't answer the door, and instead, directly called Lei Ming and said bad-temperedly, "Stop ringing. I've already promised I'll be on time tomorrow morning, isn't that enough? Every day bossing me around like I'm a pet, not even letting me play some games, you don't believe that I won't be able to take it anymore and quit?" "Aw. Ring what?" On the other end of the call, Lei Ming was utterly baffled. Chiang Mai choked and paused. "You're not outside ringing my doorbell? I'm pretty far away from your place now, and I'm driving." Lei Ming was innocent. "Then who can it be? Not many people know I live here," Chiang Mai murmured suspiciously. "Don't tell me your address was leaked. Be careful, don't open the door, what if it's the media?" "Ning, she's still there." Lei Ming immediately turned vigilant. All new Haptors NNV, Lbin. Com. Chiang Mai humphed, not caring in the slightest. "So what if it's the media? So what if they see her here?" Lei Ming said helplessly, I'm not lecturing you, but even if you want to help her, she needs to accept your help first. It's already clear that Ning she doesn't want to get on your pirate ship." Chiang Mai immediately exploded. "What pirate ship? Who are you calling a pirate ship?" The doorbell was still ringing, at 5-second intervals in a very regular pattern. "I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to go open the door." "It's so late, who on earth could it be?" Chiang Mai hung up and walked impatiently to the drawing room. Chiang Mai deliberately checked the electronic monitor first to see who was outside, and was stunned, like he had seen a real ghost. F******. Lu Tingxiao. Why is he here? The man at the door was wearing gray home clothes and a pair of slippers, and was carrying a few things in his hands. Even though he was dressed extremely casually, for some reason, Chiang Mai felt as if a gust of wind off a glacier was blowing down his neck, so cold it made him shiver. Like a rabbit that had just seen a wolf, Chiang Mai paced frantically in circles. After the doorbell rang twice more, he took a deep breath, and opened the door. The moment he opened the door, his attitude from before suddenly turned cautiously respectful. Why are you here?" "To visit you," the man answered emotionlessly. "Oh, come in please." "Come in," Chiang Mai busily welcomed him in. Lu Tingxiao glanced at the game controllers on the floor, and also the snacks and wine, then sat down on the sofa. Noticing what Lu Tingxiao was looking at, Chiang Mai coughed and explained, "Work is tiring, I seldom have time to relax." This was of no concern to Lu Tingxiao. He asked casually, "When did you arrive?" "Not that long ago." Chiang Mai searched for a while and finally found a pouch of tea leaves, but there was no hot water, so he could only take out a bottle of mineral water from the fridge. "I haven't boiled any water here, is this okay?" "No need to fuss, I won't stay long." Lu Tingxiao pointed at the few boxes he had brought. "These are from your mother. She could have sent someone to bring these here, why is she troubling you to personally come here yourself at night?" In his heart, Chiang Mai reproached his mother 100 times over. Why would she, without any rhyme or reason, ask him to bring things over? Didn't she know he was terrified of this person the most? Fine, it was obvious, it was because his mother definitely knew that she had sent Lu Tingxiao to check up on him. A pirate ship is a figure of speech that refers to a venture of dubious merit. How long will you be staying? Lu Tingxiao's tone was like that of both an elder and a boss. Jiang Mai sat straight and answered like a good student. If all goes well, I'll stay back in the country this time. Even though a lot of people in the industry are pushing overseas this year, our local film industry has been growing quickly these past few years, plus, the market is extremely big. Going abroad to learn is necessary, but I don't want to get ahead of myself, and NBSP, I think I still need to come back to my roots and principles here in the country. Unexpectedly, Lu Tingxiao nodded at his words in agreement. Jiang Mai relaxed a bit, then asked concernedly, "How's little treasure?" Lu Tingxiao, "Not bad." "Ah, right, I brought him toys and some small gifts for you. I was going to visit you tomorrow, I didn't expect you would come see me first." Jiang Mai went to grab the gifts from the suitcase. Lu Tingxiao, "Thanks." And then it was followed by silence. Hence, in that moment, the sound of running water in the bathroom could be clearly heard. Feeling a bit awkward, Jiang Mai scratched his head. Lu Tingxiao seemed to understand the situation and stood up with a few more words. "I'm leaving, if you have time, go home and see your mother." Sure, I'll walk you out." Feeling like he had been given a reprieve, Jiang Mai was about to walk Lu Tingxiao out, when suddenly there was a furious voice behind them. "Jiang Mai, what kind of sheety clothes are these? How can I wear something with such a big hole in the back?" Lu Tingxiao, who had been about to leave, froze like he had been pierced by acupuncture needles when he heard the voice. A second later, he slowly turned around and shot a sharp and icy look in the direction of the voice. The girl was barefoot, her hair damp and her cheeks flushed from the hot shower. She stood outside the bathroom door, exasperated. There was a big hole near the waist on the right side of the large men's t-shirt she was wearing, which exposed her white, smooth skin. Not paying attention to Lu Tingxiao's expression, Jiang Mai just felt like dying. The man had been about to leave, why couldn't that damn girl have waited a little bit longer to come out? "I forgot to throw it away after I tore it when I fell from my bicycle. There were so many to choose from, why did you pick the one that was ripped?" Jiang Mai felt like he was at his wit's end with Ningxi. He then turned in embarrassment to face Lu Tingxiao and make and NBSP introductions. "Cough, this is my friend, Ningxi." After saying that, Jiang Mai suddenly noticed the weird look on Ningxi's face. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy. Calm. She stood still as a statue as she stared at Lu Tingxiao. This damn girl, even if Lu Tingxiao was pretty good-looking, she didn't have to stare at him like that. Jiang Mai was very unhappy seeing Ningxi act like this, and he said stiffly, "Ningxi, this is my uncle, CEO of Lu Corporation, Lu Tingxiao. Why are you standing there like a rock? Say hi." In that moment, her hair dripping water and her hand clutching the sides of the hole in the t-shirt together, Ningxi finally found her voice. With a mystified expression, she dropped the syllables blankly. "CLE." While Ningxi said the word like a question, to Lu Tingxiao, it sounded like an affirmative tone, as if she was calling him uncle. Instantly, Lu Tingxiao's face looked like that of a big demon king who had just doused all 18 levels of hell in blood. His whole body emitted a cold and frightening air, scaring the two of them so much they shivered. Who knew how long that strange atmosphere lasted for, before Lu Tingxiao's icy gaze landed on Ningxi. "The person you said you were going to pick up, it was Mai?" Standing next to him, Jiang Mai was shocked at his words. "Ningxi, you know my uncle?" This situation was quickly driving Ningxi insane. She said to Mai in a low voice, "I should be asking you that. How do you know Lu Tingxiao?" "Jiang Mai, I told you, he's my uncle." "Ningxi, then why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Jiang Mai, you never asked." "Ningxi, how do you and my uncle know each other?" Jiang Mai looked between the two of them. The more he looked, the more he felt that something wasn't right, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. It's a long story. Exhausted, Ningxi touched her forehead. These 4 words were to both Jiang Mai and Lu Tingxiao. Jiang Mai looked like he was dying to ask questions, but didn't dare open his mouth in Lu Tingxiao's presence. She smelt nice after having just showered. The large, baggy t-shirt showed off her slender, white legs, and one hand was still trying to cover the hole in the shirt. It was a view that made the blood boil, and knowing that she looked like this in another man's house made Lu Tingxiao want to suddenly destroy something. While he raged a few times over in his heart, it happened in the space of a few seconds which almost went unnoticed. On the outside, Lu Tingxiao just had a slightly cold expression and NBSP, and he glared at Ningxi and NBSP, "Are you planning to stay here, or go back with me?" The words were said flatly, but carried unimaginable weight. Jiang Mai caught the underlying meaning, and he looked at Ningxi in shock and disbelief. What was the meaning of this? They didn't just know each other, they were also living together? Ningxi looked at the icy cold Lu Tingxiao, then looked at the furious Jiang Mai. She swallowed with difficulty. I'll go back after all. The cold air Lu Tingxiao was emitting thawed slightly. Jiang Mai lost his temper and immediately grabbed Ningxi's wrist, his beautiful, light blue eyes filled with both nervousness and the rage of betrayal. You promised to keep me company tonight. As soon as he said the words, Ningxi wanted to send him flying with one punch. Young man, don't make things sound so misleading. She lifted her head and looked at Lu Tingxiao. As expected, he looked like he was quickly reaching his limit, as if there was only one metal bar left before the beast came bursting out. Ningxi took back her hand and held onto her temper as she persuaded, I need to film tomorrow. Didn't Brother Ming say you also have something on in the morning? Let's wait for a day when we're both free, then I'll play PC games with you another time, alright? Ningxi emphasized play PC games on purpose. After she finished speaking, she quickly grabbed her big, black bag, and without changing into something else, she ran for her life from this troublesome place, hands still covering the hole in the shirt. Lu Tingxiao looked intensely at Jiang Mai before catching up to Ningxi. Seeing the backs of the two as they left together, as well as Lu Tingxiao's provoking look as they left, flames burned in Jiang Mai's eyes. Damn it! No wonder that woman knew that road was blocked. Ningxi, how much are you hiding from me? Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy.com. At that moment, Ningxi was trembling as she ran back. When the weight in her hand was suddenly removed, Lu Tingxiao was helping her carry her bag. Then she felt something settle on her shoulders. Lu Tingxiao had put his coat on her. Thank you. Ningxi thanked him in embarrassment. Lu Tingxiao's face remained cold, and he didn't react at all. Any reaction would have been good. As long as there was one, she would know how to respond. This lack of reaction made people the most nervous. Lu residence. After returning to her room and changing into her pajamas, Ningxi ran with lightning speed to look for Little Bun. Little treasure, Auntie's a little afraid of the dark tonight. Can I sleep with you? Little Bun was of course very happy, and gladly gave up a huge space on his bed to her. Thank you darling, good night darling. Auntie's lucky charm, I'm trusting you to keep me safe tonight. Everything that had happened today had been too exciting, her heart was still beating fast. She could sense that after today, the hazy barrier between herself and Lu Tingxiao was already so fragile that it would break with a single touch. If it broke, she really wouldn't know how to deal with the situation. Luckily, Little Bun in her arms was a great sleeping aid. She huffed for around half an hour before gradually falling asleep. Ningxi had Little Bun to help her sleep peacefully, but one particular person couldn't sleep. In the middle of the night, the study was full of smoke so thick they were like clouds. No wonder Qing Feng couldn't find out who the 2 people that sent presents to Ningxi that day on set were, even after investigating for so many days. It turned out one of them was a hidden traitor. Evil Fairy King. Only now did he recall, they had a family group chat, and this kid Jiangmai used this weird nickname in the group. It was just that he hadn't made the association before. All test NOVL on novelben/.cm. As for the man with the initials YS, he still didn't have the slightest clue. In the dark, he stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and walked out. He gently pushed the door of the guest room open, but there was no one inside. Lu Tingxiao lifted one eyebrow, and turned to go to the next room. As expected, Ningxi was sound asleep, holding little treasure. Smart girl. But did she really think things were fine like this? Lu Tingxiao walked towards the small bed and gently removed little treasure's little hand where it was clutching Ningxi's clothes. Using a plush doll as a replacement, he then picked Ningxi up and left. Little treasure knitted his little eyebrows together as he dreamt, reached out little hands as if searching for something, then hugged the doll to him. After tricking his own son, Lu Tingxiao took Ningxi to the master bedroom. He gently laid her on the bed, then sat on the edge. With a slightly rough hand, he gently stroked the girl's hair, her eyes, her cheeks. He was like a wild beast about to eat. He was patient as he savored this moment before feeding. Finally, he sighed and covered those soft lips with his own, pushing deeper and twining their tongues together. She tasted as sweet as he had imagined. Then he moved to her cheeks, her ears, and slipped down to her neck, before he stopped at her collarbone. In the past 32 years, he had never been in love, and didn't think love was anything meaningful. For him, love was probably the most useless thing. Was there anything wrong with living without lust or love? He never thought that one day, love would so utterly engulf him, and that this girl 8 years younger than him would turn him into someone completely unfamiliar. For him, life was no longer about cold plans and data, but was soft, hopeful, warm, sweet, complete. But at the same time, it was accompanied by a quick temper, violence, impulsiveness, desire. Thinking of seeing her at Jiang Mai's place earlier, the violence in his heart leapt out of its shackles, and he unconsciously used more strength. In the next second, the taste of blood bloomed between their and NBSP, entwined mouths. The girl under him creased her eyebrows, and Lu Tingxiao froze. He watched as she licked her lips for a bit before falling back to sleep. She was completely heartless. Lu Tingxiao gently touched her lush, red lips with one finger, flaming desire in his eyes. Impulsively, he wanted to ignore the consequences and just kiss her awake. Ningxi slept all the way to the next morning, and woke up naturally. She slept so well last night, but something didn't feel right. Why did a part of her tongue feel sore? Did she bite her own tongue in her sleep when she was dreaming? To bite herself was really too vicious. Everything was as usual at breakfast. It seemed that Lu Tingxiao was going to work today. He looked refined in a business suit as he sat drinking coffee and reading a newspaper. He had on his typical cool and aloof expression, as if nothing had happened at all last night. Ningxi breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe she was being too sensitive? Lu Tingxiao might have some vague feelings for her, but surely not to the point of jealousy? Let alone being jealous of his own nephew. Lu Tingxiao's expression looked normal, but Little Bun looked a little strange. Little Bun had been sullen the whole morning, as if he had been robbed of something. Ningxi gave him a soup dumpling and asked concernedly, "Darling, what's wrong? You're not happy?" Little Bun looked at his nonchalant dad, his expression becoming angrier, but remembering that Auntie Xiaoxi liked his smile the most, he tried hard to smile to show that he was fine. "I'm very angry, but I must keep smiling." Only then did Ningxi relax, and quickly finished her breakfast. "Then I'm leaving first." "Enjoy your breakfast." The second male lead would be coming today, so it was better for her to arrive at the set a little earlier. Just as she was about to take her bag and leave, Little Bun suddenly went to her side, his small hands plucking at her clothes. Ningxi was confused. What is it? Knowing she didn't understand, Little Bun looked aggrieved and like he was about to cry, as if he had fallen out of her favor. Ningxi scratched her head and thought a long time, but still didn't understand what she might have done wrong. At last, she could only look to Lu Tingxiao for help. Lu Tingxiao glanced at her and simply reminded her, "You forgot to give him a goodbye kiss." "Oh, sorry." Ningxi slapped her forehead as she finally remembered. She didn't know when it started, but they had a little routine where she would kiss his face every day before leaving, and Little Bun liked it very much. Today, she was in so much of a hurry that she had forgotten. Ningxi didn't leave until after she had hugged and kissed him. Little Treasure waved goodbye to Auntie Xiao Shi. Then he turned to face his father, his face showing extreme anger, as if saying, "Don't think that I'll forgive you just because you helped me just now." Lu Tingxiao didn't seem to notice his son's furious glare, and sipped his coffee composedly. "Sorry, I don't understand your expression. If you have something you want to tell me, open your mouth or write it down." Little Treasure immediately got even angrier after hearing that. Even with Ningxi's help, currently he could only sometimes write down words and draw expressions or symbols, never writing sentences which were too long, to say nothing of speaking. In the end, he furiously wrote one word on the tablet, "thief." Lu Tingxiao glanced at the word, and pretended to be puzzled. "What? Our house got broken into?" Little Treasure crossly puffed up his cheeks, lowered his head, and with a swish, wrote several words in Chinese. "You stole Auntie Xiao Shi last night." Seeing the string of words in a grammatically complete sentence, Lu Tingxiao was finally satisfied. He lowered the newspaper to look at the sun, and asked meaningfully, "Don't you want Auntie Xiao Shi to be my wife?" "Mine." Little Treasure wrote on the tablet. Lu Tingxiao raised his eyebrow. "I regret to tell you that the both of you don't match. You're 19 years younger than her. Would you make a girl wait so many years for you to grow up?" Little Treasure buried himself in drawing a rotten egg. Seeing that realistic-looking rotten egg, a light smile appeared on Lu Tingxiao's face. "But I'm speaking the truth, aren't I?" After saying that, he paused, then continued in a very beguiling tone. "But it'll be different if she were my wife, because she would be your mother." Mother. F0 Low New Hapters at NOV/EL/BIN/.com. Hearing this, Little Bun was stunned. He lowered his head silently, his face showing some struggle and hesitation. The production crew today was the same as usual, and didn't act differently just because the second male lead would be joining them today. The main male lead Zhao Xizhou was surrounded by girls whose faces were worshipful as they listened to him talk about his glorious history in the entertainment industry. Jia Qingqing and Ning Xuelua's relationship had recently been getting better, and they were cheerfully talking about the diamond bracelet her dad had bought her. It was only Ningxi who was on tenterhooks. After all, she had a lot of scenes with the second male lead, and the quality of his acting would have a huge impact on her. Jia Qingqing played with the sparkling diamond bracelet around her wrist, a scornful look on her face. "Sister Xuelua, look at how she's waiting so eagerly." She actually believed the director's words. Does she think that if she waits like that, a Panin will appear? Ning Xuelua said helplessly, "You don't always pick on Ningxi. She has the most scenes with the second male lead, it's natural that she would be more concerned than we are." Hee, yes, so many kissing in bed scenes. Luckily, I didn't take the role from the start, otherwise who knows how much I would be taken advantage of. Jia Qingqing rejoiced. She then looked admiringly at Ning Xuelua, and NBSP, Sister Xuelua, you are still the luckiest, your boyfriend is so handsome, your partner is also so handsome. At that moment, director Guo Qixing's excited voice could be heard at the studio entrance. "Come, Come, everybody come here. Our second male lead, who is the actor for the miracle Dr. Sun Huanqing, is here. Come and greet him. There was hardly any response from the crew. Zhao Xizhou didn't look like he wanted to stand up at all. The girls were still gathered around him, scrambling to have him read their palms. Jia Qingqing made a dismissive sound and didn't even bother to look outside. Ning Xuelua touched up her makeup before getting up and saying persuasively, "We should greet him, we are all colleagues, after all." Reluctantly, Jia Qingqing followed her out. Ning Shi had naturally flown over at the very beginning and was craning her head to take a look. In the next second, her whole body felt like she and NBSP had been struck by the ninth heaven god of lightning. The guy beside the director was. That eye-catching golden hair, she couldn't deceive herself that her eyes were mistaken, even if she wanted to. Why would the second male lead be that guy? This is not real. At the entrance, the production assistant Xiao Li suddenly screamed as if he was being murdered. Ah, ah. Jia Qingqing furrowed her brow. Are you crazy? What are you shouting about? As soon as she spoke, out of the corner of her eye, she saw the man behind the director at the entrance. Ah. She couldn't help screaming either. What's wrong? Ning Xuelua asked. Jiang Mai. Sister Xuelua. It's actually Jiang Mai. Jia Qingqing excitedly pinched Ning Xuelua's arm. What? Ning Xuelua followed her gaze. The director was walking ahead with a cheerful and hospitable attitude. Following next to him was a blond man in trendy shorts and a t-shirt. Hands in his pockets, his face showed his special brand of yuppie arrogance, and when he smiled, he showed his very cute canines. Jiang Mai, the second male lead, was actually Jiang Mai. Even Ning Xuelua was astonished at this outcome. The girls who had been around Zhao Xizhou earlier now rushed the entrance like hungry wolves. Wow! Jiang Mai! Is it really Jiang Mai? Am I going blind? Quick, somebody pinch me. My God! He really is sex on legs. He's crazy handsome. So handsome my legs are weak. I heard he even has granny fans. Even 80-year-old grandmothers can't escape. No one stop me, it's so hard to meet the real person, I must sleep with him. A life where I can't sleep with Jiang Mai isn't any different from the life of a salted fish. Pannin, describing a man as Pannin in Chinese, is the highest praise that can be given for his looks. Who was the hottest young hunk in the entertainment industry at the moment? No matter who you ask, everyone will give you this name, Jiang Mai. Jia Qingqing still couldn't accept the fact until now, and she paced back and forth irritably. Is this a mistake? Shouldn't Jiang Mai be filming overseas? Even if he's come home, how could he act as a minor second male lead? Ning Xuelua said thoughtfully, everyone says that Jiang Mai doesn't play any other role apart from the male lead. Also, the main investor for this movie is Starlight. Why would he, a glory world artiste, act in it? Jia Qingqing, who had just been thinking how lucky she was that she wouldn't be taken advantage of, was about to go crazy. Damn it! Why is it like this? How did Ning Shi get so lucky? Jiang Mai should be mine, he's mine. It's because she shamelessly stole my role. Everyone around her looked at her with sympathy, and weren't surprised by her frenzy. Because everyone in the entertainment industry knew that Jia Qingqing liked Jiang Mai, she had publicly expressed her affection for him before on Weibo. Even though Jiang Mai paid no attention to her, she still frequently forwarded information related to Jiang Mai on Weibo like a fan. It took Wu Qixing a great deal of effort to finally calm the crazy girls down. He couldn't help teasing, "Mai, look how you've captured our girls' hearts. A handsome boy is really treated so well." Jiang Mai went along with the director's teasing and joked, "Director, didn't you hear it just now? They only want to sleep with me, so you must protect me." "Ha ha ha, relax, your partner is the goddess of war Meng Chang'e, she can protect you." "That's right, where's Ning Shi? She kept hounding me before about who her co-star would be. Why hasn't she appeared yet?" Gui Qisheng looked around. Jiang Mai gave a strange half-laugh. "Don't tell me I scared her away? That really is possible, almost all the girls are your fans, and Ning Shi might be one of them. Perhaps she was surprised at seeing her idol," Gui Qisheng said with a smile. As they talked, Ning Shi came over. Within a short time, the expression on Ning Shi's face had become impenetrable, and she offered her hand to the person in front of her with a smile. "Senior Jiang, hello, I'm Ning Shi. I'm honored to be able to work with you." Although they were the same age, Jiang Mai had started his career earlier and was her senior, so he should be treated with more respect. "Hello." Jiang Mai smiled and gently gave her his hand. In the next second, he almost threw her hand away. This damn girl, she almost crushed his bones. It was an effort for Jiang Mai to maintain his cool expression, and he pretended to suddenly realize something. "Ah, Ning Shi, it's you. What? You know each other?" Gui Qisheng was surprised, not just the director, now the rest of the film cast and crew had their eyes fixed on Jiang Mai. He smiled meaningfully. Naturally. Hearing his flirtatious tone and seeing everyone stare at her strangely, Ning Shi was so angry that her hands started shaking. She almost couldn't control the primal urge to hit him. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Noticing how her face paled with anger, Jiang Mai said slowly, "We worked together before on the Blue Bird. Why didn't Ning Shi mention that?" Gui Qisheng was surprised. Ning Shi felt like she had just had a narrow escape, her back was drenched in sweat. She answered humbly, "Director Gui, I was just the martial arts stand-in for the first female lead. I never thought that Senior Jiang would remember me." Gui Qisheng was pleased to hear that. "Oh, who knew the two of you would share such a fate? That's good, since you've worked together before and you know each other, you shouldn't need too much time to get used to each other. Shall we directly try a more intense connection?" Ning Shi, connection? More intense? No, director. They're not familiar with each other. Jiang Mai smiled joyfully. Okay. Seeing his evil little canines, Ning Shi really wanted to pull them out with her bare hands. Don't worry. Let me see what scene would be a good one." Gui Qisheng paged excitedly through the script. Ning Shi thought frantically, Director, choose scene 46. If you let me play this scene now, I guarantee I'll play it especially well." It was the scene where Sun Huanqing was seduced by a girl whom he had rescued in the barracks. Hot-tempered Meng Chang'e misunderstood and thought he had cheated on her, so gave him a good beating. It was as if Jiang Mai had read her mind, and he bent slightly to whisper in her ear, "Dearest, are you very eager to play the scene where you beat me up?" Ning Shi abruptly moved away as if she had been electrocuted. "Asshole, stay away from me." Because of this guy, the hatred directed at her was now so solid that nothing could remove it. She could already imagine the storm that Jia Qingqing and Ning Xuelua, but especially Jia Qingqing, would unleash on her next. Her days were already hard enough, this was just making it worse. Ning Xu was doomed to be disappointed. There was no way the director would arrange for the scene where she beat Jiang Mai up for his first day on set. After thinking for a while, the director said, "Then, let's do scene 37. Ning Shi already knew the script by heart. She only needed to think a little to remember what scene 37 was about, and her face immediately turned black. Even though it wasn't a bed scene, nor a kissing scene, it still wasn't any better. This was the scene where Meng Changge teased Sun Huanqing. The director called the two persons over and began to tell them about the scene. The Meng family served as generals for generations and accumulated much illustrious military success. But their increasing merits caused the emperor to fear them, putting the general's family in danger. The current emperor is mediocre and muddle-headed and prone to believing slander, which resulted in the death of Meng Changge's father in battle. Luckily, Meng Changge's elder brother, Meng Changfeng, was able to take up the responsibility and take her father's position, allowing little Changge to still lead a carefree life. She who plays with chicks and dogs is a little devil in Chang'an City. When the director talked about the little devil, Jiang Mai smiled, glanced at Ningxi, and mouthed, "Very like you." Ningxi ignored him and continued to listen seriously to the director. The little devil, dressed as a man all day, did not seem like a girl at all until she saw Sun Huanqing on the street when she was 16 years old. She fell in love at first sight, and from then on, began to pester him every day. "Vis sit en velben, dot. Cm for EU ovals." Jiang Mai raised his hand and said, "Director, isn't this the female version of a bully stealing away a pure flower?" "Ningxi. You are the real bully." Gui Qixin coughed lightly and said in praise, "Mai, you understand very well, it's pretty much that meaning. So the key point I want to emphasize is that the characters which you're used to playing are stronger and more active, but this time it's completely the opposite, so you must take note of the change." Hearing this, Ningxi also got a bit worried. The characters this guy had played before were all overbearing CEOs, overbearing school seniors, or overbearing lords. Could he play Sun Huanqing, who was a bookish and weak doctor? Jiang Mai looked serious as he nodded his head to show that he understood. "I understand, director, I'm the weak one who is being forced." Gui Qixin looked at them anxiously. In fact, compared with Jiang Mai, he was more worried about Ningxi. He was worried that she was too feminine to play Meng Changge, who was a street bully and a rascal. "I chose this scene because it will bring out the feelings between the two of you the most. Most of the time in the scene, one of you plays a cynic, and the other is gentle and patient. If you can act this scene out well, there won't be any large problems with the rest of your scenes." "All right, I'll stop here, let's see it in practice. Both of you, go get your makeup done and change into your costumes." Ningxi was the first to come out after getting her makeup done. She was neatly dressed as a young swordsman in red and white, with a high, handsome ponytail and thick, black eyebrows. She showed a domineering, heroic spirit and was exactly what 16-year-old Meng Changge was supposed to be. Even those who had always been against Ningxi had to admit that her image was flawless. Gui Qixin had been worried that Ningxi, who was too beautiful an actress, would only be able to perform one particular type of role. Who knew she could be so flexible? Satisfied, he gave her a few words of praise, but advised her a little worriedly, "Ningxi, later you have to let yourself go a little. Don't think about your appearance at all, do you understand? In this scene, the more of a ruffian you are, the better. Don't worry, director, I'm sure she can definitely do it." At that moment, Jiang Mai also came out from the dressing room in his costume. The moment he lifted the curtain aside, there were audible gasps around the set. Even Ningxi raised her eyebrows in surprise. After makeup, Jiang Mai's whole temperament had changed. He was in a long, blue robe with a bamboo print. His complexion was clear as jade and his features gentle and kind. It was as if he had emerged from an ancient painting. Pleased, Jiang Mai glanced at a stupefied Ningxi, and whispered, "How is it? Isn't this brother handsome enough to split the heavens?" It was a pity it was ruined when he opened his mouth. Ningxi maintained a modest expression, as if she was discussing the plot with Jiang Mai, and spit out 3 words, very weak bottom. You. Me what? I'm sorry to tell you that in this movie, you will be completely suppressed by me. Really? Then how come I seem to remember a scene where I go on a counterattack? Furthermore, it's a bed scene. TSK. Not far away, Jia Qingqing looked at the 2 people bending their heads together and whispering to each other from time to time, and was so envious that she was quickly losing all rationality. As soon as he had arrived, Jiang Mai had focused all his attention on Ningxi, and hadn't looked her way even once. She had had no opportunity to even greet him. Beside her, Ning Xuelua was comforting her in a soft voice. Qingqing, don't be angry anymore, things are already like this. After all, luck is also a part of one's strength in the entertainment industry. Ningxi is indeed lucky to be able to act with Jiang Mai. I'm guessing that after shooting this movie, she will enter the ranks of second-tier actors at least, maybe even the first tier is possible. TCH, first tier? Stealing what is mine, do you think I will just let her be? Jia Qingqing's fair face became extremely twisted at that moment. Qingqing, don't be too impulsive, the company is prepared to spend a lot of effort on nurturing Ningxi. If you quarrel with her, I'm afraid. Explore Ta-Te stories at no/l/bin.cm. So what if I quarrel with her? Why should I be afraid of a vixen who only knows how to seduce men? Hearing that the company was prepared to nurture Ningxi, Jia Qingqing became even more enraged. After all, the type of roles she and Ningxi played were similar. If the company supported Ningxi, that would mean taking a lot of her resources away. Looking at Jia Qingqing, who was already fully provoked, Ning Xuelua secretly smiled. Using Jia Qingqing as a knife, she didn't need to lift a finger at all, but just sit back and let them fight it out themselves. However, recently Ningxi seemed a bit too lucky, she had to be wary of her. Where's little Cui? Is the prop ready? Guo Qixing shouted. Here. Director, is this okay? The props manager brought over a length of hemp rope. That's fine. Guo Qixing nodded, and then beckoned to Jiang Mai. Mai, I'll have to inconvenience you for a while. No problem, this is necessary for filming. Jiang Mai seemed very dedicated as he laid down on a large, carved bed and allowed the props manager to tie his hands and feet up. That's right, like the director said, this scene was very intense. Meng Changge confessed her affection for Sun Huanqing but was rejected, so she kidnapped him and brought him home. Bottom is a term for the man who takes the bottom position in a homosexual relationship. The girls who were watching on set started going crazy again. Ah! My bondage play. In my dreams I want to tie Mai up and throw him onto the bed. What are you so excited about? You're not the one going up there later. I'm so mad. So mad. Why does it have to be that hateful vixen? Seriously, it sucks, can't Mai tell the director to switch her out? She doesn't deserve Mai at all. Ahem. Guo Qixing coughed to signal for everyone to be quiet, then he clapped his hands and shouted, Okay, everyone get ready. 3, 2, 1, action. Ningxi was not the slightest bit affected by the talk around her. At the director's words, Ningxi's eyes suddenly changed. They were the eyes of a 16-year-old girl, clear and lively. The lazy, devil-may-care expression on her face was also perfect. She lifted the hem of what she was wearing, raised one foot, and kicked open the door to her room. The camera then cut to Jiang Mai. Seeing the young man with his hands and feet tied, lying on top of the red covers of the bed, the color making his face look paler and weaker, really made people want to ravish him. Hearing the kick at the door, Sun Huanqing slowly opened his eyes and looked dazedly at the girl approaching the bed, silhouetted against the light. Meng Changge sat down beside the bed, and from her bosom, she plucked out a small bag made from oil paper. Sugar-fried chestnuts from the Fuxing building, I had to queue for an hour to buy them. Want any? Sun Huanqing turned his head away and closed his eyes, refusing to respond. Meng Changge peeled a chestnut and tossed it into her mouth with a twinkling smile. Not eating? Then I'll feed it to you. And I'll do it in a way that might make you shy. You. Sun Huanqing immediately opened eyes that were filled with 3 parts anger and 7 parts humiliation. How can you be so shameless as a girl? Meng Changge slanted him a sideways glance and raised her eyebrow. Shame? What use is shame? Can shame slay your enemies, or get you a daughter-in-law? Sun Huanqing's face was full of indignation. The Meng family has been loyal for generations, your ancestors always fought on the front lines, but you spend your days being a good-for-nothing and a tyrant. How can you face your ancestors? Meng Changge had already heard too much of this sort of talk from the people around her, and she stuck her fingers in her ears. Then she said loudly around the chestnut in her mouth, You're so old and you're still unmarried. Among the 3 ways to be unfilial, having no sons is the worst. Can you face your son ancestors? Sun Huanqing was infuriated by her twisting his words back on him and said sternly, This and that are 2 different things. Moreover, I have an ambition beyond this. Meng Changge braced herself on the edge of the bed with one foot and lashed Sun Huanqing over and over again with a whip she held in one hand. Finally, she lifted his chin in a gesture that was neither soft nor rough. The expression on her face was like that of a little, cunning, naughty fox. Dr. Sun, what about this? I'll be your wife. When I become your wife, then I'll listen to everything you say. If you want me to go east, I won't go west. If you want me to learn to be good, I'll also obediently listen to you. This way, won't we all be able to face our ancestors? Sun Huanqing was stunned, and a flash of urgency slipped over his face. You, don't talk nonsense. Meng Changge looked like she had discovered a new world. She drew closer to him until she was almost right up in his face. Dr. Sun, you're blushing. You actually like me, don't you? So why don't we do something that cannot be undone? Cut. Until the director yelled cut, everyone had been full of anticipation. Why did they stop? Why don't they continue? We want to keep watching. We want to see what cannot be undone, done. Both actors were well matched and delivered great performances, especially Ningxi, who was able to bring everyone into the story so completely that it swept away all their biases against her. At the beginning, nobody wanted Ningxi to lay her hands on their idol, but now that had changed to them avidly hoping she would hurry up and do it. Seeing her do it was as exciting as if they were the ones doing it themselves. Of course, once everyone regained their senses, they were still envious of Ningxi. They surrounded Jiang Mai to ask after his well-being and to praise his acting as amazing. Today, apart from Jia Qingqing, the person who was probably the most gloomy was Zhao Xizhou. Initially, he had the highest position with the crew, and was the most popular among the girls, but now with Jiang Mai's arrival, all the attention had been drawn away, instantly leaving him cold. Of course, the happiest person was the director. Today, the scenes between Ningxi and Jiang Mai all went smoothly. The 2 of them played off each other so well it was as if they had rehearsed the scenes 100 times before. But today for Ningxi could be summed up in 2 phrases, surge forth, life after calamity. Visit no.v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. As soon as work wrapped up, Jiang Mai was surrounded by people who wanted to treat him to dinner to welcome him. Ningxi was gathering her things when in her bag, her cell phone rang. On the screen, she saw Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli had forced her to save his number into her phone a few days ago. Why was this person calling? Suspicious, Ningxi quickly found a corner to answer the call-in. Hello, second young master? Hello. Xiao. She. On the other end of the line, Lu Jingli sounded weak, like his whole body had been hollowed out. Ningxi was a little speechless. What happened? What happened? I'm the one who wants to ask you what happened. What did you do to my brother last night? Lu Jingli blew up as he interrogated her. Ningxi was confused. Huh? What are you talking about? What could I possibly do to him? If you didn't do anything, then why is he in such a bad temper today? We've been in a meeting since 8 o'clock this morning until now. It's already been 12 freaking hours. This is your company's issue. It shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? Maybe it's because he's been on leave for too long, so there are a lot more things he needs to deal with? Not possible. I've known my brother for so long. I can tell what he's thinking about with just one look, and this definitely has something to do with you. You are the one who did this to us. Right now he's about to torture every single person in the company to death. Lu Jingli was sure it was Ningxi's fault. Ningxi really felt wrongfully accused, and said helplessly, I really didn't do anything. The only possible reason from last night was that she had picked Jiang Mai up from the airport and then had taken a shower at his place, where she had bumped into Lu Tingxiao. Was this really the reason? But didn't he act as usual after that? I don't care. It was definitely you. You did this, you have to fix him. Otherwise, when we die and become ghosts, we won't let you go. Just now, the head of our finance department already passed out from the torture. His spirit is definitely looking for you now. Ningxi. What the hell was going on? She simply got shot even when she was lying down. What was she supposed to do now? How could she save them? Was this some kind of joke on her? While Ningxi was busy worrying, she received a MMS. Lu Jingli had sent her 2 images. One was of an unconscious man being taken away in an ambulance. The other one was of a meeting room. Everyone who was sitting around the table had terrified expressions, as if they were going to be beheaded. Big Demon King Lu was in the main seat, looking like Yama about to pass judgment on them. Ningxi could feel the ominous, icy air even through the photo. To get shot even when lying down is to be unfairly accused or involved in something just by being present. Yama is king of hell. Lu Tingxiao was playing the last judge over there. Why should she go and save them? Lu Jingli's phone call was completely ridiculous. Ups.at from n0/v/lbn/.co/m. At first, Ningxi was going to wash her hands of the situation, but for some unknown reason, she felt a little guilty deep in her heart. Damn it! Why did she care? The moment she decided to leave it alone, Lu Jingli again sent her a video. In the video, Lu Tingxiao's icy expression was like a knife piercing right through the screen and frightening Ningxi. She stared blankly for a bit before she realized that he in fact should be looking at Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli, you have half an hour to redo this proposal. Do it right here. If you can't get it done, go to the finance department and get your last paycheck. Then the screen went black. Ningxi. The second before the screen turned black, it was as if she could hear Lu Jingli's last bloody cry for help. Even an outsider like her knew that redoing a proposal in half an hour was impossible. But she really didn't know how to save him. Ningxi's brain spun, and she flipped through Sun Tzu's 36 stratagems in her mind. Wait at leisure while the enemy exhausts himself? Lu Jingli's ghost would kill her. Defeat the enemy by capturing their chief? Lu Tingxiao was the king himself. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao? He had no weaknesses for her to attack. Then, the honey trap? No, no. In the end, Ningxi smacked herself over the head. Got it. Lure the tiger away from his cave. Ningxi took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and dialed Lu Tingxiao's number. Meanwhile, at Lu Corporation. In the meeting room, the projector which was connected to Lu Tingxiao's cell phone was screening internal company data. A group of senior staff was 12,000% focused on the presentation, as Lu Tingxiao was going to ask them questions later. The terror was too much like primary school, when the teacher was about to ask questions. At that moment, Lu Tingxiao's cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Tingxiao picked up the call without looking, and in the next second, a girl's sweet and soft voice came through the meeting room speakers. Hello, Lu Tingxiao, are you busy? Huh? The room froze, and all the senior staff were struck dumb, with utterly bewildered looks on their faces. What was happening? This was the boss' personal cell phone, right? A woman had actually called him, sounding so sweet and calling him by name. But what was even more shocking was yet to come. When Lu Tingxiao heard that voice, his entire aura changed subtly. Like a gentle breeze coming into the world to touch dead souls. Buried in the impossible task of completing the proposal, Lu Jingli was moved to tears when he heard Ningxi's familiar voice. Sister-in-law, you've come, sob sob sob. Lu Tingxiao paused in the middle of speaking, then unplugged the cable connecting his phone to the projector. Raising the phone to his ear, his expression still looked the same, and he spoke with the same cold tone. What do you want? On the other end of the line, Ningxi felt a little like retreating when she heard that scary voice. In the end, however, she managed to gather her courage and did her best to use a softer and more pleading tone, as she asked hesitantly, will you be coming back tonight? We promised little treasure we would have a hot pot today. Lu Tingxiao's face was cold. Not sure, I'm busy. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao is to distract the enemy by attacking their weakness, i.e. its Achilles heel. After Lu Tingxiao had unplugged the cable, Lu Jingli couldn't hear what Ningxi was saying, and could only guess that she was asking Lu Tingxiao to go back. Hearing his bother's cold answer, he screamed inside, no. Why didn't even Ningxi getting personally involved work? Do the heavens really want me to die like this? Ningxi's voice became even gentler. But I'm worried about taking little treasure out by myself. What if something happens? Little treasure definitely wants you to come too. Come back, okay? Okay? Lu Tingxiao was silent for 3 seconds, before he opened his mouth. All right, I'll be back soon. Lu Jingli was stunned, and then suddenly felt the radiance of the sun shine down on him. He was in heaven. Sister-in-law is almighty. I knew she could do it. He had thought his brother was really unmoved, but it turned out he was only pretending to be annoyed. After ending the call, Lu Tingxiao said 2 words, meeting adjourned. Everyone looked at each other, not daring to believe they'd been let off just like that. Lu Jingli was so proud of himself. Everyone thank me, I'm the one who called our life-saver, all of you were saved because of me. Shortly after the meeting ended, Lu Jingli was surrounded. Second young master, did we hear wrong just now? A woman actually called Boss Lu. Who was it? With just a phone call, she got Boss Lu to leave in the middle of a meeting. I know, right? Does Boss Lu actually have someone by his side? Which family's young miss is it? Second young master, tell us everything. Lu Jingli stared at all of them warily. What? Asking me who it is, what do you want? Want to hug her thigh now? No way. Only I can hug my future sister-in-law's thigh. You people don't even think about it. Everyone. Couldn't they hug even just one toe? In the corner of the studio backlit, Ningxi ended the call feeling relieved. Finally, it was sorted. There shouldn't be any more problems after this, right? It clearly had nothing to do with her, it was really selfless of her to help. Just as she was about to leave, her phone rang. It was Lu Jingli again. Second young master, what is the matter now? Wasn't that enough? No, Xiao Shishi, your honey trap was just too perfect. It solved the problem beautifully. Ningxi's face turned black at his words. What honey trap? That was luring the tiger from his cave. Have some common sense. Whoops, I understand. That's it, I'm hanging up. I'll treat you to food the next time you're free. Ningxi was speechless as she looked at the disconnected phone. What did this person understand? Ning Xiaoxi, why are you hiding here? Let's go eat. She hadn't noticed Jiang Mai coming over. Looking around nervously, Ningxi relaxed after making sure no one had seen him come look for her. Wearily, she leaned on a big, red palace pillar behind her. I have something on tonight, you guys go, I don't think I can make it. What? Jiang Mai's face changed after hearing this. It's my welcome dinner, and I'm your film partner. You're actually not coming? Ningxi knitted her eyebrows together. I know, my fault, but I really have something very important on tonight. I'll treat you next time, alright? Not alright. Jiang Mai did not buy her explanation in the slightest, and looked intently at her. What do you have on that's so important? Who are you going to see tonight? Ningxi's voice turned a bit stern. Who I see is none of your business. After she spoke, Jiang Mai's face immediately turned ugly. You're going to see Lu Tingxiao, aren't you? Jiang Mai's interrogative tone made Ningxi uncomfortable, and she knit her eyebrows together. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Jiang Mai paced angrily in a circle, then glared at her. Ningxi, you really want to get yourself killed. You even dare to play games with Lu Tingxiao, aren't you afraid you're playing with fire? I'm happy to play with fire, what's it to you? Annoyed at Jiang Mai's words, Ningxi's attitude also turned bad to match his. You. Jiang Mai almost got carried away by his anger, and in the end he punched the pillar behind her. Ningxi, I'm not trying to scare you, I'm giving you a friendly reminder, otherwise you won't even know how you died when the time comes. Don't you know who Lu Tingxiao is? You think he's the same as all those fobs you dated in the past? Ningxi rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? Of course I know. Then why are you still? Still what? What's it to you if I'm sleeping with Lu Tingxiao? You. Jiang Mai slowly calmed down. Actually, deep down, he knew that Ningxi wasn't silly enough to do that, so he tried to curb his anger and took a deep breath. Then tell me, what is going on? Ningxi also knew she was being childish, bickering with Jiang Mai. It was just that she had just been too provoked by seeing this person today, and she was so irritated that the smallest thing set her off. Ningxi also calmed down and explained, I saved Little Treasure previously. Jiang Mai was a little shocked. You saved Little Treasure? What happened to Little Treasure? About half a month ago, Lu Jingli took Little Treasure to a bar. In order to escape the noisy crowd, Little Treasure accidentally hid in the storeroom, and the staff locked him in without knowing he was there. Jiang Mai gaped slightly. Lu Jingli took Little Treasure to a bar? That does sound like something that my unreliable second uncle would do. And then? What did that have to do with you? That time, I was preparing to go to the World audition, but Changli locked me in the same storeroom to stop me from going. Ningxi briefly explained what happened after that. Jiang Mai patiently listened to the end. Okay, I understand now, you got to know Lu Tingxiao because you saved Little Treasure. Then what should have happened next is the Lu family giving you a huge compensation as thanks, and then game over, the two of you go your separate ways. Why are you still in touch with Lu Tingxiao? You even moved into his house. Ningxi had omitted the part about Lu Tingxiao wanting to repay her with his body. Because Little Treasure suffered a shock and I saved him, he's very reliant on me, so Lu Tingxiao asked me to stay at the Lu residence until Little Treasure's condition is stable again. I have to be prepared at any time to act like a sedative for Little Treasure, understand? Hearing this, the anger in Jiang Mai's expression finally started to fade, but he still felt a little uneasy. Are you sure that's all? So many women want to marry into the Lu family, and right now, you're in the position with the best chance to do so. Do you really have no designs on him? Ningxi lifted an eyebrow, and said half-jokingly, if we're talking about that, I do have designs on Little Treasure, he's just too cute, I want to kidnap him home to become my little sweetheart. Jiang Mai looked at her speechlessly, then touched his forehead. Anyway, it's best that you don't think about things you shouldn't be thinking about. Powerful families are not what you think they are. Ningxi laughed coldly. As if you know what I think about powerful families. She hated those people in the upper-class circles the most, who only pretended to be civil and wore fake masks. It hadn't been easy to leave the Ning family, why would she jump into the fire pit again? Jiang Mai felt relieved when he saw Ningxi's look of loathing, he understood Ningxi, and he knew that she hated being tied down the most. To Ningxi, the Lu family background was probably as scary as severe floods and fierce beasts. Okay, you've asked your questions, now it's my turn. Ningxi looked at him with her arms crossed. Jiang Mai shrugged his shoulders. What do you want to know? Doesn't Lu Tingxiao only have one younger brother, and no sisters? How are you his nephew? Ningxi asked. Jiang Mai lit a cigarette and slowly answered, I'm not related by blood to the Lu family, it's because my grandparents were family friends with them. They died in a car accident when my mother was still young, and the Lu family adopted my mother. So based on order of seniority, I have to call Lu Tingxiao uncle. I see. Ningxi said as she stared fixedly at him. I'm trying to quit smoking, don't tempt me. You've been all right with it all this time, why are you quitting? Jiang Mai knitted his eyebrows together. Do I need a reason to quit a bad habit? Who was it once told me, that smoke when you can smoke and drink when you can drink, and whoever wants to quit smoking and drinking is a dumbass. Jiang Mai stubbed out his cigarette as he made fun of Ningxi. I've told you whatever I can, is there anything else you want to ask? Of course, there is. Ningxi gritted her teeth as she glared at him. Tell me honestly, why did you take the Sun Huanqing role? It's only the second male lead, and not even the type of character you like. Implying that he was here to deliberately give her trouble. Jiang Mai answered with an innocent face, what's wrong with me playing the second male lead? Who says I can't? And what's wrong with me playing Sun Huanqing? I want to expand on my acting and challenge myself, is that not allowed? Isn't it boring always playing the same type of character? Didn't I do well in the shoot today? You tease me, I tease you, it was so much fun. Fun your head. At the very latest, she was going to cry tomorrow. That's it, no more chit-chat, I have to go, I promised Little Treasure we'd have hot pot today. Ningxi looked anxiously at the time on her phone. Jiang Mai looked unhappy. With my uncle, too? Of course, I don't dare take Little Treasure out alone, what if something happens? Hearing this, Jiang Mai got incredibly angry. So you know, right? Little Treasure is the very life of the entire Lu family, and especially to the two elders, he's the apple of their eye. If anything happens to him, they might very well bury you alive. Why do you still want to hold this hot potato in your hand? Hearing this, Ningxi became unhappy. What nonsense are you spouting? What hot potato? My little treasure is the cutest. Jiang Mai laughed coldly. Seems to me your head's been turned by a certain someone's beauty. He just opens his mouth to ask you for something, you forget everything. Ningxi didn't have the patience to deal with him. Whatever, will you stop nagging? How can I dare say no to Big Demon King Lu's request? Would you? Look at how scared you are now. Are you that scared of me becoming your auntie? Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com. Aun, Tai. Jiang Mai felt so much unbearable pain at the word auntie that he was struck speechless. Good boy. Ningxi patted his head like a puppy and skipped off after successfully gaining the upper hand. After grabbing her bag and explaining to the director and everyone else that she had plans for the night and couldn't join them, Ningxi took her leave. Looking at this girl leave in such a hurry, a thick layer of frost formed on Jiang Mai's face. Severe floods and fierce beasts is an idiom for things that are extremely dangerous or threatening. A hot potato in the hand is a difficult or troublesome problem. After work wrapped up, Jia Qingqing finally found an opportunity to make a move. The best thing was that Ningxi wasn't around, so she approached Jiang Mai with a shy expression. Brother Mai, where shall we go eat? How about we go to Rivers Hotel for seafood? My father is a member there, we can use the VIP room. Jiang Mai stretched dispiritedly. Forget it, I'm not going, I'm too tired today. Hearing this, Jia Qingqing was worried. Ah. But it's your first day on set, we should celebrate with a meal no matter what. Jiang Mai's face darkened slightly. Who makes the rule we must have the welcome meal on the first day? If you want to eat it so much, just go yourself. In fact, everyone knew that in private, Jiang Mai didn't really have a good temper. If he was in a good mood, then he would be very good-natured. If he was in a bad mood, then... This brat was obviously in a bad mood right now. Shocked by his outburst, Jia Qingqing's eyes instantly turned red. I just thought it was the polite thing to do. Brother Mai, how can you say that? Who the F*** is your brother Mai? Jiang Mai was annoyed and about to explode. Gui Qixing next to him saw that the situation was starting to deteriorate and quickly intervened. Maybe some other day. Mai is really too tired today. I should have let him rest and familiarize himself with the environment on the first day, who knew we would end up shooting so many scenes. Everybody go back early today and rest, we're not in a hurry to have the dinner party. All right. Given an out, Jia Qingqing reluctantly nodded and at the same time hated Ningxi even more in her heart. It was Ningxi's fault for occupying Brother Mai all day and making him so tired that he didn't even want to eat. Jia Qingqing bowed her head and secretly flipped through a few photos in her phone, before she smiled viciously. You just wait and see, Ningxi. I'll make you pay. Lu residence. I'm back, darling. Once Ningxi was home, all of the day's exhaustion was completely swept away. Hearing her voice, Little Treasure Dang 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 ran to meet her, a glass of cold fruit juice in one hand. Darling, you're too sweet. Love you. Ningxi took the glass and drained it in one go. Then she said happily, come here, Auntie's going to get you changed into a cute outfit, we're going out to eat hot pot later. The little bun, who before would run to the attic upon hearing he would be going out, obediently allowed Ningxi to take him upstairs. In the bedroom, he then allowed her to dress him up in one outfit after another. This one's too plain, this one's too dull, this one's too unimaginative, my God. Who bought these clothes for you? What kind of taste is this? No need to ask, it was definitely your father. Did he forget you're only 5, not 35? While Ningxi mocked Lu Tingxiao, she continued rummaging around, and at the bottom of the cabinet, she finally found a satisfying outfit. Wow! This one is cute. It was a little white short-sleeved shirt with a hood that had 2 long bunny ears coming out of it, with a matching pair of dungarees that had a big pocket in the front like Doraemon. Looking at this style, it was definitely your second uncle who bought you this one. At least he's somewhat reliable in this. Little kids should wear cute and bright clothes. Satisfied, Ningxi nodded, then asked, "How is it, darling? Do you like this one? If not, Auntie can look for another one for you." Ningxi didn't forget to ask Little Treasure for his opinion, even though Little Treasure always agreed with her. Geet the L Testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. Sure enough, Little Bun nodded without hesitation. So Ningxi happily helped Little Bun put on his clothes. After helping Little Bun change his clothes, Ningxi also went into her room to get changed. Very coincidentally, she had an outfit that was very similar to Little Treasure's. She immediately dug it out to wear, pairing her shirt with a pair of denim overalls. When she came out after changing, Little Bun's eyes lit up as soon as he saw her. He looked at her, then looked at himself. His face was full of joy and satisfaction, even reaching out to touch the rabbit ears on her hood. He was clearly very happy to be wearing the same clothes as Auntie Xiaoxi. When both of them were ready, the sound of a car's engine could be heard at the entrance. Lu Tingxiao was back. The temperature outside was as high as 30 OC, but it was as if Lu Tingxiao had returned from a land of glaciers and snow as he strode into the living room on long, slender legs and with a haughty demeanor. When his eyes fell on Ningxi and Little Treasure on the sofa in similar clothes, as if they were wearing mother and son matching outfits, his whole body was like a glacier thawing, starting with his cold eyes. Little Treasure's outfit was naturally very cute. As for Ningxi, the cute rabbit ears and overalls made her look even younger. Sitting side by side, she and Little Treasure looked more like siblings. Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com. Seeing that Lu Tingxiao had returned, Ningxi immediately pulled Little Treasure up off the sofa. "We're both ready, can we go?" Lu Tingxiao nodded, his eyes on the girl for several seconds before he looked away. "Let's go." In the car, Ningxi asked excitedly, "Hey, Lu Tingxiao, don't you think Little Treasure's outfit is cute? I had to look for a long time before I found it." "Cute." Lu Tingxiao replied, but he was looking at the girl in the rearview mirror. Ningxi was content. "Told you so. From now on, you should buy more cute outfits for Little Treasure." Lu Tingxiao replied, then took a black card out and handed it to her. What's this?" Ningxi blinked, unable to comprehend that she was looking at the legendary infinite black credit card, which she had only ever seen online. Lu Tingxiao, by Ningxi, This wasn't what she meant, okay? Without saying anything, you just crush me with money? Whatever, since I already have it, I'm going to buy some more better-looking clothes for Little Treasure later. At their destination, Lu Tingxiao got out of the car first, then like a gentleman, opened the car door for them. He looked at Ningxi and asked, "Are you fine with it?" After spending enough time with him, Ningxi had gradually gotten used to Lu Tingxiao's brief manner of speaking, and knew he was asking her if she had any problems appearing in public. Ningxi scratched her head. "Should be fine. Not many people recognize me now, and anyway, I'm also dressed like this." Saying that, she took out a pair of amber round glasses without any lenses in it. "It should be okay with this." "Fine." Lu Tingxiao nodded. The three of them walked to the hot pot restaurant. Ningxi had guessed right, truly, no one recognized her. However, she had forgotten about Little Bun and Lu Tingxiao. The father and son pair were simply too eye-catching, especially when they were together. They attracted everyone's attention. In fact, Ningxi was also very eye-catching today, because she was wearing matching parent and child clothes with Little Bun. Ah! Look at that father and son, too good-looking. The adult is handsome and the kid adorable. The sister beside them is also very beautiful. The whole family is good-looking. Is Dad taking the siblings out? Where's Mom? On hearing this, Lu Tingxiao's face darkened visibly. Luckily just then, the man next to the woman said, "What, Dad and his kids? It's a family of 3, okay? That girl is obviously the man's wife and the little boy's mother." No way. That girl looks very young. What do you know, it's a married couple with an older man and a younger woman. The way that man looks at the girl is different, all right? Obviously it's the expression of a man looking at his wife. That's all for this part, truckers. See you all in the next video.